The beasts with magical powers are mystical creatures. And a few of these mystical beings have been granted human forms by God. They are the avatars that deliver prophecies to help humanity. But that power also creates evil manifestations, which humanity calls the Demon King. Just hearing about it is already terrifying. But for the hot-blooded youth Ananta, it is different. While everyone else fears the Demon King, Ananta transforms into the Lord of Beasts, with blood and sweat, bones and flesh. I will devour you whole and turn you into my weapon. But how I do that? Let us listen and find out. Once upon a time, a fierce beast asked a brave warrior. The wolves surrounded Ananta in his transformed state, their golden eyes and sharp fangs shining brightly in the dark forest. The sharp wolves clawed at the ground, creating long streaks. They were just waiting for the alpha wolf's command to charge in and bite what they considered prey. They had asked Ananta why he was not fierce nor fast, surrounded by wolves. Ananta was in the form of a black dragon. They asked him, "So what is your weapon?" He stood up in that gigantic form. The wolves saw the alpha wolf howl as a signal and quickly charged towards him. Ananta grabbed a wolf on his right, and then used his left hand with sharp claws to kill the others. He replied, "It is blood and sweat." And then he used his powerful legs to crush the wolf. He answered, "It is bones and flesh." And when the alpha wolf saw that its companions were dead, it became furious. It seemed to go mad and charged at him. Ananta raised his hand to grip its jaw and held on tightly. He said, "I will drain each body of the enemy." Then he bent down and bit into its neck, sucking its blood like a vampire. And from there, they became his weapons. "Ananta will devour the wolf," he said. "I will finish you off and devour you whole." The beasts with magical powers are indeed mystical creatures. Some of these mystical beings have been granted human forms by God. They are the avatars that deliver prophecies to help humanity. But that power also creates evil manifestations, which are referred to by humans as the Demon King. A figure was panting heavily, running quickly through the forest. He hoped someone would help him as someone was hunting him from behind. However, no miracle happened. He was struck by an arrow. The culprits were bickering because they had hit him. They were a gang of robbers. They killed everyone passing by to take their belongings. After robbing, they excitedly headed back, gossiping about rumors of a creature watching them. The leader suddenly noticed that ahead were the bodies of wolves, lying scattered on the ground. One of them thought it was because the wolves were fighting over territory, while another said it looked more like they had been slaughtered. Tripped over a name, he discovered a mysterious creature, which was Ananta leaning against the head of the pack. The robbers turned to observe him. One of them raised a hand towards him and got bitten hard by Ruby. The other guy, furious, wanted to kill Ruby. But at that moment Ananta had already woken up. He punched the guy threatening to kill the lizard god, and the guy just dropped dead. He sternly told the others, "I forbid you to touch her, or else you will regret it." The robbers shouted that he had provoked them, and one even accused him of killing the guy. Then they surrounded Ananta and demanded to kill him. But they did not know that messing with the monster would be their end. Ananta braced himself, waiting for them to attack. Then he leaped around, slicing off the robbers' arms and legs. The robbers cried out in pain, yet they stubbornly surrounded him. The leader trembled in fear, and one guy could not take it anymore and picked up a crossbow. The others also aimed their crossbows at Ananta. And when he turned around, he noticed the axe. The leader shouted, "Fired!" and the sharp long bolts immediately shot towards Ananta. He was not scared and even raised his hand to shield Ruby. Then he activated his power. The others began to panic when they saw this scene. Ananta's back suddenly turned pitch black with red streaks all over, looking like a volcano about to erupt. Then, the souls of the monsters he had killed appeared, and they merged into one. Witnessing all this, the robbers screamed in fear. Demon King. Suddenly, Ananta's blood-red eyes shifted back to their normal yellow. He retracted all the power he had just unleashed. Then he leaned down, breathing heavily. It seemed that using too much power had drained his energy. The robbers dragged him back to their camp, and the leader looked in astonishment at the giant wolf. He asked his subordinates if it was Ananta's doing. He advised them that taking it with them would be better. But the angry demon protested loudly. The leader stopped him, approached Ananta, and asked, "Stranger, what is your name?" He replied, "Ananta," and when asked about his purpose, he simply said that he was hungry. Hearing this, the leader looked skeptical, and the demon next to him added that he witnessed Ananta transform. He talked about recent rumors, saying people claim there is a demon king feasting on corpses around here. The leader thought he was human, but the demon insisted he was the demon king in disguise. Ananta refuted what he said, and suddenly a bird flew by, spilling blood on the leader's head. The alpha wolf seemed to have come back to life. Ananta said it was a creature that, though no longer existing, was still a minion of the Demon King. The camp was attacked by wolves, with one carrying a deer skull leading the charge into the camp. The wolves jumped over the fence into the camp to bite the robbers. A fire erupted, burning the wolves. A figure jumped out from the fire, It was an ant. The hunger of the water lily roared, gathering everything in one place. Then ignited, in the form of a dragon. Blood and sweat, with glowing red eyes, bones and flesh. Ananta approached the deer skull. I will swallow you whole. With that, he charged towards where the deer skull was standing. I will crush you. Ananta challenged him, leaving him to face the dying breath of the beast. The deer skull angrily stomped its feet. He shouted, from deep in the forest. The souls of the monsters rushed out, jumping towards Ananta. However, he had grabbed them by the neck, slamming them down to the ground. Then Ananta stomped hard, doing a somersault that sent the whole pack of monsters flying. He launched an attack towards the deer skull, who used the phantom form technique, then activating his power. Both Ananta and the deer skull charged at each other. A loud explosion echoed. Both sides fought fiercely back and forth. Ananta extended his sharp claws. The deer skull also thrust into his back. Suddenly, he caught the hand of that guy. The deer skull looked surprised. Ananta swung a powerful punch at him, sending the deer skull flying. Ananta used his claws to grip his hand, then slammed him down painfully. The deer skull lay bleeding heavily, gasping for breath on the ground. He slowly approached that guy. Ananta grabbed him by the neck. The silhouette of a girl appeared beneath that deer skull. He was extremely surprised, realizing that this person had lost their sanity. Suddenly, there was a noise behind him. Ananta turned to look. The other one flew past and scraped his shoulder. A giant crow appeared, landing on the ground near him. Ananta realized that the bird was actually the true demon king who feasted on corpses. The bird transformed back into a man. He expressed disbelief, saying, "No way. My beloved phantom puppet has never been defeated by anyone," he said. "I have had my eye on you since you set foot here." He blamed Ananta, asking why. Without waiting for him to finish, Ananta pushed the deer skull girl towards him. He said, "Your mumbling is putting me to sleep. I am not interested in your monstrous monologue." He challenged the other guy. "Come on. I will take you down." The other guy, provoked, regained his strength. "My power. Allow me to command the souls of the dead." He transformed back into the shape of a crow and looked at Ananta with interest. "If I can kill and control you, I will have a bigger and stronger puppet than the deer and everything else." So he used the phantom form technique. The souls, the bodies of the monsters, and the thieves under his control stood up to fight, surrounding Ananta. The crow screamed, "Let my bloody zombie army tear you apart and swallow you whole." The kid lunged forward and kicked his leg, while a few robbers charged at him. The guy is so pleased. "Can't you fight back anymore?" Then he swung his blade hard at Ananta. A truly savage scene was unfolding. He grinned. "Come on. Let me hear your cries before you die." Ananta said nothing, then suddenly burst out laughing like he was delirious. He activated his power, creating a bright red area. The guy was surprised. What? In his eyes appeared the figure of a monster. This was Ananta unleashing the beast souls to show their fangs and claws. He laughed and said, "Let me hear the roar of the monster." With that, he opened his mouth wide as if to devour the guy, biting down on his head. In his mouth, the guy surely caught a whiff of Ananta's bad breath and spat out blood. Gasping, the soul beasts inside him sensed their companion and rushed out. The guy was scared to the point of crying blood, then dissolved with them. The girl, terrified, opened her eyes and saw Ananta absorbing power. She sat there in shock. Ananta seemed to notice someone was watching, turned his head. His eyes were bloodshot. The terrified girl swallowed hard out of fear. Ananta walked closer to the girl, and she was very surprised. He announced, "You are no longer under the Demon King's control." The girl raised her hands to hug her head, remembering, "Back then, I had a pair of wings." Glowing. Ananta, puzzled, wondered if she was also a victim of those wings. The girl did not understand. A victim of the wings? She asked Ananta. "Who are you?" He replied, "Ananta, descendant of the Black Dragon, the last survivor, who will eliminate all demon kings in this world, and will be the one to kill the incarnation of the wings." The sun gradually appeared in the sky. Under that dim light, the horrific scene of corpses piled on top of each other emerged before her eyes. Amidst the ruins, Ananta stood in front of the girl, introducing himself. "Ananta, descendant of the Black Dragon, the last survivor, who will eliminate all demon kings in this world, and will be the one to kill the incarnation of the wings." After hearing Ananta's impressive profile, Nadia was so scared she broke out in a cold sweat. She said, "I really do not understand what you are talking about," he expressed. "Black Dragon or something about the incarnation of the wings. I do not get it." Suddenly, her eyes widened. The meaning of both. Before she could finish, Nadia collapsed. Ananta looked at Nadia coldly. She must have caused quite a bit of trouble. He straightened his face. In her dream, Nadia was running, wanting to pull her pants down. She was panting heavily when the skeleton suddenly appeared before her. Nadia turned around, and the skeleton was chasing her, running at lightning speed. Suddenly, She tripped and fell face first into the ground. When she lifted her dazed face, she was covered in fresh blood. The figure of the skeleton was reflected in the blood lake. Nadia looked around in surprise and saw dead bodies lying scattered by the lake. She let out a few frightened gasps. And suddenly, a figure with wings appeared, illuminating the dark sky. Nadia turned to look, and that guy smiled charmingly. Just as it got interesting, Nadia woke up. Wifood noticed and asked, "You are awake?" Stretching and teasing. "You looked pretty tense while sleeping. Had a nightmare." Nadia thought, "What a transformation." When suddenly, a voice called Ruby, and Ananta ordered it to start. Ruby gathered fire in its throat, and then spewed it out like water for the plants. The fire blast, shaped like a fan, was burning the guys controlled by the Demon King. Each fire blast revealed shadowy figures that then shot up and turned to dust. Ananta coldly observed the scene before him. The fire blast revealed shadowy figures that then shot up and turned to dust. The girl with the dog legs ran over to praise Ananta. "You really know what you are doing." He angrily grabbed her by the neck, making her scream. He said, "Shut up, you little gossip." Wifood chuckled. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he pointed at Nadia, saying, "Because of your silly information, we are in this situation again." Then he threw Wifood down forcefully. "I am done here. Now pay." Wifood screamed in pain, rubbing her back. "You are still so rough." Then she turned to Nadia and asked, "Girl, may I ask what your name is?" She paused for a moment and then introduced herself. "My name is Nadia," Wifood teased. "I did not expect there to be another victim of wings like Ananta," Nadia asked in surprise. "What?" Ananta interrupted their conversation angrily, shouting. At that moment, Wifood remembered what she had to do, but she teased Ananta first. So impatient, saying that, she took out something that looked like a pendulum clock, the front of which was carved with a rabbit. She pressed a button, and the lid popped open, revealing something that looked like a round star. A huge hole appeared right where they were standing. While Ananta and Wifood calmly jumped down the hole, Nadia screamed loudly. Nadia squeezed her eyes shut in fear, bracing for impact. But nothing happened, so she opened her eyes in shock. Before her appeared a city with a giant tree at its center. She gasped and asked, "Where is this?" Wifood jokingly replied, "They say, a clever rabbit digs 3 holes. Sorry for the late introduction." So she introduced herself. "I am a member of the Tuxedos, the largest information network on the continent." The cute, fair-skinned news girl. She gestured toward Ananta. "And this is Ananta. We have known each other for a while now," she said. "This place is Karfis, the largest market in the south. And this giant tree in front of us is often called the Sacred White Lotus. At the top of the tree is the place." Nadia frowned at her. "Enough already. I really appreciate you all saving me from the Demon King's control. But I do not want to hear your monologue anymore. If you want to continue, answer my question first. What is your purpose in bringing me to this mysterious city?" Ananta told her to be quiet and follow, and he would give her the answer. As they entered the market, Nadia asked him about the manifestation of the wings, and he said it was the name of a disgusting monster. She was still a bit confused. So Whitefoot explained to her that the transformation took on a human form and the manifestation of the wings was granted power to someone else. An incomplete strength. They arrived at their destination, the slave market of Karfes, where there were many foreigners, drifters, and even mystical creatures being enslaved. Nadia was a bit confused. What does this place have to do with the manifestation of the wings? Ananta kicked her down into the pit, where there were people who would be sacrificed alive for the manifestation of the wings. Ananta wanted to use her as a sacrifice to set a trap. After locking Nadia up, Ananta told Whitefoot, "The rest is up to you to handle." Whitefoot agreed. Suddenly Nadia called out to him, asking if the people locked up with her were captured by them. She shouted at Ananta, "Exploiting innocent weak people to achieve your own goals. Don't you feel any guilt?" Hearing that, Ananta challenged her, "If you want revenge, go ahead. Just do not get your hands dirty." Nadia was extremely angry. Whitefoot agreed. Those poor souls. How much pain will they have to endure with the manifestation of the wings? Saying that, Whitefoot waited for Nadia and got scolded by her. Whitefoot pointed out to Nadia that this is why she was controlled by the Demon King, and how many people have suffered because of it. You do not care about those insignificant lives at all. Not intending to does not mean nothing has happened, she told Nadia. Our common enemy is the evil manifestation of the wings. In the hallway of the arena, Ananta sat and thought for a moment. Whitefoot approached him and said, "You have been saying a bit too much. We are not doing anything to those sacrificial people." Ananta asked with concern, "How is she?" Whitefoot replied, "I asked Nadia if she wanted to cooperate." She explained, "Just as planned. They were brought to the White Lotus Palace by the Guardians of the Wings." At this moment, Nadia had been led to the throne. Whitefoot explained, "Offering a sacrifice is the first step to meet the manifestation of the wings. This way. All the effort to track him down won't be in vain, she said. There is a barrier around. So even the people of the White Lotus Palace can't get in. To enter there, a living sacrifice is needed. That issue is settled, she continued. If you can touch a branch of the White Lotus body, which symbolizes the victor, you will soon meet the manifestation of the wings. But Whitefoot knew. The process is not going to be that easy. She thought if Ananta would turn into a monster, then a quick kill would attract the enemy's attention. She squinted. Yet there was a limit that should never be crossed because she knew Ananta had not controlled his power when transforming into a beast. She secretly thought about Ananta as a monster who was supposed to draw the line between human and beast. She knew there were many ways to achieve it. It was truly contradictory. Ananta caught Whitefoot off guard, who was distracted. He winced in pain, having just had a hearty meal, but still moved a bit to digest. He told Whitefoot to sit quietly and watch. Ananta, with 2 swords in hand, asserted, "This is how I hunt monsters." In response, Whitefoot shyly said, "Just do not do anything too loud. You know what would happen if you do." Ananta coolly replied, "I will consider it." In the arena, Bernhardt was commanding the army against the beast. He shouted, "Yang Kine, the team carrying those 2 things, form a line to prepare to face the beast." A giant leopard was surrounded in that formation. Surrounding the leopard were numerous dead soldiers. And then it let out a growl. Bernhardt reassured his troops, "Do not be afraid. Hold your formations." Suddenly, a hand appeared on a soldier's shoulder. Ananta forcefully pushed that soldier down to the ground. The soldiers were all furious. "Wait. What are you doing?" Ananta angrily said. "Enough already. You fools. The leopard is showing its claws right in front of you." Then it swung its massive paw toward him. Ananta was not scared at all and gave it a punch to the head. Bernhardt was extremely surprised to see this scene. Meanwhile, Whitefoot rested his chin on his hand and said, "This is quite a mess." In the meantime, Ananta had severed the leopard's right leg. Bernhardt could not believe what he was seeing. How could a normal person overpower a mysterious beast? Ananta took a stance, then jumped in front of the beast, slicing the leopard's head off with the 2 swords in his hands. The people in the stands were astonished. After killing the leopard, Ananta roared in anger. He turned to the place with the white lotus and said, "Just wait. I will tear you apart and swallow you whole soon." At the same time, at the White Lotus Hall, the tree was glowing. The hall's door opened and quickly closed again. Nadia among the sacrificial group was very anxious. A man stepped out and stood in the center of the hall. He spoke, "Oh, my fearful subjects." He reassured everyone, "Do not be afraid," and extended his hand to welcome them, welcoming them to the divine hall. Nadia wondered, is he the embodiment of the wings? He provided some information about the White Lotus tree, surrounded by a strong barrier, also known as the city tree. For unclear purposes, the embodiment of the wings had made a nest and started receiving live sacrifices there. Those who offered live sacrifices would have the privilege to fight in the Karfus arena, and the warriors who survive the battle with the spirit beast and clearly demonstrate their abilities will be granted a branch of the White Lotus tree. Those who prove themselves effective with the embodiment of the wings will receive unparalleled strength and become the guardians of the wings. While in the dungeon, Wildfood discussed with Nadia that to get past their defenses, we would use Muse Yingguai Trang as a living sacrifice to blend in. Nadia asked Wildfood why Ananta wanted to kill the embodiment of the wings. Was it related to his power? Wildfood did not answer her question directly but said that if the embodiment of the vengeful tiger truly existed, no one would be more suitable than him. Wildfood recalled the scene of Ananta holding a burned person in his arms, crying blood. Back to the present, in the temple. The man standing in the main hall said, "O people who have overcome countless hardships, look up at me." The people in the sacrificial group looked at Han. Some even prayed to him. Han introduced himself as the deity they worship, the master of the White Lotus tree, and the embodiment of the wings that brings sweet mist to this dark world. He said his name was Bangik, and Bangik ominously declared, "I will have compassion for you sacrificial people. Prepare for the coming liberation, and offer your bodies to the wings that save all beings." A girl suddenly knelt down and said, "O embodiment of the wings, please have mercy on us. My sisters and I are innocent. I hope you will spare us." The girl pleaded, "Just spare my sister, please." Hearing this, Bangik smiled. He raised his hand, "O my beautiful citizens, thinking of others is good. I will reward you." Hearing Bangik say that, the girl was overjoyed, but with a bang, her head exploded, and before she could finish her thanks, she was dead. The younger sister stood up next to her older sister in fear, and the people in the sacrificial group trembled at this sight. Meanwhile, Bangik sat on his throne, arrogantly proclaiming, "Before the name of death, all beings are equal." He pointed at the younger sister, saying, "Your sister has just been freed from fear and regret. You will soon meet again in Nirvana. Hearing him speak so powerfully, the people in the sacrificial group became even more terrified. And then one of his subordinates drew his sword intending to strike. However, the sky suddenly darkened, and it was Nadia. She had activated her power. Bangik arrogantly said, "There are no saviors here." Nadia loudly said to him, "You are just a mindless killer." Bangik rested his chin on his hand, indifferent, wondering which living sacrifice would be lucky enough to become the embodiment. At this moment, Nadia was still exuding her power. Suddenly she heard everyone around calling her a monster. Looking at the shadow of her embodiment, Nadia hesitated. She remembered Whitefoot's words, that whether intentional or not, what has happened cannot be undone. She recalled the scene of herself being controlled by the demon lord and having killed many people. An encouraging voice rang out, "Do not lose." Okay. Nadia seemed to wake up from a nightmare. She looked at the child who said that and smiled, so she activated her power. The bushes shot up from the ground, surrounding the group of people being sacrificed. Other bushes tightly wrapped around the henchmen, lifting them up into the air. The remaining bushes formed a protective layer for the people being sacrificed. Nadia reassured everyone, "Do not worry." While Nadia was astonished, the enemy attacked her. He advised Nadia, "That dear girl, do not make empty promises." He insulted her. "A nameless being like you dare to oppose me." Behind the dust, Nadia's figure appeared. She said, "I have a name. My name is Nadia, the embodiment of nature." Antlers grew out alongside her words. The enemy scornfully mocked her. "Haha. The cunning woman." Nadia used her technique. The branches continuously grew. She wondered, is this an invisible wave or remote control? She realized that although she had unintentionally blocked all attacks, they did not have much effect. So she decided to use the Sosalos technique, where the branches intertwined to form a mushroom shape. Nadia thought, with this source of power, I will crush him. So when he saw her using a big move, the enemy smiled. Then he flew up and commanded, "Disintegrate into pieces." In the arena, Ananta looked toward the temple and sensed something was wrong. The audience in the stands was buzzing. Turning back to the temple, Nadia's technique had been destroyed by the enemy with just one blow. The enemy was astonished by her, so he called his loyal servant to fight Nadia. It was a dragon with a skull full of heads on it. The dragon jabbed its sharp horn into Nadia's chest while she was not paying attention. In the arena, in the stands, everyone was excitedly cheering for the bloody scenes in the arena. Ananta held a sword in front of the white tiger that had been slashed until its body was covered in blood. The tiger bared its teeth and growled. Seeing that, he narrowed his eyes. Ananta commanded the tiger, "Go wild for me." Saying that, he swung his sword up. "Death is coming. Do not turn back." With a thud, the sword struck down on the tiger's head, killing it instantly. Bernhard said nothing upon witnessing this. The henchman next to him spoke up. "Sir Bernhard, this sudden situation has left everyone very confused." He looked at his teammates who were slumped on the ground. It was clear that the other guy was sure of victory. According to the plan, Sir should be the winner. Ananta, covered in blood, panted. The mech said, "Dear citizens of Karfes, the winner has revealed themselves." The anxious henchman exclaimed, "What should we do now?" The Memsi continued, "O glorious champion, the prize is a branch of the white lotus tree, personally given by the guardians." A group of people wearing masks, led by a leader, comes out holding a box. Bernhard advises his subordinates to stay calm, not to provoke. The plan remains as discussed. He is certain that no matter what happens, the white lotus branch will still belong to us. The group walks towards Ananta. He straightens his face, then opens the box to reveal a branch of white lotus. He takes it, staring at it as if he wants to devour it whole. By all means, he must kill the embodiment of the wings. On the other side, at the temple, the vines have grown rampant. Inside the protective layer, two children peek outside, observing Nadia's situation. Attacked by the dragon with a skull full of mist, Nadia is extremely weakened. She pulls out a sharp horn and kneels on the ground, gasping for breath. The monster stands tall in front of Nadia. The dark spirit appears to Nadia, claiming he will do his best to protect those sacrifices. It is truly deceitful. The dark spirit mocks her, saying to look at those pitiful faces and hurry up and save them from fear. That would be compassion. Nadia retorts at him, "Do not make me keep repeating this. You are not here to save the world or anything." She remains furious, saying he is just a terrifying demon spreading death and fear among people. Hearing Nadia say that, the dark spirit frowns, asking for permission. True despair will indeed stem from real hunger. He uses magic, and from underground in the protective layer, many trees sprout, piercing through the sacrificial victims within. Nadia watches in shock. A massacre has occurred, and everyone inside is dead. Nadia helplessly screams, "Do not," as the branches reach towards the monster, embedding into its flesh. The dark spirit radiates a dazzling glow with a villainous smile, saying, "Accept the blessings of these repentant wings. From now on, It is your honor. The branches absorb the energy of the group of sacrificial people. Nadia stands there dumbfounded, wondering if there is something in the white lotus branch. The dark spirit laughs. Very clearly, this is hell, where life and death are intertwined. He raises his hand. Unlike the immortal Manhwa, as humans, you will have to lose your lives. Only I can save your meaningless lives. The power of the monster flows through the branch to the sacrificial people. He says, look, your lives are nourishing the white lotus branch. They will create immortal warriors. A cycle of rebirth, becoming the light that protects the white lotus branch. The monster screams out, signaling, here it comes. The blessings of the wings. Nadia questions the dark spirit. What kind of monster are you? How many lives have been lost already? The dark spirit flicks his fingers, and a branch shoots up from the ground, wrapping around Nadia. He answers her question. Many. To the point that counting would be pointless. He sneers. Truly a stubborn woman. He asks her, do you have any last words? Nadia tells him, go to hell. Bangik smirked, and suddenly something black flew quickly towards NN. Bangik turned and slashed. Half of the sacrificial person's head was drained of life energy by the white lotus and flew away. At the same time, Ananta jumped up targeting Bangik. Un's pupils reflected Ananta's image. He thrust the newly awarded white lotus branch straight into Bangik's eye. After stabbing, Ananta landed coolly. Nadia was overjoyed to see him. Ananta, he turned to her, you are still alive. Lucky you. Bangik realized that what had stabbed Hen's eye was a branch of the white lotus tree. He turned to Ananta and asked, you are the victor of the arena. I can't believe it. Really? I never thought anyone could survive to this point. Ananta turned to Nadia. Where's the embodiment of the wings? How did you get tangled up with that loser? Nadia was surprised. What are you talking about? Ananta replied. Without his permission. This is not enough to enter Eel's domain. Bangik became furious when he heard Ananta mention Eel. How dare you insult Eel, the great embodiment of the wings? He angrily transformed. I will personally tear that disrespectful mouth apart. Ananta said something to him. You know he is not the embodiment of the wings. The protector suddenly swung his sword, directly attacking Bernhard across from him. But he quickly dodged the blade and immediately counterattacked. With a swift motion, the protector was pierced through the body by Bernhard's spear and died instantly, successfully taking the protector's life. Bernhard lifted his head. He tightly gripped the spear, his face showing authority as he commanded his subordinates to quickly eliminate everyone present. The subordinates, receiving the order, went wild, relentlessly attacking the protectors. Watching the chaotic scene unfold before him, Bernhard felt extremely suspicious. He was waiting for the results to be announced to bring in the winner. But no one was seen holding a branch of the white lotus. In fact, he even had a suspicion that this was a trap set to ensnare him. Bernhard slowly stepped into the room. After seeing the whole scene inside, he panicked, thinking that someone was targeting the embodiment of the wings, just like him. Back to Ananta. At this moment, he and Nadia were silently facing Bangik, looking at the madman who was continuously transforming before her. Nadia worriedly spoke up. If he is not the embodiment of the wings, could he be an imposter? After hearing Nadia's naive question, Ananta, who had been silent beside her, became very annoyed and quickly responded. He bluntly said that her eyes were only for show because, to him, the true embodiment of the wings was a title of great prestige. The original form of that name is 3 pairs of white wings. Saying that, Ananta casually glanced at Banzak and arrogantly remarked that he was hardly the embodiment of wings, considering he did not even have a proper pair. More than that, he mocked Banzak, saying he should take better care of his appearance before thinking about impersonating someone else. With that, Ananta showed extreme disdain, criticizing Banzak as just a loudmouth. After hearing Ananta, Banzak was immediately speechless. Perhaps to maintain a bit of his last dignity, he could only display an angry expression. He coldly stated that Ananta's nonsense was not worth responding to, then ordered his gang, the Lola, to take out Ananta. At that moment, Ananta quickly revealed his strength and fury. He punched the ground hard, causing the vines wrapped around Nadia to immediately release her. After struggling to escape the plastic vines, Nadia looked to the side and noticed 2 other people also tightly ensnared by the vines. Without thinking much, she ran over to help. Back to Ananta. He was relentlessly delivering lethal blows to Banzak's Lola Jang, and while he was fighting fiercely, a monster covered in skulls appeared and directly attacked him. Sensing that the situation was becoming tense, Ananta completely transformed his body into a terrifying fire dragon clinging to a white pillar. He then quickly charged towards the giant monster at lightning speed, crashing into its body with a powerful punch. Without taking a break, Ananta continued to attack, striking like an arrow towards the monster, unleashing his power and delivering a fatal blow. successfully splitting its body in 7. However, just after Ananta finished off the monster, Banzak unexpectedly transformed his body and directly attacked him from behind. Ananta, caught off guard, was immediately pinned to the ground by the sharp claws. He looked at Ananta with a superior gaze, claiming that Ananta had fully showcased the power of the gods to him. With that, Banzak raised his claws high, intending to end Ananta's life. However, in front of the onlookers, Ananta managed to block his power just in time, and the two began to fight. They continually attacked each other with lethal blows. Ananta also had one of his arms severed by Banzak's claws. It seemed Ananta had been defeated, but he immediately concentrated all his strength, finishing off Banzak with one blow. Banzak, not to be outdone, quickly activated his vines for defense. However, his strength was no match for Ananta's. His vines were quickly cut down, and that devastating blow pierced through Banzak's body. At that moment, behind Ananta, another monster suddenly appeared, directly attacking him and claiming he would teach him a lesson, to show him the true wrath of the gods. At that time, countless cracks suddenly appeared in the clear blue sky. After a part of the sky shattered into pieces, a huge hand emerged from it, standing inside the purple halo with an imposing demeanor. Baiharan looked down at the scene on the ground. Deep down, he seemed to be silently contemplating something. Returning to Ananta's battle, after landing a powerful punch on him, the cruel monster began to show immense pride, telling everyone to admire the magnificent wings he possessed. However, that joy could not last long, because while he was still off guard, Ananta quickly countered. He seized the opportunity and with all his might, struck his body hard, catching him off guard. The tremendous damage from the punch made the monster feel continuous pain. Realizing the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable, the monster began to unleash his skills. Waving his hand to command the vines to wrap tightly around Ananta's body, the previously injured monster had also healed and now looked at Ananta, who was bound by vines before him, with uncontrollable rage, declaring he would shred his body into hundreds of pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately leaped into the air, the thorns inside his body shooting towards Ananta like sharp needles at light speed. But at that moment, Ananta seemed to begin unleashing all the power within him. A bright red light burst forth, and with a loud bang, Ananta successfully broke free from the sticky vines of Banrarts. While the monster was still in shock, Ananta swiftly darted past him, channeling all his strength straight at where the monster was standing. His speed was so fast that it created double shockwaves, and with one hit, he nearly knocked half the life out of the arrogant monster, leaving him just enough time to curse. It was not until the thick fog gradually dissipated that he clearly saw Ananta's form. At that moment, the monster seemed unable to believe his eyes, displaying a look of utter shock at witnessing Ananta's transformation. Nadia, watching the entire battle from afar, was also astonished, as she could not tell when Ananta's body had started to change. Realizing his speed was now faster than what the naked eye could perceive, Bangik began to feel worried, silently wondering if his power lay in the ability to regenerate and change form. If that was the case, he decided to use his overwhelming power to crush him into pulp. Thinking it through, Bangik began attacking Ananta head-on, while he quickly took a defensive stance. With his agile body and superhuman strength, Ananta skillfully dodged all of Bangik's relentless attacks. Glancing over at the crazed Bangik, Ananta thought to himself that no matter how many times he attacked, this lunatic would recover time and again thanks to the white lotus flower. He realized that the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantages it would bring to himself. Just then, Ananta accidentally looked at a nearby house's foundation. Seemingly having thought of something, he began to strike and launched himself into the air, using a punch to destroy the foundation of the house. At this moment, Bangik used vines to bind Ananta's legs, suspecting that he was up to something foolish. However, in response to his words, Ananta did not reply but instead looked around to buy time. Sensing the right moment had come, Ananta declared that it was time for him to pay for the lives he had taken. No sooner had he spoken than his body transformed once again. While Bangik was still in shock, Ananta immediately summoned the shadows. With the spirits he called forth appearing in greater numbers, they all rushed toward Bangik in an instant, causing him to be so frightened that he could only scream in despair. Witnessing the scene unfold before him, Nadia was momentarily dumbfounded, unable to comprehend everything, but soon realized that these were the living sacrifices. At that moment, a powerful beam of light suddenly appeared in the space, and when he opened his eyes, Baiharan was bowing respectfully before him. By the time he turned around to look back, the white-haired man behind him had removed his disguise. It turned out that he was Zuyo, the true embodiment of the wings. Right now, in a certain forest, Whifford was reporting the specific situation to his superior via the intercom. She informed that a rather strange water stain was appearing in the sky. If her predictions were correct, That water stain was indeed a sign that the guardian of the wings had appeared. Then it was highly likely that the embodiment of the wings had revealed itself in this city. Back to Zuyo. He now wore a sinister expression, slowly walking over to Baiharan. Seeing Zuyo, the true embodiment of the wings, Nadia's chest suddenly felt a sharp pain. She clutched her left chest with her hand, her face paling from the pain as anxiety was clearly written all over it. Who was this person standing right in front of her? As for Bangik, he now seemed to have no strength left, his body covered in serious wounds. Struggling to lift his eyes to look at the one who had defeated him, Bangik felt panic when he saw Zuyo's appearance. Wondering why he was here at this moment, in response to Bangik's confusion, Zuyo simply coldly asked if he still remembered who he was. Hearing that, Bangik immediately showed a disgusted expression, saying how could he forget that cold-blooded, cruel master right in front of him. Still maintaining that indifferent attitude, Zuyo slowly replied, the reason he was angered by Bangik's wings was to punish him for sleeping in his glorious delusion. Saying that, Zuyo ordered Baiharan to tighten his grip around Bangik's neck, making him feel suffocated, and he let out a few cries, staring at Bangik, who now only had his upper body left. Zuyo warned him that those wings were meant only for those worthy of soaring in the blue sky. After hearing Zuyo finish speaking, Bangik immediately became extremely angry, thinking that Zuyo was talking nonsense to him. For him, the most sinister and terrifying person was the one who sacrificed thousands, even millions of lives just to create a body for a monster. And he simply wanted to reclaim the wings that belonged to him. However, Bangik's words only made Zuyo feel that he was a fool, useless, and those who had lost their value should just be discarded. Thinking that, Zuyo slowly used his power, and just as a bright light burst forth, Bangik immediately turned to dust. The entire scene was captured in Ananta's eyes, his gaze now filled with rage and hatred. Going back to the time before, the villain Zuyo had once told him that he had a small dream. He wished to soar through the sky, find the clouds leading to the land of the gods, and until that dream became a reality, he himself would not stop, even if he had to become the enemy of this entire world. Remembering the scene where his entire tribe was devastated, along with the gentle smile of his sister Asita wishing for his safe return. Finally, the moment his beloved sister was burned to ashes, Ananta clenched his fists and emphasized Zuyo's name. Meanwhile, at Baiharan's place, they were discussing the white lotus tree together. Baiharan stated that the white lotus tree was just the name of a type of plant in the Paradise Kingdom, having nothing to do with what Zuyo wanted. Zuyo slowly picked up a white lotus bloom, asserting that compared to the world's tree, it was merely a counterfeit. What he cared about right now was the connection between Nadia and his own existence. It was also at that moment that Ananta surged up powerfully from among the ghosts, filled with resentment and madness, charging straight at Zuyo, but was quickly blocked by Baiharan's agile movements. Ananta was now subdued by the terrifying rage within, relentlessly unleashing his power, striking Baiharan with lethal blows. The guard then also began to prepare to attack him at any moment. On one side, he and Baiharan were in a constant struggle, while on the other side, Zuyo was also staring intently at Nadia with a very delighted expression. At the moment he reached out to mess with her, Bernhard appeared just in time with a spear in hand, successfully thwarting Zuyo's malicious intent. Right now, Ananta had activated his power to the maximum, standing face to face with Zuyo and screaming wildly. Looking at him now, Zuyo excitedly said he recognized that familiar face again, because Ananta had completely transformed into the dragon Azadahaka. Gazing at the surroundings, Ananta stood there dumbfounded with a face full of horror. He was not sure where he was, why he showed up here, but above all, he had a bad feeling about this place. After thinking for a moment, Ananta quickly decided to find a way to escape. However, even if he escaped, he had no idea where he would go. At that moment, Azadahaka suddenly appeared behind him, reminding him not to forget the one who had taken everything from him. Realizing Azadahaka's presence, Ananta seemed unable to believe his eyes, because right in front of him was the one who carried the curse of death. Azadahaka stared intently at Ananta. Before he escaped from this illusion, it told him to immerse himself in rage along with endless tears. Back in reality, Ananta relentlessly threw brutal and lethal blows at Baiharan uncontrollably, making the guard think he had lost his mind and gone crazy. After thinking for a moment, he quickly used his power and focused all his energy into his arm before directing his fist at Ananta. He arrogantly remarked that Ananta looked ridiculous right now. Just as the guard finished speaking, Ananta immediately unleashed a massive flame straight at Baiharan, who used his power to block Ananta's attack. The powerful forces of both collided, creating a massive shockwave. Zuyo quickly used his wings to shield himself, then directed his gaze at Bernhard across from him. He wore an utterly indifferent expression, saying he did not know if he would be roasted, but he was still standing pretty firm. Although they were enemies, he still had to admit that Bernhard was truly strong. Turning back to Bernhard, he gripped the spear tightly in his hand, telling himself he had to make Zuyo die here. He would not let them reunite. However, life is not a dream. Just as Bernhard was about to swing the spear down, Zuyo quickly struck him first. Following that, he used his power, and a beam of blue light pierced through Bernhard's body, causing him to die on the spot. After brutally eliminating the bard, Zuyo glanced over at Nadia, who was shaking uncontrollably with fear. He directly taunted her, thinking she was nothing like her former self. As she was trembling in fear just moments after he had killed the bard, Nadia stayed silent, biting her lip in anger as she heard Zuyo's insults. It turned out she had encountered this villain before. Zuyo believed that Nadia was also chosen, as she resonated with the branch. That branch was the magic that weakened the boundary of rebirth, but it also brought the power of love for Vietnam. And it was Zuyo's desire to maintain the sky of this world. Saying that, he slowly approached his younger brother, who had been born from countless lives, but could only stay in a cage. Hearing this, Nadia could not help but ask the name of the younger brother, who smiled wickedly and said his name was Zid. Back to the fierce battle between Ananta and the bodyguard by Hiran. Both were fighting fiercely. Ananta spread his wings wide and shot straight up into the sky. After reaching a certain height, he concentrated all his power and blew out a large fireball. He shouted the spell Heavenly Fire Pearl, and the fireball immediately shot down like an arrow. Zuyo stood below, calmly watching the flame get closer. Thinking that he was underestimating his abilities, Zuyo raised his hand slightly, slowly unleashing his own power, reminding Ananta that there was no place in heaven for someone like him. Saying that, he began to chant the spell, accompanied by a bright blue light. Everything finally came to an end. This might be the end of the White Lotus Tree, as after the fierce battle at the White Lotus Tree, due to the overwhelming power from the wings, Ananta, the trump card, the embodiment of vengeance, had completely failed. In a desolate field, Ruby was running for her life to escape the claws of the wild dogs. With little strength left, they quickly caught up to Ruby. Ananta quickly appeared and blocked them with an axe, successfully saving Ruby's life. The remaining wild dogs, seeing this, were frightened and ran away. Knowing that Ananta was the one who saved her, Ruby insisted on following him from start to finish, which made Ananta feel very annoyed. After a while, he looked at Ruby with some irritation, questioning why she kept following him, even saying that he had no food for her. Although Ananta tried to drive her away repeatedly, Ruby continued to wait there, leaving him no choice but to use force to drive her off. But just as Ananta swung his arm, Ruby immediately blew out a large flame, startling him. While he was still recovering from the previous scene, a loud noise suddenly came from behind him. Ananta felt a wave of anxiety and turned to see a gigantic monster right in front of him. Both of its eyes were as big as saucers for a moment. Then the monster began its chase after Ananta and his group. Back to Ananta. At that time he was chasing Ruby ahead, desperately running forward without daring to look back. The monster relentlessly pursued him, and in a moment of danger, Ananta quickly jumped off the cliff and landed safely. Then, he saw across from him a man dressed in black, sitting silently like a statue next to a dry bush. However, Ananta was more focused on the monster, glaring at the creature that was staring at him from above, feeling utterly helpless as if it truly wanted to hunt him down. So Ananta quickly let Ruby down, gripping his weapon tightly, with a defiant look towards the monster, declaring that he would make it taste the power of a true warrior. Just then, Zuyo suddenly appeared behind him, calmly removing his hat and staring directly into the monster's eyes, successfully frightening it away. After that, he kindly asked Ananta how he was doing, and that encounter completely changed Ananta's life. The scene shifted, and after a while, Ananta finally returned to the village. When the villagers saw him, they immediately expressed concern and asked where he had been, and they were also curious about Zuyo's identity. Just as he was about to explain to everyone, Asita unexpectedly appeared, sternly questioning Ananta if he had gone to the mysterious beast territory, and also inquiring about Ruby and Zuyo standing beside him. After hearing this, Ananta began to introduce his sister to Zuyo. But just as he finished, Asita suddenly doubled over and coughed violently, immediately spitting out a large amount of blood. Seeing this scene, Ananta felt extremely alarmed, quickly urging his sister to rest inside with him. All the events happening at that moment were observed by Zuyo. Meanwhile, in the camp, the elder politely invited Zuyo to enjoy the village's food because it was rare for someone from outside to enter the village. He believed he needed to treat the benefactor who helped save his tribe well. Furthermore, to show his hospitality, the elder allowed Zuyo to stay as long as he wanted. This generous treatment made Zuyo feel grateful and respectfully thanked the elder. Immediately after, his gaze fell on Ruby, and as soon as he glared, Ruby hurriedly found a place to hide in fear. While Zuyo was still in the tribe, Ananta would be responsible for guiding him based on the elder's orders. After saying that, the elder looked at Zuyo, wondering why he had come to such a remote place, and received Zuyo's response. It turned out that he was an explorer, studying geography, customs, and deities in various regions. After saying that, he took out a map from his belongings, believing that he had traveled from the south to the north, having explored all the continents and learned about countless customs and legends. Right now, he is tracing the story of the death of the god Manhwa in this desert. To be more precise, he is searching for a god named Ajitahaka, the first being granted divine power, also known as the Six Great Gods. It is an entity revered and greatly feared by people, the embodiment of evil, known as Ajitahaka. As night fell, everyone sat together by the fire. Ajita's sister felt better after taking a puff of the medicine. It turns out that the medicine was a type of herb with extraordinary properties. It would boost the immune system, helping to improve the overall health of the user. Realizing that her health had improved, Ajita thanked Zuyo gratefully. Seeing that Ajita had finished drinking, Zuyo quickly left, reminding her to get some rest. After hearing that, Ananta could not help but wonder, and he curiously asked him where he planned to go today. Zuyo had no intention of hiding. He immediately replied that he would investigate the river mouth area. After hearing Zuyo's answer, Ananta quickly suggested that they both go fishing today. So the next day, when it was just dawn, Ananta happily said goodbye to his sister Ajita and quickly set off with Zuyo, promising her he would be back early. Just as he turned to leave, Ajita immediately called out to him, reminding him to be careful on the way and to return safely to the village. After hearing that, Ananta smiled brightly and replied, assuring her he would come back right away. However, when he turned to leave, he felt a chill from the strange gazes of the villagers directed at him. The scene changed, and at that moment, Ananta and Zuyo were sitting by the sea, grilling fish, with Ananta holding a fish skewer in his hand. Curious, he asked Zuyo if he would be staying in the village for a whole week, and also inquired about the progress of his investigation. Receiving the question from Ananta, Zuyo sadly thought that the sweet fruit was not easy to taste at all. For him, finding a few more pieces of the history of the Black Dragon's descendants was already quite good. It turned out that a long time ago, the ancestors of humanity had to face incredibly ruthless and terrifying invaders. But thanks to the help from the Black Dragon, they successfully defeated them. After that, the descendants of those human warriors worshipped the Black Dragon as the benefactor of the tribe. All of this is the total knowledge about the descendants of the Black Dragon that Zuyo has gathered. After saying that, Zuyo let out a light sigh, stating that all the villagers would not say anything about the Black Dragon, as if they were trying to hide something. Hearing this, Ananta immediately reacted. Thinking that he was overthinking, Zuyo immediately changed the subject, asking Ananta if he was still sneaking out to hunt Asita, since the number of injuries on him had noticeably increased recently. Facing Zuyo's questioning, Ananta seriously requested that he keep this a secret, and also mentioned that while there were still beast scents, he needed to hunt as much as possible. In fact, Ananta's parents had both suffered from a terminal illness and passed away when he was just a child, which is why Asita had been so protective of him. With that said, Ananta's eyes reflected sadness. He told Zuyo not to worry about him, then insisted that his injuries did not hurt at all. To break the awkward atmosphere, Ananta quickly changed the topic, wondering why Zuyo was looking for the original gods. After hearing this, Zuyo slowly explained that he wanted to find the treasure of the gods. It turned out that those gods held the sources of divine power, a power that transcended all laws of the world and human understanding. This treasure consisted of 6 items that contained the power and authority of the gods. If anyone were to touch it, that person would become an entity far beyond this world. After hearing Zuyo's entire explanation, Ananta immediately worriedly asked about the old vase, which made Zuyo suspicious, thinking Ananta must have known something. Realizing that his earlier attitude was a bit careless, Ananta helplessly scratched his head and decided to recount everything to Zuyo. This was a story he heard from his childhood. The Black Dragon, in a fit of rage, could not stop at just driving away the invaders, but continued until the entire prairie transformed into its domain. The Black Dragon had entrusted one of its faces to the ancestors to restrain itself, and it fell into a deep sleep after separating its power. Afterwards, Ananta's ancestors built a temple in the canyon to worship the Black Dragon and sent elite warriors from the village to protect it, ensuring the vase would not fall into the wrong hands. Hearing this, Zuyo eagerly asked Ananta to take him there. But before he could finish, Ananta saw through him and refused. Realizing he could not go there, Zuyo suggested Ananta take him somewhere else. After a while, they finally arrived. Looking at the magnificent scene before him, Zuyo said he wanted to pierce through the sky, seeking the clouds that led to the land of the gods. He asserted that he would not stop until that dream became a reality, even if it meant becoming an enemy of the entire world. With that, Zuyo stared intently at Ananta's incredulous expression across from him, slowly saying that it was all due to the curse of the Black Dragon. For I, the Demon King, the ruler of curses and death, who disregards everything to become a pawn of such a wicked god, have bestowed the treasures of the gods upon a mere tribe. The death of Ananta's parents, and even his sister's severe illness, were all caused by the curse of the Black Dragon. At night, the space around the village was enveloped by a tranquil darkness. After waking up suddenly, Asita sleepily opened his eyes and looked over at Ananta's sleeping place right next to him. Realizing that you had been out all night, Asita stepped out of the small hut, feeling restless. When the cold night air made her uncomfortable, she coughed softly a few times. Worried about where Ananta could be so late, she glanced up at the sky, hoping that her brother would not catch a cold. The scene changed. Now in front of a cave, while two guards were vigilantly scanning the surroundings, Zuyo suddenly appeared from a distance. Noticing his presence, they immediately took a defensive stance, pointing their spears at him and ordering him to stand still. Despite Zuyo's growing annoyance at their actions, the guards maintained their duty, stating that anyone without permission was not allowed to enter. However, even with the guards' warnings, Zuyo felt no fear. Instead, he boldly continued to approach. Seeing Zuyo stubbornly refuse to stop, one of the guards grew angry and quickly attacked him with the spear. But before the guard could act, Zuyo swiftly grabbed the spear with his hand, and in the guard's astonished gaze, he forcefully punched him, effortlessly taking him down with one kick. Witnessing the entire scene, the other guard next to him was momentarily stunned. While he was still trying to understand what was happening, Zuyo unleashed his special move, successfully taking down the remaining guard. After handling the situation, Zuyo coldly turned his eyes towards the rock behind him, demanding whoever was hiding inside to come out quickly. Hearing this, Ananta stepped out, holding a glowing flower in his hand, silently marveling at Zuyo's incredible strength. With just a few simple moves, he had easily defeated the elite warriors of the tribe. Back with Zuyo, noticing that Ananta seemed to be distracted, he urged him to hurry because he wanted to finish everything before sunrise. After a while in the cave and battling the guards, they finally reached their destination. At that moment, the flower in Ananta's hand began to emit an increasingly intense glow. He was extremely surprised, alternating his gaze between the flower and Zuyo, filled with questions. However, Zuyo did not bother to answer. He just reassured him and slowly approached the ancient lake in front of them, gently lifting the lid of the box. The dragon's treasure immediately appeared before them. Realizing that the treasure was placed in the opposite direction, Zuyo was very excited as he recognized its advantage. He then expressed appreciation for Ananta's help, but as soon as Ananta mentioned healing his sister, he immediately backtracked. He quickly grabbed Ananta's hand holding the flower and directed it towards the treasure. Immediately a beam of light radiated from the dragon's lair, along with the intense shaking of the ground. The black dragon was successfully summoned and rushed straight towards the beam of light. Seeing a performance unfolding right in front of them, the tribespeople became extremely agitated, wondering which fool had unleashed the power of the Lord. Back to Ananta. He had lost both arms and weakly watched Zuyo, who was in high spirits in front of him. He slowly reached out to grab the strange flower within the beam of light and stabbed it into his back. A blinding blue light began to emerge and spread throughout his body. After a month, Hek Long finally arrived at the dragon's alley, warned that Zuyo had touched the dragon's weak point, looking extremely dangerous as it told him the consequences of this. Following that, Hek Long sternly stated its name and ordered Zuyo to speak his name. As soon as he spoke his name, Hek Long immediately merged with him. From that moment, the manifestation of powerful and fearsome wings finally appeared. Ananta fell face down on the ground, looking up tiredly at what was in front of him. In front of him appeared the image of Zuyo, the manifestation of wings. Azita with glowing red eyes sensed that within him lay a divine treasure. How could Zuyo in the sky, with his normal body, withstand it? Azita asked him about the previous owner of the treasures. He said Azita was asking unnecessary questions. He spread his wings with shining orbs and replied he had already taken them all and seized the treasures. He shot bullets toward him, creating a massive explosion. Smoke billowed from the ground due to the earlier shockwave. While Azita was getting closer, he remained up high, as it had separated the divine treasure from his body, causing his energy to gradually deplete. He wore a sinister smile, the shadow of the gods. He personally buried him. Azita glowed red with anger, challenging him to see if he had enough strength to do so. It opened its mouth and spat a stream of red fire toward him. Zuyo flapped its wings to dodge the fire, while Azita, with an angry expression, flapped its wings forcefully and soared into the sky. It flew up rapidly straight toward his position. He was also flying to evade its pursuit. Surrounding Azita were numerous fire bullets. Then it swung its wings, shooting those fire bullets toward Zuyo, causing him to suddenly startle. At that moment, he also used his light technique, gathering a large source of light in front to block the fire bullets. The two sources of power collided, causing a huge explosion on this side. Azita Haka, with those glowing red eyes, glared at him and growled. It flapped its wings harder, surrounding itself with a bright red curtain with a strong thrust of its wings forward. The red energy shot straight toward him. Zuyo scoffed at that action, spreading his wings to gather energy. The rays of light flew from the flap of wings back towards Azita Haka. Two sparks and lights collided, creating continuous small explosions. Azita Haka was suddenly startled by something flying towards it. A ray of light was rushing straight towards its face. The huge ray of light created an incredibly grand explosion. The source of light and sound caused a commotion throughout the area where people were. Zeta tightly clenched its fist, looking up at the scene above in the sky. At this moment, Ananta was covered in injuries, trembling with every gasp, blood oozing from his mouth. His arms were gone. He knelt on the rocky ground, breathing heavily. Ananta looked towards the distant sky, silently calling out, "Sister." Azita Haka fell to the ground, causing a strong shockwave. Right now, it was lying on the ground in a rather dire state, surrounded by a thick cloud of dust. Zuyo looked down from above, smiling with a smug grin. He smirked and declared that Azita Haka had lost. Its heart was completely crushed. After saying that, he did not forget to mock one more time. Zuyo looked up at the sky, flapping his wings and wearing a satisfied smile. Finally, he could ascend to heaven. He soared away, creating a streak of light straight up into the sky. Ananta stopped his tears, wondering how it had come to this. He had done everything for his sister. Suddenly, he was startled by Azita Haka's voice. It spoke in a dying state, saying that he had sacrificed his hands for the herald of these wings. Tears welled up in his eyes, streaming down. His body trembled violently, begging for forgiveness. Everything he did was for his sister. Azita Haka's eyes were bloodshot, facing death. It was not happy. Its whole body was crimson, and it would tear him apart. Azita Haka struggled to use its last strength to rise up. It flapped its wings, now a deep red. As the wings burst forth, it raised its face to the sky and howled. Ananta looked at the scene before him, his face drenched in tears, and uttered two words: "Demon King." Azita Haka flapped its wings hard and began to ascend higher, flying straight ahead. Widened his eyes, watching that figure. It was heading towards the village. Before long, the Azita Haka had flown to their village, breathing fire straight down onto it. The village was engulfed in flames. People screamed in despair and ran. But it was too late. His sister was also burned in that fire. The flames roared, interspersed with cries of pain. Ananta could only stand there and scream, "Sister." Azita Haka returned to where he was sitting. It charged straight towards him, his body surrounded by a sea of red flames. Every cell was drenched in red. Azita Haka shouted, "Humans are foolish." He used all his last strength to say that he would forever be surrounded by death and countless disasters. Then it faded away like a dying ember. In the prison, Ananta was still slumped on the ground. He slowly woke up, opening his eyes. The sky was bright and the dry tree trunk stood tall. Zuyo and Dit looked far away. A long journey ahead that was unimaginable. Nadia was still hiding her eyes, not moving at all. A crack appeared. Zuyo spoke, returning to their sacred place. A heron struck the crack, revealing another space. Zuyo paused upon hearing Nadia's voice. Methan also caught Zid's attention. Nadia said they called him a wretched creature. They deceive themselves into thinking they are divine. But the child right in front of her is the true God. She embraced her body. Before meeting him she had no memories. Please tell her. Zuyo smiled slightly, confirming that it was the kid Ananta. Everything is a matter of cause and effect. Then, when the cause and effect are gone, they will disappear. He smiled a strange smile with bright eyes. That is how fate is. He looked forward to the day he would meet her again. Nadia raised her brow upon hearing those words. At this moment, Rajaza Nadia was soaking in the water. She let her fiery red hair fall over Than. Mu and Skarn came to report. There was news that Banan Height had returned from the southern surveillance. She slid up. It had been a long time since she heard such good news. She stepped up while saying lucky. If it were bad news, she would not know what to do. Rajaza was draped in a robe by Mo. Skarn continued to report. According to the news received, there was an avatar with 2 people accompanying on that day. She asked if the avatar had wings, to which Mo replied, "It would be best for Her Highness to see and judge with her own eyes." She smiled with satisfaction. In a large castle on the mountain, Bean Hevedid and his group entered. He walked alongside Nadia. Just like Ananta, he claimed to have a deep vendetta against the winged avatar. Therefore, he invited them to the main headquarters of the organization, ostensibly to fight together. But clearly what he wanted was Ananta's power. And after the battle ended, the rabbit girl did not let anyone know her whereabouts. Nadia walked with a determined face. She could have gone somewhere else, but somehow, she chose to go north to find someone. That person was... The Formula Bennett had arrived. In the room everyone stood in a neat line. People looked at the direction everyone was moving, while Taken crossed his arms and closed his eyes, announcing the arrival of Her Highness the Queen. Regelsa entered along with Mu and Scan. Nadia stood with her arms crossed, deep in thought. That person was Princess Munguk Vangaria of the Warrior Kingdom, a militia organization that held animosity towards the embodiment of wings. Regelsa sat on the chair, wearing a bright smile that embodied a strong woman. Binhat bowed respectfully to Regelsa, who returned his greeting warmly. She requested him to recount the results of the expedition, according to the original plan, to reach the Karfus shrine. They had eliminated a group of arena participants and disguised themselves as them. There were some unexpected incidents, but in the end, he managed to infiltrate the temple. There, he encountered the embodiment of the wings, Zuyo. Everyone turned to look when they heard his name, and Regelsa continued to ask about what happened. Binhat calmly recounted that he immediately engaged in a fight with Zuyo, but unfortunately, he was defeated. Hearing this, she frowned in disapproval. So he came back empty-handed and humiliated like this, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Winning and losing is part of a warrior's life, no matter how many times you lose. There will come a day when his own hands will bring an end to that guy. She chuckled at his attitude, then burst out laughing, saying that is the Binhat she knows. Now Regelsa noticed the person next to him. Nadia bowed and was introduced by him. She is the embodiment of nature, and is part of a group searching for the embodiment of the wings. Binhat respectfully told Regelsa that Nadia is the new ally who will lend support to Levittan and him. Thanks to her assistance during the expedition, he was able to bring people here to meet with your highness. She asked where the others were. Spoke up, referring to a man who was just a brutish guy with an ordinary young girl. She had suggested cooperation in exchange for their protection and care. The girl's health is quite stable now, so she will soon be taken to a civilian house. That brutish guy is being treated at a medical facility as his condition has improved, but he is still in a serious state, deeply unconscious with no response. M suggested that if she wanted to use force, she could take him along, but she declined. Regelsa walked over to Nadia to greet her, stepping closer and extending her hand. Nadia took her hand and politely bowed, thanking her for the warm welcome from your highness. But that was not all. Regelsa then asked about the reason Nadia allied with Levittan. Suspecting her to be a spy, Nadia quickly replied that she wanted to negotiate about the branch that had merged with her, wanting to know all the information Levittan had about it. Someone called Regelsa's name, and the two turned to look. Kupa felt angry and shouted. Why should she listen to her words? As soon as Kupa walked in, she smelled the full odor from the embodiment of the wings. After saying that, she pointed directly at Nadia's face and asked, was she the one who received the branch from the embodiment of the wings? At this moment, Bernhard glanced at her as Regelsa wondered and turned to ask her. Nadia touched her back. Kupa was right. Ever since she encountered him, the branch had been resonating with her. But regarding its merging with her, it clearly proved that she had no information at all. Regelsa turned to ask Bernhard if he had told Nadia about the branch. He replied that he had not revealed any information yet, due to lack of permission. If Nadia is the one the embodiment of the wings is looking for, then this is clearly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. While she was saying she was the one calling the prince, Regelsa got so angry, asking why someone sent this in. That person apologized for sending it in but said this was urgent. Right now, there is a massacre happening in the residential area, and at this moment, the image of Aziz Dahaka appeared vividly, recalling the time he invaded her body. Ananta felt like he was no longer himself, his mind gradually losing its clarity. It raised its head growling. An entire area was engulfed in flames. It cautiously approached step by step. It stomped down on the ground and then flew up, using all its strength to move forward. Then it stopped in a high spot and let out a deafening roar. Ananta hid his eyes. Before him was the image of the village engulfed in fire. Everything from people to huts was gone. He broke free from his shell and stepped outside. Brotherla walking in a broken body. The image of his beautiful, gentle sister smiling appeared with her voice. Be careful on your way. Ananta. His beautiful sister had been burned to death. Ananta stared at the body that had been burned. He let out a scream and embraced his sister's body in anguish. He cried out in sobs with his heartbreak. His eyes streamed with red blood as he screamed in despair. All he felt was hatred. He would definitely kill Zuyo with his own hands. Ananta opened his tear-filled eyes. Sitting up without knowing where he was, a lovely little girl was sitting under the bed looking at him, calling him Kokanen. He wondered who she was. Suddenly he paused. Was this girl a goddess? Ananta propped his hands on his legs to get ready to sit up. There was no time to think anymore. His face was full of rage. He needed to find Zuyo's whereabouts immediately. Suddenly he coughed, and the little girl looked up to check on him. He was breathing heavily because he was choking, his vision gradually fading. Then he fell down, paying the price for abusing the powers of the curse. The little girl ran quickly outside. He frowned and looked ahead. The people in the city are crowded. Looking toward the other side, there is Ananta, carrying injuries and moving step by step. He looks around. Where is this place? A vast space, but no sky in sight. Is this an underground city? Someone asks him to stop. He looks suspicious and is not a local here. They point their weapons at him. demanding he surrender peacefully, or they will use force. He exhales and challenges them. At that moment, someone steps forward, scratching his head, asking if they have seen his kid. Ananta looks at the symbol on that person's hand. Previously, he remembered a symbol that would help him find the kinship of the wings. Those belonging to his kind would definitely have this symbol. Ananta reaches out to touch him, and suddenly a knife comes dangerously close to his face. That person is swinging his weapon at Ananta. His eyes are gleaming. He does not like being touched from behind. He also prepares to throw a punch at him, and that guy feels he is quite strong. He quickly retreats. Today, he won't get past him. He winks, looking fierce, as if he is ready to die. His body is ablaze with red fire. How can he have such a presence? Ananta speaks up, asking about the symbol on his right hand. He glares at him, tightening his hands, asking if he has any connection to the kinship of the wings, but he says nothing and grabs the knife. Charging straight at Ananta, he quickly dodges. Even though it is a bit sudden, he swings his knife in continuous arcs toward him, but Ananta manages to evade. Ananta's back is pressed against the wall as he watches him. That guy swings his sword, saying if he wants something, he should take it with his own strength. After saying that, he swings his sword, creating a wave of smoke. As the smoke clears, O stands frozen, staring at Ananta with two gigantic red arms. Ananta looks at O with a fierce gaze. O smirks, asking what those arms are. One soldier shouts, "Quickly report to the queen," requesting urgent reinforcements. Ananta's eyes light up. He rushes straight at O, using his gigantic clawed arms to attack O at a terrifying speed. O is also quick to dodge Ananta's moves, observing him while strategizing. It is too risky to confront him directly. Using a sword won't stop him. But from the start, he was not in peak condition anyway. After a while of attacking O without success, Ananta stops, suddenly crouching down as if in pain. After attacking O for a while without success, Ananta stopped and suddenly crouched down, looking in pain. It seemed like O had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He took advantage of Ananta's vulnerability and lunged forward, stabbing him with his sword. A roar erupted from Ananta, and his face transformed into that of a monstrous beast. O quickly withdrew his sword and stepped back, while Ananta roared, and his entire body morphed into a massive, ferocious monster. O bent down, ready to draw his sword and fight, suddenly realizing he was scared. Then the golden lion spoke, and O retreated. Rijozo rushed from behind, swinging his sword fiercely at the monster's head. Nadia hurriedly spoke up, "Please wait a moment. He is not an enemy. Do not kill him." Rijozo, with a serious expression and a cold voice, said, "If he harms my people, no matter who it is, I won't spare him. That ugly monster. I will finish him off right away." Ananta, in monster form, suddenly clawed at himself. The scene was truly horrifying. The soldiers stood wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene before them. He is tearing his own throat. The monster collapsed to the ground. Nadia anxiously watched. Ananta. Rijozo approached and saw that the monster had transformed back into Ananta. She was very surprised. What is going on with this guy? Rijozo and 4 others sat around a round table in the room. Scan stood beside them reporting, "By your orders, the Manza soldiers have been confined in the dungeon, and Nature's essence is also under the supervision of the royal army and has received orders to remain still and wait for your command. We have been on guard for their every move, but chaos still emerged in the end." Mo added from the side, "The rumors spreading throughout the fortress are just a matter of time." Rijozo spoke up, "Everyone must be aware of the situation now. We will begin the leadership session. The main topic is the upcoming arrangements for the man named Ananta. The final decision will be announced after gathering enough opinions from everyone here." Rupa rested his chin on his hand and said, "How long are you planning to keep such a dangerous guy in the fortress? There is no need for further discussion. Just get rid of him." O chuckled. "Why so, Rupa? He looks interesting. Or should we just use him to die?" Taken crossed his arms and frowned. "Shut up. I am not interested." Rijozo asked Bernhardt, "Do you know anything about him?" Bernhardt politely replied to her, "I have some concerns." Rupa clenched his fist and slammed it down on the table. "Too angry. Are you kidding me? Bringing a monster into the fortress without any warning. What were you thinking?" Bernhardt frowned and replied, "His mere presence has already caused turmoil in the fortress. No matter what others say, I am determined to bring him in here. If it is Lord Rijozo, I did not expect his power to be so unstable and frightening. But the fact that he has a connection with the embodiment of the wings is real. If we can harness that power under our command, it will be an unbeatable weapon. I hope you consider letting him join the Levittan forces." Rupa slammed the table and stood up. "Rijozo, are you going to listen to this nonsense? You have fought him already. Why not just take him down and kill him?" O sat with his legs crossed, resting his chin on his hand. Saying this now after causing a scene is a bit shameless. But Bernhardt is right. This guy will be useful for us. If we put all our effort into it, neither of us will come out unscathed. Rupa's eyes widened in surprise. What? Rajaza spoke up. Come here. Messenger with the rabbit legs. Wildfood stepped forward with a bright smile. The lovely girl with the standout rabbit legs. Answering the call of the Emperor, in the place where Ananta was held captive. Blackfoot mockingly asked him, How are you? Ananta. I thought you might have run away. Looks like I was worried for nothing. But the way you are looking at me is really intriguing. Wildfood took off her hat, smiled brightly, and said to everyone, presenting the queen and the noble heroes, This humble messenger wishes to meet you all. Rupa kept asking the stranger, Who are you? And how did you get in here? A look towards Wildfood and noticed something peeking out from behind. Raglith popped his head out. Cheerfully raised his hand to greet her as she ran towards him. But just like that, the troublesome little girl disappeared again. Bernhard asked about Wildfood. Queen Ragelsa. Who's this? Ragelsa replied. There is no need to panic. She has the ability to travel through space. A senior member of a sensitive organization called the Usain. Before you return, they made a deal with me. She recounted that Wildfood told her he was not interested in the ability to contain the embodiment of the wings. At first, I thought it was just a half-hearted bet. But clearly, she anticipated everything from the start. Saying this, she looked at Wildfood. That invitation is tempting. Tell me, what are your conditions? Wildfood clapped her hands and smiled. You really have a good sense. I want the C2C and Lava 10 to have a long-term alliance. In return, the Posegiac will mobilize all forces to defeat the embodiment of the wings and hand over the embodiment of the vengeance to you. That trash information, a loud voice yelled. Startling Wildfood. Everyone turned to where the voice came from. It was Ananta, criticizing Wildfood for causing all that chaos and then using words to belittle others. I do not need any wishes or compromises. Ruby, lying comfortably in Gret's arms, heard Ananta's voice and quickly ran towards him. Climbing onto him, I boldly pointed at myself. The one who will end the embodiment of the wings is me. Rupa seemed to explode with anger. Her hands turned into claws. The criminal should stay in prison. Give me the order. Rajaza. I will deal with him right now. Rajaza did not seem rushed. Calm down, Rupa. I want to know everything clearly. Her gaze scrutinized Ananta carefully. Interesting. Each scar on his body is proof of the battles he has been through. The aura hidden beneath his skin was overflowing with intensity. Far more than anyone I have encountered. The embodiment of slaughter. Wildfood approached Ananta closely. Everyone. This is Ananta. The strongest card of the Quaff. In her mind, a question arose. Is this guy really the embodiment of vengeance? Ananta used his large hand to push Wildfood's small head down. His eyes bloodshot. When did I become the prize you snatched away? You must be tired of living. Right. Blackfoot beside him tried to charm him with his arm. But did not Ananta already lose to the embodiment of the wings? He can fight alone. So he glanced at her, gritting his teeth. What a pain. Blackfoot teased Wildfood. Looks like she is not too comfortable. Wildfood was still being held down by Ananta. Laughing bitterly, she saw it too. More importantly, he seemed unstable. But it looks like Ananta's adjustments are done. Ragelsa asked Ananta. Can someone really kill the embodiment of the wings? Before Ananta could respond, Wildfood took his part. Your Highness. As Ragelsa frowned. Her voice lowered. Wildfood. I am asking Ananta. She looked at Ananta. It does not matter where you come from. There is still a position for you. But the issue is I want to see your strength and abilities with my own eyes. The important thing here is your endless rage towards the embodiment of the wings. Ananta looked at her and asked, What is your name? She looked straight at him and replied, Ragelsa. He pulled his hand off Wildfood's head and clenched it into a fist in front of him, asking, Can I kill the embodiment of the wings? I carry a curse that drains the powers of others. The more monsters I consume, the stronger I will become. That is why my power is limitless. If you want an alliance, you better know your place. You little brats. Ragelsa was not angry at his words. Instead, she laughed and excitedly approached him. In the name of the Queen, I declare that love and I will ally with you. The embodiment of revenge. She turned to order Skarn Emmeler to bring Nadia here. Meanwhile, Behiran opened the door and walked in, standing beside the remains of the monster with a strange grin. Blood splattered everywhere from his face to his clothes. Zuyo wore a cloak adorned with wings. Grinning maliciously. This is just a celebration for our third member. Behiran knelt down and bowed his head, saying that according to your orders, everyone is present. Zuyo commanded, Open the door for me. Behiran immediately used a technique that summoned sharp ice shards around them, revealing a very dark place before their eyes. where the monsters were howling madly. Zuyo looked down from above at the abyss filled with monsters screaming. His gaze and voice were icy. Don't forget, you have all been abandoned by the Lord. Having lost your humanity due to the evil spirits clinging to you, there is no way for you to return to your original form anymore. Stay alert. Suddenly he spread his bright wings and shouted. You unfortunate beings, those scorned by the world and tormented by injustice, is this death truly a fitting end for your sacrifices? Is this really the meaning of your existence? He charged straight down, standing among the monsters. I am not from this world. I am the one who turns the layers of this place into a bridge leading to the land of the Lord. Show me what you are made of. The one who can last until the end will receive the blessed wings. The monsters understood his words. They went wild, tearing at each other, a truly horrifying sight. Blood splattered everywhere. He stood there, not flinching in fear, but grinning oddly. On Rajasa's side, Nadia was brought in, her eyes wide as she looked at Ananta, who also had Whitefoot with him. Whitefoot raised his hat and cheerfully greeted her. Miss Nadia, it has been a while, has not it? She turned to Blackfoot and asked, Who is that? Rajasa reassured her. Don't be too tense. I have instructed the other commanders to step back so you can feel comfortable. Nadia glanced at Ananta, deep in thought. He had seemed quite unstable just now. Was it just a coincidence? Rajasa continued. I just had a conversation with that Ananta over there. I declare that both of you are now officially members of the Lilzan and the name. Ananta raised an eyebrow, clearly annoyed. When did I say I was on your side? Bernhard quickly persuaded him. It is just a temporary alliance. It is no big deal. We need your strength to capture the incarnation of the wings. And since it is a temporary alliance, you can also use our help. Isn't that convenient? And Nadia, if you want answers, you will need to cooperate with Levittan and the name from this moment on. The road ahead won't be easy. I just hope you are ready to accept the answers you have always sought. Nadia's gaze was resolute. I have made my intentions very clear. I hope you will tell me about the branch embedded in this body. Rajahosa spoke up. Mistyu is the name. It also has another name. A branch of the world tree. As stated in Bernhardt's report, when you fought at Karfess, you must have witnessed how a brutal creature can transform into a god. Nadia immediately thought of Zid, that little brat. Rajahosa continued. The true nature of the branch of the blessed wings is often a catalyst for evolving a vicious creature into a god. Bernhardt added. You have also been affected by Zuyo, which is why you have become divine. You are someone who is born with the blood of the winged incarnation. Your current form is a result of the power of the branch. Perhaps your original form is that of some kind of demon. Her face went pale, stammering. It can be like that if the incarnation of the wings truly has the power to stand supreme. Why use it on a demonic creature instead of some god? The branch can also turn a god into a demonic being, Rachel said, recalling her childhood as she explained to Nadia. I witnessed the day my homeland, Vankyria, turned to dust. The god of Vankyria was transformed into a demon by the incarnation of the wings. Ananta, still wearing that annoyed expression, spoke up. That does not sound right at all. Based on what you just said, this girl here might be a follower of Zuyo or some kind of evil spirit. No matter how you look at it, she is just an idiot who could not even kill a bug. Bernhard told you. That is why she is so special. Maybe this is the being closest to the clouds of the world that Zuyo is searching for. You widen your eyes and ask. The clouds of the world. Rachel replies. That is right. In the royal tales, we have quite a few stories about the branch of the generation. The clouds of the world are the waterway that appeared simultaneously with the birth of the world tree. The embodiment of the wings always has the intention of invading the realm of the supreme being through that waterway. That is why Zuyo always tries to create a being capable of becoming a young branch for the world tree. But the power from the branch is too great. A normal being would find it hard to endure. Very few can hold that power. And that is the crux of the matter. We are here to retrieve the branch from Zuyo. And with your help, we will defeat the royal guards who have been turned into demons. Rigiosa stands up from her throne, gathers everyone, and loudly declares that we are present here. Commander Tamtano, Commander Tutainrupa, I order you both to march to Passa land. The soldiers below raise their fists in unison. Understood. She stands with both hands on the sword planted in the ground, looking very dignified, and firmly says, the vanguard should establish a friendly forward base in that local area for me. Our goal is to drive out the Tama who have taken over Passa land. I wish everyone success in the battle. 3 days ago, Whitefoot was talking to Nadia. This is the secret fortress of Vankyria in the northern continent. There are 500 elite warriors under the Queen's command, and a small number of mercenaries under Bernhardt's orders. Under their protection, thousands of civilians have been able to settle down, and those commanders possess powers equivalent to gods. Levittan can be seen as the strongest resistance organization among the forces against the wings. Ananta failed in the battle at Karfis. So it would be better to strengthen our faction, Nadia adds. From Levittan's contacts to the meeting with the Queen, it seems this is all part of their scheme. Whitefoot continues. Yep. But Nadia's failure to escape was unexpected. Anyway, we have a strong ally now, and Ananta's power is a double-edged sword. It can bring the strength and power of demons. But if that power is not embraced immediately, he will lose his sanity and turn into a monster. The two look over at Ananta and Blackfoot sitting nearby, and Nadia asks, "But who is that over there?" Whitefoot replies to her, "This is Blackfoot, also a member of the Sea organization like me. She has the hypnotic power to suppress Ananta's rage. But that is only a temporary solution. It is essential to quickly eliminate the demonic Sanriat to extinguish the new curse. Now that we have mentioned it, Nadia, do you want to make a pact with us?" Nadia, surprised and a bit skeptical, asked, "What kind of pact?" Whitefoot smiled friendly and extended his hand, asking for help to subdue the embodiment of the wings. "In return, we promise to ensure the safety of you." Miss Nadia, inside Nadia, there is a branch that can attract the embodiment of the wings. When the time comes, it will definitely reveal its true form to Nadia. Nadia replied bluntly, "I refuse. I just want to ensure that no one else becomes a living sacrifice. I do not want to just stand by and watch, so I do not need any back and forth." She extended her hand, saying, "To protect innocent people from being sacrificed to Zuyo." "Whitefoot, I will cooperate with you." Whitefoot scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. This is not exactly a pact, but he reached out to shake hands with Nadia. "All right. The negotiation is approved." Whitefoot stood up excitedly and said, "Now I will tell you about the upcoming plan. Queen Rajesa will harness the power from Ananta to reclaim the ancient capital of Vancuria. They must be preparing to take back Fok Vang, a land cursed and filled with corpses. The ruler of that land is named Pasha." Nadia immediately said, "The embodiment of the sacred spirit. Alakon." Whitefoot replied, "Yep. He is the celestial unicorn, one of the 6 primordial deities, and also a minion of the god who protects Valkyria." According to the queen, Alakon turned into a demon shortly after encountering the embodiment of the wings. Ananta's voice echoed. "In short, it is about taking revenge on the monster that devastated an entire country. It is a simple task even a fool could understand." Ananta stepped closer to the two, clenching his fists as if ready to kill. "Wait. You little messenger. Take me to the next hunting ground." Whitefoot felt helpless and said, All right. All right. Why are you so impatient? The expedition will last 3 days. With a coalition led by 2 commanders from Levittan and a total of 100 soldiers, Whitefoot opened a black hole and confirmed the coordinates of Fok Vang. "You can go anytime you want." I stepped out, hands on her hips, and said, "Hey girls. It is getting serious." Rupa clenched her fist with determination. "Everyone, do not die on me. It is still too early to reach Valhalla." Ananta was sweating profusely, breathing heavily, and Blackfoot teased, "Are you anxious already?" Ananta glared fiercely. "Of course. Right now. I have more than enough strength to kill anyone." A dark place appeared, with a cold and gloomy atmosphere. The trees here were just bare trunks and branches. And Rupa ran to the edge of the black hole, and Rupa suddenly noticed something and shouted. Down there, I looked down and saw a ferocious monster with its mouth wide open towards them. Nadia quickly conjured twisted branches into the shape of a horse to confront the monster. But it was too strong and immediately pinned Nadia's branches down. Ananta appeared and punched the monster directly in the head with his gigantic arm. Ao and Rupa stood watching the whole situation. Ao smirking. "This mission is turning out to be more interesting than I thought. All the soldiers have come down here." Ananta was leaning against a tree. Blackfoot stood beside, checking the watch and then closing it. Observing around. Seems like not even a ray of light can get in here. Inside the fortress, Rajosa leaned his hands on a table that had a headboard. "Rupa, from now on I will clarify the upcoming expedition of teams 3 and 4. The area includes the nearby Northern Sea swimming route, mostly a vast meadow, as this is where fish and spirit clans live. Previously, thanks to their strength withdrawal, Valkyria could withstand invasions. But now we can only let those deadly troops spread pain everywhere. Building a strong fortress is our top priority. You two will lead the vanguard to establish the front line." I asked her, "Do we really need to build a fortress? Why do not we just use Weifel's power? The embodiment of the rabbit. If there are any mistakes in the plan, it will all be on Weifel." Rajosa replied, "If we could use the royal passage directly, that would be great. But Weifel's ability can only take us from the starting point to the safest place. Currently, Vengat can only reach the forest located south of the Royal Road. Without proper preparation, advancing further is impossible. It also means someone must be willing to take the risk and go thousands of kilometers away from the Royal Road to ensure safety. To prepare for this, Ananta and Nadia must join the Alliance forces. Rupa reassured her. Do not worry. With O and me, that is enough. Rajaza seemed to ignore Rupa's words, looking very tense. Commander Rupa. This is the Queen's order. After receiving the order, we will meet with Ananta's group at the headquarters in a week. And remember, do not come back safe to reunite with the brothers. At Ananta's place, Nadia looked down at Ruby lying on the ground. Thanks for that, Ruby. Ruby stepped forward, opening her mouth to breathe fire, a large flame engulfing the monster. Rupa looked at Ananta leaning against the tree with his head down, while Blackfoot squatted with his arms crossed looking at him. Rupa let out a sound of annoyance. O saw this and handed her a piece of paper. Why are you so visibly dissatisfied? Rupa, take it easy. We are about to enter the forest anyway. And from now on we will be fighting comrades together. Rupa did not hold back in responding. It is ear-splitting to hear. Comrades is just a term to mock those who are discarded. A true comrade is someone willing to entrust their life at any moment and in any situation. That nameless thing can't consider itself my comrade. Rupa walked towards Ananta, loudly confronting him. Looks like someone can be fierce just once and then falls apart. Did not expect you to be weaker than I imagined. How can someone without a protector next to them not be able to lift a finger? Yet they are our ally. Just say it plainly. Rupa continued without hesitation. It seems Rajozo is very interested in your abilities. But I do not think so. You still have not mastered controlling your own power, even if you defeated a god before. Have you managed to hold back your anger? Nadia walked over with Ruby and asked in surprise. Really? What happened? Rupa replied to Nadia. At that moment he was like a bomb about to explode, and Anna could not hold back any longer. Stood up, and moved closer to Rupa, saying loudly, just say what you want. Rupa looked like he was about to explode. I want you to stop your nonsense. You jerk. You and your crew better get lost. I will let Rajaza know that you were so scared you ran away, she said, her claws extended, eyes glowing red. If you do not agree, I will tear you apart right here. Ananta, also furious, prepared to transform, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Get ready before I do. Breakfood extended his hand, releasing a scent. That is enough for now. Rupa found herself standing alone in front of the bones of the monsters, and then she saw Rajasa. It turned out Breakfoot had used hypnosis to shrink Rupa's mind. Ananta, you should stop right now. Ananta was still furious. She provoked me. And you want me to stop? Breakfoot is still hypnotizing Rupa. Are you going to keep this up? He snorted, then suddenly widened his eyes and pushed Breakfoot away, as a giant serpent opened its mouth wide, lunging at him and Rupa. The serpent snapped, its body coiling around a tree. Rupa worriedly ordered her soldiers. Call 10 people over here. Hurry and chase them. A pack of monsters rushed towards them. Nadia's branch shot up from the ground, piercing through them. She gripped the branch tightly, ready to fight. As the horde approached, Ananta covered Rupa's mouth and hid behind the tree to evade the serpent's search, whispering, keep quiet, rewinding to when they were swallowed by the serpent. He placed the unconscious Rupa in the serpent's belly, then used his massive arm to punch through its body and fly out. The serpent's eyes bulged in pain. Roaring before collapsing to the ground, he laid Rupa down, and after a moment, she woke up. He leaned against a nearby tree and asked, you are awake? You are lucky. She still did not understand what happened and yelled at him. What is with your attitude? Looking down at her chest, she suddenly realized that her shirt had been torn during the fight. Feeling embarrassed and blushing as she covered her chest with her hands, he explained, did you forget you were swallowed by a snake? And now we are trying to find a way out. Her expression softened. Her eyes flickered. Could it be that he really protected me? Ananta raised his hand, pondering. Recharging energy is too slow. It will take a while before I can move again, he told her. This place is a bit polluted. We must be near some strong acid. Rupa stood up, exasperated. We have been swallowed here and you are so calm. How long has it been? My teammates. Ananta glanced back and suddenly pulled Rupa down close to him. She was caught off guard and asked, what is wrong? What are you doing? He covered her mouth with his hand. Ananta looked around. There were giant pythons searching for them. They were completely surrounded, so this is the territory of those snakes. More importantly, why do I feel so uneasy? They are not demons or divine beings. Rupa pulled Ananta's hand away from her mouth and whispered, are you planning to fight them? You are still carefully observing the pythons. He replied, just like you said, right now. I can't fully control the curse. Without Blackfoot, if I unleash all my power, it could easily lead to recklessness. But I do not want to let them have me yet. There are two options. Either take the hit and confront them, or try to avoid a fight and go back to the Alliance. It is up to you to decide, Rupa immediately added. Option 3 is to break through the encirclement and follow the original path out of the forest. I can smell it. Forget it. We have countless snakes hunting for prey. If we rush out now, we will be cornered. Even if we go back for reinforcements, it would only lead to unnecessary losses, he asked. Do you have a more feasible plan? Her face flushed slightly, a bit unwilling. I do not like this. But get on my back. She crouched down so he could climb on. He did not understand what she was planning and stood there waiting. What? What do you want to do? He was too lazy to explain and just said, don't ask questions. It's just. Her eyes glowed red like a beast ready to pounce. Gripping the ground tightly to spring forward, she transformed into a wolf, carrying him on her back. Sprinting at an insane speed while the pythons roared in response, she bit into one, tearing it in half. Blood splattering everywhere, she kept running forward, the pythons hot on their heels. Ananta shouted. We are almost losing them, Rupa shouted back. We are about to leave the forest. Just a little more, she thought of her teammates fighting. This would ease their danger somewhat. Just as she thought they were about to exit the forest, she realized something was ahead. Wait. There is someone there. His pupils widened as he looked at the image on the old man's shirt in front of them. It was an old man wearing glasses on the left, his right eye looking sinister like a snake's. He was sitting cross-legged on a giant python, reading a book. Sorry, but no one is allowed to leave here. He summoned a group of pythons from the ground, their mouths wide open towards Ananta and Rupa. Ananta was sweating, his face showing worry. Can we avoid this in time? Rupa suddenly grabbed his arm and pushed him away while she was bitten by the pythons. She cried out in pain, and Ananta rushed over to punch the snakes. Rupa transformed back into a human, her face pale, and weakly said, Now you owe me. After saying that, she collapsed, and Ananta reached out to support her. That old man over there mocked. You want to protect your companion. It is pointless. Ananta was incredibly furious, his power boiling over, as he held Rupa tightly. He shouted, Do you want to get punched to death? The monster roared in fear. Wello prepared to strike just as the monster lunged at him. O stabbed it right through the chest from the front. With just one strike, the monster collapsed, sending its soul back to its ancestors. Although he had taken down the monster, O could not show any joy. Instead, he revealed a look of concern. Just then, when Nadia walked over with her staff, O breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed their side had minimal casualties. O stood behind with a proud expression as if she had just run into an ex, calling out to Nadia. Ananta thought something was off about this situation. Watching how the monsters behaved, it seemed they were not targeting their team. Rather, they looked like they were trying to escape from a hunter. Ananta recalled the horrifying scene from before, which reminded her of the giant snake that had swallowed 2 people earlier. Just as the atmosphere was tense, a little Breckfoot appeared out of nowhere and walked toward the 2 of them. A raised her voice, reminding them not to chit-chat anymore. The 2 stood frozen for a few seconds. It was as if she thought they were just hanging around to gossip. She should be the one to straighten up, not them. O was still gentle, but if she met trouble, she would be in for it. She indicated that their current task was to find Ananta as soon as possible, before everything turned into chaos that even she could not handle. Elsewhere, in the quiet of the night, something suddenly shot down towards the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was Ananta carrying Rupa, both of them in very serious condition from her weak breaths. Rupa told Ananta that no matter how hard he tried, was useless. This was a potent toxin from her clone. Even the creatures they encountered would die in an instant. A voice echoed from somewhere that without timely treatment, that body would perish. Looking further away, there was an old man standing there with long white hair hanging down. This bald ghost from England was truly hard to look at, fearing it would stain one's eyes. Plus he had a style that covered his eyes, and a huge snake tattoo on his back. It was indeed a destructive combo. Calling him a ghost seemed a bit harsh, but with his appearance, even ghosts would be scared. One would think with such an unbeatable appearance, he would be able to make a deal. Yet after waiting for half a day, there was still no response from Ananta's side. It was truly a slap to the face. Ananta set Rupa down on the ground, saying he would be back after peeling the old man's skin off, while Rupa looked on anxiously, screaming not to. But it was completely in vain. He walked towards the old man, having transformed into a formidable lizard god. Filled with the fierce spirit ready to battle that old Azing, Ananta reassured Rupa that he would eliminate that old demon and would take her to Blackfoot. The old man had been watching from a distance, murmuring that the savage nature was deeply ingrained in the flesh. It seemed this person was the one mentioned in Byheron's report. Then the old man stepped forward, spread his arms wide in front of his spirit beast, saying that the name of this old skeleton is Azing, the embodiment of trust. The black snake retreated one by one towards that spirit lizard. But just a second later, the sharp shards of the black snake shattered everywhere, leaving only the rage of the spirit lizard. The old man with silver hair calmly watched its movements. Just as it was about to attack him, the true form of his black snake revealed itself, but the speed of the spirit lizard was too fast. A part of the black snake's tail was injured by it. Taking advantage of the moment, it lunged to attack him, thinking it could take him down. But surely it had never heard the saying that the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Even I could see the flaw in his tactical play. While he was supposedly the super spirit lizard Vaporo, yet got caught in the net by the old man, just one moment away from reaching him. It was immediately wrapped tightly by the resurrected black snake, so the old man with silver hair chuckled triumphantly. Hee. Speed. Strength. Accuracy. Everything is perfect but still not enough to fight me. This old man's age is directly proportional to his self-love. I mean, I have seen plenty of good-looking guys who are full of themselves, but a case of a silver-haired man still being self-absorbed is the first time I have encountered. Rupa struggled to crawl towards the ongoing battle over there. After a few steps, another figure appeared to block her. It was Ladritha. Rupa wondered how she could risk her life to fight for others like that. Ladritha cheerfully replied to Rupa. Teammates are the people we can trust and entrust our lives to at all times. Moreover, if it is Rupa, Ladritha would also be willing to sacrifice her life for her. Hearing that, Rupa's eyes showed some sadness. She blamed herself for being so useless and hoped Ladritha would promise to return safely. Given the situation, Ladritha could not fulfill Rupa's wish. I fear this time she won't be able to keep her promise to Rupa. Entering the battle, Azin had just raised his hand to attack when suddenly his hand was no longer attached to his body. He stared in shock. His claw was severed and fell to the ground next to that fierce wolf. At this moment, he was ablaze with the fire of battle, while the green line here still lingered. Not understanding what was happening, he could not even see anything. What was really happening, but that no longer mattered. What needed to be thought of now was blocking the battle in front of him. It was too late. Everything was too late. A shadow rushed in, using blood and deep cuts to tear him from all sides. His body was now covered in injuries and wounds everywhere. That wolf raised its head in arrogance. That is the privilege of the strong that the defeated cannot achieve. The defeated beast continuously howled loudly. Ananta replaced it by taunting back a few words. Go ahead and howl like a monster. It is true that it is the merchant Hai's corpse, completely destroyed physically, and even mentally tortured, so that Asen tried to roar. But it ended up sounding like a cat's meow. It was an effort, but still not significant. Even Mistuten, the branch of the world, has been shattered. In the dark of night, the old man with gray hair sat on the back of a beast charging straight up to the sky. Looking like he was seriously injured, he stared with intense eyes, blaming himself. The current conquest mission to repel the invaders has failed. Seeing his state now is pitiful. But he deserves it. Who told him to be so arrogant at his age? With some supernatural power, the blue stream has returned, stronger than before. Now it is towering over that monster. Where did that fierce attitude go? It seems that challenging me was just empty talk. Right now. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. He was wrong. He could not control this curse any longer. Letting the curse consume his malice was akin to suicide. If he could not completely subdue the enemy, the power from the curse would drown everything. He looked at Rupa with pain. If he did not want Rupa to intervene, he at least had to find some way. The name to Hike Kam was called out again. All that remained was the night colored with blood. Ladritha took action first, and the rest depended on Ananta now. As Ladritha gradually landed, now all they could do was rely on Ananta. Ananta roared madly. Power surged through every fiber of his being, as if wanting to swallow this unquenchable flame. But that still was not enough. Ananta looked up at that old man soaring high in the sky. The might from him shook the entire sky. He had to be even stronger. Everything had to end, and that figure floating up there should die. Ananta took off into battle, swearing he would devour everything. Below, Rupa lay motionless, exhausted. While above, the old man's gaze had not left him. Ananta's eyes were filled with hatred. He recalled Ladritha's earlier words. The rest depends on you. And that only fueled the fire burning within him. The scene shifted inside the forest, where two guards were standing watch in front, while everyone inside was gathered together. Something seemed to have happened. Rupa gradually opened her eyes. The blurry sight before her was Nadia's face, and everyone was delighted to see her awake. Rupa looked around in confusion and asked where she was. As she sat up, her whole body ached. Nadia worriedly said, "You are still injured. Do not push yourself too hard." If the antidote is delayed any longer, it might be too late to save you. Luckily, Ananta brought you back here right away. Otherwise, there would have been a big problem. Hearing this, Rupa panicked and exclaimed, "What happened to that idiot?" Nadia next to her was also startled. It really is a pair of troublemakers. Before I could even respond, Ananda's voice rang out. Instead of expressing gratitude for saving her life, she called me an idiot. Rupa, who was behind us, teased, "Are you two bickering again?" She frowned at Ananta. "What about you?" Ananta coldly snapped back. "Just mind your own business. Take care of yourself first. Stay put and stop thinking about stupid things. I do not want to owe her anything more." Oh my god. Ananta's so bossy. But I actually like this bossy side of her. Rupa fell silent, unsure what else to say. The poor girl was injured and nearly dead, and she could not even say a kind word. How frustrating. Nadia opened her mouth, but before she could finish, Rupa called her an idiot. So she went quiet too. They really are a perfect pair. Their personalities are completely mismatched. I've said to everyone, Rupa just needs a little rest, and she will recover quickly. Her recovery ability is impressive. He bowed his head, sincerely thanking Ananta on behalf of his teammates. Ananta just grunted in response and fell silent. Nadia asked if he had fought someone following Zuyo's orders. Ananta frowned and replied, "It was an old man named Azan. He has the power to summon snakes from his shadow, but those snakes are mindless clones, so they could only perform simple actions." Thinking back to that moment, there were no dead bodies around. It seemed like they wanted to drive the intruders away, rather than kill them. Ananta speculated that they might have captured those who tried to enter Passa territory, and it seemed they were ordered to return to their master immediately. Nadia still could not understand what they were up to. Ananta shook his head, not quite sure himself, but he felt very clearly that his branch had begun to take root within him. Blackfoot chimed in, "That is right. Recently, Ananta's curse has been stabilizing significantly. Just using a bit of coconut milk has had such an effect." As she spoke, she moved closer and hugged Ananta. His expression was genuinely terrified, and he had no idea what she was trying to do. She teased Ananta, saying if he absorbed the whole branch, who knows what he would look like. Nadia joked, "Aren't you excited? Just look at your face. You must be thrilled. No matter what happens, you won't end up as a third husband. And that strong green tea smell is overwhelming." Ananta pushed her away, looking teary-eyed. He had not said it out loud yet, but he already had a wife, so back off. "And what is this about the sixth position in Sephiroth being a gentle-hearted fool?" Speaking of Sephiroth, I was curious about what that was. Ananta explained that Sephiroth consists of elite beings chosen to protect the essence of the wings. It is a title for the 10 strongest individuals who have been granted powers from the branch, and renowned warriors known as the Disciples of Han, responsible for watching over the others. Azin's appearance indicates that someone among Zuyo's disciples will also show up. The power of the supreme disciple in Sephiroth should be described as being able to create shockwaves with just a slight movement. It seems he is returning to Han's Hediout, standing in front of someone. Then that guy cursed at him, and he felt like a scared animal. "What face does Azan have left?" The old man replied slowly. "It seems I can hardly escape from you now. The embodiment of domination." The guy asked what his mission was, and Azan, sweating, replied that his mission was to ensure no one approached the land of Passa, and to weave away any who obstruct him from doing so. O embodiment of Sephiroth Kahan, the embodiment of domination. Given how fierce he was in battle earlier, even being self-admiring, now in front of Gahan, he curled up like a well-behaved puppy. It is only natural. If he keeps being self-admiring, he will be in serious trouble. After hearing the old man's explanation, Gahan clearly indicated he wanted the old man to lead the way so he could fix things up. After saying that, they turned to leave, and just a few steps later, 2 strangers appeared in front of them, one of whom raised a hand to block Gahan's path. He told him, the embodiment of domination, not to make any rash moves. Gahan shot him a deadly glare and, with a sneer, said, "You want me to stand still? Do you know who my father is? You are just a bunch of lowly scum." The leader, exchanging glances with his side, looked like if anyone dared to jump in first, the others would rush in to clash as well. The most powerful among them mocked Gahan, saying, "You seem to be filled with energy. Now, listen to my request." Hearing this, everyone bowed, ready to take orders. Ready to take orders. O embodiment of the wings. Even that arrogant Gahan was no longer boastful. He also clasped his hands and bowed his head in admiration, realizing it would be hard to go against him. The embodiment of the wings. Rarely did he see him so obedient. He thought he was so arrogant. But in front of the embodiment of the wings, he could only hold his breath lightly. No different from a half-hearted player. In the end, It all came down to just surface appearances. Zuyo reported that there was news about the queen from the spy in Levittan. They were organizing forces to advance to the land of Passa. Gahan started mumbling in doubt about life, wondering if that was really her goal, because even Zuyo was not sure. He guessed that she wanted to follow the old traces he left behind. He also deeply understood Ho Ho Hong's saying, a futile effort to exploit that flawed creation from the branch, to take back the other branches. Azan bowed down, pleading with Zuyo to assign this task to him. He would personally eliminate those ordinary humans. It was the first time he saw someone volunteer to serve the capital unconditionally like this guy. The question you asked Azan was if he still remembered Bangik. He looked a bit confused and asked again. You mean the one who used to be in the 10th position of the origin? That is right. It is a human cursed by the dragon Song Aziz Haka and the one who defeated Ban. Currently in Levittan, he is a formidable character who has faced both him and the embodiment of wings but still managed to stay alive. Now appearing next to the embodiment of conquest to warn. It would be wiser to be cautious. Gahan curiously asked his name, but that curious look seems a bit creepy. I bet Gahan is planning to take the script from this intriguing young man. The answer is definitely not polite. Just 3 words. Ananta. Azan's heart is filled with mysteries. Speaking of Gahan, he is the embodiment of domination, and also the strongest warrior. Annie, the most solid shield, is unmatched. No wonder he is one of the supreme powers of Sephiroth, and one of the most formidable opponents, because this guy has never shown any sincerity towards the Zuyo, but being assigned to the 4th or 5th position is already enough. Yet Zuyo might still assign this task to him while lost in thought. He was called out. Azan. Do you know what this is? He was startled looking at the object in Gahan's hand and replied. That is a branch of a rare tree embedded in the heart of a crocodile. Gahan stated that this branch is inferior to what they have inside them, but is not that better. It means they are almost done with the task assigned by Zuyo. In response to Azan's words was Gahan's cold action as he tossed that branch down the deep pit. Seeing that, Azan yelled, What are you doing? Gahan did not care about his attitude. Instead, he smiled brightly, giving the old man a loving look. I have already said it. I told you I would do it, and I will personally conquer them. It is true that they are united in spirit, but love to boast. Last time, old Azan also bragged a bit and then ran back to me. Now it is Gahan's turn. This team is really strong. Each one boasts. As the leaves turn yellow, Gahan leaves Azan in deep thought, mumbling something about the demon lord dominating the land of Passa, together with his unbeatable dark army. Guess what the outcome will be? Azan is now also being overwhelmed by this reckless young man, stammering and unable to say a complete word. Gahan over here is holding something in his hand and looking at it thoughtfully. It seems he has a new toy to admire, the strongest warrior and the embodiment of wings. If he fights with them and survives, that would be amazing. Cold-hearted Gahan is determined that he will definitely prepare a glorious arena for Ananta. Our mind may not hear, but Gahan's heart is still devoted to him, urging him to come early. A week has passed. Everyone is standing in front of their new house. The preparations are finally complete. Lagatha and her guard stepped out from inside, excitedly welcoming Lagatha's arrival. They thought they would wait for her forever. Lagatha cheerfully approached everyone. It is great that the entire Vanguard team is safe, while Ananta and Nadia have also done well. But it seems like they are not very happy. Then Lagatha turned around and called Skarn and Mo, asking if there were no more guards left. Right. Mo looked up and replied that all 50 of the Queen's guards, along with the defense forces, are present and accounted for. Ananta asked Lagatha, So how does it feel to step on the homeland that has been devastated to the core? Lagatha's smile faded. She fell silent, turning to look out into the distance. Well then, it is best if you just shut up, Ananta, because when you speak, you leave people speechless. Lagatha was deep in thought, about to voice her feelings when Blackfoot interrupted, saying that according to the earlier report, she must be well aware of the current situation. A beam of light appeared from the direction of the royal capital, perhaps indicating another source of power from the branch. The emergence of Sephiroth's 6th letter alongside the appearance of power from the branch seems like it was all part of a premeditated plan. Given the current situation, everything has exceeded previous predictions. Even if she wanted to use my power for an emergency, it would take at least 3 days to arrive. So would you still want to continue? Lagatha fell into contemplation again, then raised her voice, saying, Brothers and sisters, this is our homeland where we were born and raised, but everything was taken away by the embodiment of the wings, and had to leave many years ago. I swore to those comrades who fell before, for our people who always live in suffering and loss in a devastated country. One day I will return here and revive Vankyria for them. At that time, I will shout loudly before the spirits of our fallen kin that their sacrifice was not in vain, made possible by their sweat and tears. Her voice grew louder. Oh my indomitable and brave kin, Please stand with me and fight to the end. Everyone shouted in unison. Long live the queen. The scene before them was truly moving. Even Ananta's face clearly showed determination. The command had been given. Everyone marched straight to the capital. Let us rise together. The road of the expeditionary forces was carried out as per the plan that had been shared earlier. Speaking of which, the expeditionary forces have arrived at the camp. Blackfoot is sitting and talking with Wildfoot. There is an order that those who are not fighting must stay put here. Hearing this, Blackfoot looked gloomy. Although not fighting, she wanted to stand by and watch Ananta battle. Sitting here feels no different from a dog at home. Damn. It is really getting intense now. Even if you are into it, there is a limit. Do not make it harder for us to fight. If you go out there, you will just be carrying a heavy burden on your back. Wildfoot next to her immediately teased her. So someone is not happy because they can't join the expedition. But from what I see, she is only sad because she can't meet Ananta. If that guy were here, she probably would not even remember what the expedition was. Wild also understood her sister's feelings and reassured her. Ananta's anger has calmed down a bit now. You do not have to worry. You do not need to go to the front lines anymore. No matter the outcome of this expedition, your abilities will still save everyone and the queen. We need absolute protection. Actually, it is more about supervision than protection. Looking at how they protect us, it seems we still do not have much trust from them. Wildfoot still does not understand how her sister can be so sure about that when they have not done anything to the two of them. Moreover, whether the queen's expedition is successful or not remains a mystery. Wildfoot smiled slyly, saying that the success or failure of this expedition has nothing to do with them. The main thing is Ananta. She wants Ananta to become stronger, even if it means destroying everything in her path. She is quite a schemer. From her appearance, no one would think her thoughts could be so toxic. It is true that the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she can be. Out of nowhere, an arrow shot through at lightning speed toward the black snake. Boom. The arrow struck straight into its head, and it howled in pain. Afterwards, Mum and her teammates systematically wiped out the merciless black snakes. But they kept appearing more and more, all heading towards their army. Lagartha shouted commands. Everyone continued to charge forward as the enemy concentrated their attack on the right flank. Everyone formed a shield together into a large barrier against those black snakes. Ananta, realizing the situation was critical, called out to Ruby, "Clear them out." The little lizard jumped in front of the shield, opened its mouth, and unleashed a torrent of flames as if wanting to burn everything down. Ananta observed the situation from behind. For a moment, she thought maybe she did not need to get involved. On the Nadiako side, the battle was extremely fierce. The advancing black snakes were pierced through by tree trunks, successfully leading the army and breaking the enemy's encirclement. This could also be seen as a risky tactic. Even a small opening could lead to our annihilation. Looking at the female generals fighting, Ananta wondered if they were strong enough to battle. It is already difficult for men in this position. And now we have women, the embodiment of gullibility following intelligence, facing an army that has undergone countless training. There is no reason to underestimate them. But our army has reached the heart of Passa. Yet we still have not seen the Alicone troops or any demons make an appearance. Suddenly, a loud call made Lagartha jump. She announced that they were approaching the Vigris observation tower. Welcoming Lagartha's army is none other than the old man Aizen, who grinned savagely down. Welcoming you who dare to deny the embodiment of the wings. Let me look up and see how miserable your end will be. Saying that, I quickly caught Sky's ambushed arrow with lightning speed. But in a moment, Sky no longer thought of continuing to assassinate Ananta. Now is not the time to discuss the ending, as I set my face to show my determination. Soon, you will witness this old man's wrath. Saying that, he called forth his true form, which carried something that looked incredibly horrifying. Even Lagartha, upon seeing that thing, turned pale, realizing the urgency. She quickly informed everyone to hold the defensive formation. Right after that, Aizen dropped the thing into the midst of Lagartha's army. After landing, the slime wriggled and arose, forming savage alicorns. At that time, the alicorn kept mumbling something, not even in human language. How the hell are we supposed to understand that? Lagartha frantically issued orders to help the troops to preserve their lives. The alicorn was gradually merging into one, and that slime quickly took over all of Lagartha's troops. Meanwhile, they fought hard and warned everyone not to touch them. The slimy thing kept wriggling around. The first horn was formed, piercing through the chaos. With stacked eyes looking horrified, it even added a long, slender tongue, and its lower half was also beginning to form, its slime splattering towards Lagartha's army. Hasten above. I will not underestimate you anymore. Then ordered the alicorn to fight. Show them what true power is. Then it charged like a moth to the flame, and upon arrival, it had a clash with the little ruby. Adding a physical combo attack from the pond, Rupa also rushed in with a sharp attack, facing the assault from the impact. And the alicorn Aizen was a bit shaken. Next came the addition of the fog. Do not worry, alicorn. In the name of their ally, I will personally finish you off. Ananta roared with fury, his eyes blazing red like he wanted to swallow the alicorn standing in front of him. The alicorn was not an easy opponent either. It raised its head high, lifting its long horn to the sky, creating a mysterious circle of darkness. Each of their steps felt like impending earthquakes, making the surrounding atmosphere tense to the extreme. Then it threw what it had just created towards Ananta. In an instant, Ananta's figure was being swallowed. On this sight, Rupa could not help but scream Ananta's name at the sight before her. A few seconds later, Ananta's shadow gradually touched the ground, followed by Zero shooting out from above. This time, Rupa could no longer hold back. She turned around instinctively, her mouth still shouting that he was a cruel bastard. Her attitude became more furious than ever, as if wanting to avenge all the harm Ananta had caused. Suddenly, from that alicorn, some tentacle shapes began to appear, dark forms moving flexibly, dancing with sharp, soul-harvesting teeth. This entity is so disgusting that even demons would envy its grotesqueness. All the tentacles are directed at Rupa, causing her to stop in alarm before she could react. A pond suddenly rose up from behind with its strong internal power, towering over her, continuing to display its flexible movement. The tentacles were pushed back, falling into a position to be attacked. Rupa charged forward, her eyes no longer resembling those of a human, and her mouth screamed incessantly, issuing a cruel command for them to die. Out of nowhere, a strange green object suddenly flew into their confrontation. But fortunately, the pond detected it in time and blocked it. However, the force of that object was too strong, causing both to be pushed back and fall to the ground. Seemingly injured, its impact made the air heavier and more tense than ever. Aizen, that despicable old man, stood high on the tower, reading incantations aimed at the Lagartha group. "You whores who took my right arm," he roared. "I will personally crush you into pieces." After speaking, the creature on his shoulder began to glow, and he opened his mouth to release green objects toward the Lagartha fighters below the hill. Chaos spread. Fear and tension filled the air as those objects fell like a relentless assault. He looked at the scene before him, sweat streaming down his forehead. He realized that everything had become much more complicated, and before he could gather his thoughts, the green object was thrown towards him. Luckily, Rupa reacted quickly and managed to save off from danger, taking him to a safe place. While both were screaming, Aizen's creature was pierced by Skarn's arrow, forcing it to dodge in time, but it could not escape. Its wing was struck by her arrow. Old Aizen could not believe his eyes when he saw this. Skarn continued to draw strength, speaking to the free wind spirit. "Grant me the power of the wind to tear apart those enemies." The little girl, with the stance of a fearless archer, aimed her bow at old Aizen, looking incredibly fierce. The team on this side also inspired the spirits of the archers, directing teams 3 and 4 to assist the commanders. Meanwhile, all the soldiers launched a strong attack. Everyone was fired up, ready to rush into battle. Aizen, after merging, became even more terrifying, his eyes flashing with a frightening light. Staring at Ao's army, he let out a mocking laugh. "Useless, you pathetic humans." Old Aizen, standing right next to him, taunted, "Still dare to speak? You fool. Where is your right arm?" Old Aizen could not respond, only able to spit out some harsh words to vent his anger. The situation became more tense than ever. A jumped up, brandishing his sword to fight, combining with Rupa's support. His fierce strike pierced through the old man's body. Within minutes, the battle had a clear victor, although Ao's sword was broken. That Aizen guy had collapsed. O saw that the old man was not pathetic enough, so he threw out a couple more insults. Rupa turned to watch the battle. It seemed something had happened to Ananta. Below, the warriors were still fiercely fighting against the old Aizen's beast. Ananta's current situation did not look good. He was lying motionless on the ground. Next to him, Nadia looked pale with fear. Ananta was seriously injured. He needed to be treated quickly. Nadia kept calling Ananta to wake up, but it was all in vain. He could not even move. Meanwhile, the battle between Ladritha and Alicon was still unresolved after his recent attack. Ladritha had stepped back behind her shield to regain strength, while the soldiers aimed to move forward to protect her. But with just one powerful blow from Alicon, the soldiers were sent flying. While he was distracted, Ladritha ambushed him from a distance. Ladritha was like a beast, gathering her strength to slash across his neck. It was so fast and so dangerous that until his head nearly separated from his body, he still did not know what was happening. Then Ladritha ordered Nadia to quickly treat Ananta, because to win this battle, they needed his strength. Ladritha raised her sword high, all her strength focused. Or in other words, that was Frigeric, the legendary sword from Irish mythology. often used by the hero. Ladritha took a stance, jumped high, and struck straight at Alakon's head. The explosion erupted. Everything around seemed to be scorched. After the smoke cleared, only Alakon remained as a skeleton. Ladritha stepped up to him and said a few words. "It is a pity, Alakon." She recalled his handsome looks from before. The figure she once admired was no longer there. What she saw now was just a skeleton. How could he have become so ugly now? Ladritha raised her sword once more and told Alakon her final words. At least let her send him off properly. Suddenly, before her eyes, Alakon called her name at the critical moment. Princess Ladritha. The words princess echoed throughout the sky. The atmosphere was tense and thick, with all eyes directed towards the tall tower where danger lurked. Ladritha was worried that it would be dangerous there, hoping she could descend with them. As the atmosphere grew tense, suddenly a voice rang out from somewhere. "Ha! Scanning. You are still as cowardly as ever." The two turned around, startled. It was the image of Alakon from before. He called out lightly, asking her what she was doing up in such a dangerous place. Ladritha arrogantly replied, "You are worrying for nothing, Alakon. You have always been among the best. So why be afraid of heights?" This moment felt so familiar. Like a time long ago when they were still carefree children. Back then, she had climbed to a high place while playing, and Alakon was always there to protect her. Alakon had promised to always be by her side and protect her, so she could become a glorious queen. But looking back at the harsh reality, before her stood nothing but a dry skeleton, constantly calling her Princess Ladritha. In an instant, Ladritha's sword fell, feeling a bit weak. It seemed the shadow of her past was too big for her to forget. Alakon's mind suddenly seemed to awaken. He raised a hand, questioning his current state, not even recognizing himself. Ladritha, feeling weak, thought maybe Alakon had regained consciousness and could still recognize her. As his mind gradually recovered, a voice echoed in Alakon's head, urging him to wake up. This time, the scene of death reappeared. The massacre caused by Zuyo before he had invaded here, and everyone who resisted was sent to the underworld without mercy. Alakon was completely exhausted after the fierce battle. And moreover, Zuyo had taken what was considered his second life. Everything became chaotic. Ladritha and the warriors had a life or death fight, but in the end, it was all in vain. Zuyo successfully took their territory. Alakon's body suddenly stirred. Ladritha momentarily let her guard down, and Alakon merged with the demon controlled by Zuyo, taking over his consciousness. The tentacles sprang out, attacking everyone around. Even Nadia and Ladritha got caught in it. It looked like a flesh-eating demon. Even little Zubi was terrified, its target slowly moving toward Zubi, who sensed the danger and prepared to attack. Nadia and Ladritha had been knocked to the ground, and Nadia anxiously urged Ladritha, "Your Majesty, if it continues like this, the casualties will keep increasing." She advised Ladritha to quickly retreat and care for the injured, but Nadia's suggestion was not accepted. Ladritha shouted that the battle must continue, claiming she had only lost control for a moment. While Alakon was already at his limit, Ladritha stood up boldly, raising her sword, signaling to Nadia that it was time to combine their strength and strike a decisive blow. She turned to command everyone to move aside. At that moment, Ananta, engulfed in flames, approached and warned the little Alakon to stay out of his way if it did not want to turn to dust. Ladritha looked at Ananta, somewhat stunned. What he possessed now was the fire spirit, capable of protection like the spirit of dreams. Ananta slowly approached Alakon step by step. Alakon also opened its mouth and growled a few times to scare Ananta, but it was pointless. He was not intimidated by its mosquito-like sounds, which were hardly scary. Ananta raised his heavy hand and summoned a fireball, then hurled it towards Alakon. The monster would not back down either. It created a precise black hole as it fought Ananta, and the collision of the two spheres caused a terrifying explosion. Then the two monsters charged at each other like moths to a flame, with Ananta delivering a life-changing kick. He laughed at Alakon's current form. Even though both he and Alakon were victims of that damn winged Zuyo, Alakon was just a coward hiding in fear. While cursing, Ananta unleashed destructive punches on him, telling him not to cling to this life anymore and to accept his fate. At this point, Alakon had no strength left, muttering Ananta's previous words. Why cling to life at all? What was it all for? He did not even understand what he was doing. Nadia over here is using her power to restrain Alakon's body. At this moment, Alakon seems to have let go of everything. A beam of heavenly light suddenly appears from the sky, radiating a powerful aura around it. It is Ladritha creating that light. She, Devouring, recites a declaration. In the name of Queen Ladritha Inhenza of Vanguaria, my friend, may you rest in peace. The beam of light is shot directly into Alakon's neck. The brilliant light descends, taking Alakon's soul, all of it vanishing into thin air. In his path, he also witnessed that beautiful light, Back when he was with Luff, they sat together watching the sunset. He had also sworn to always be by Locos' side. But that was just a past filled with fond memories. In reality now, it is just slipping away from him. Alican's figure slowly fades away. Lagertha was still lost in sorrow. But well, if it were good, he would not have died. It is not his fault. Blame Zuyo for being so cruel. In those final moments, Lagertha could not hold back her tears streaming down. Ananta has just regained his senses. He does not understand what is happening. What just exploded? Ruby seems to have done something. Lagertha over there can't contain her grief and sorrowfully stomps her foot on the ground. It makes sense. After all, he was someone who would have given his life for her. Nadia steps over to console Lagertha, telling her to ease her sorrow. But it means nothing. Lagertha believes mourning the dead is something one should do. No difficulty in that, but Nadia disagrees because behind her, the soldiers are still fighting. Just one misstep could cost them all their lives. We must keep fighting so that their deaths are not in vain. The screams overwhelm the area. It is Ruby punishing that wicked old man Azine. Her cries carrying the resentment of the soldiers still fighting, and those who have fallen. Because he and so many innocent people have fallen, he should not expect to die a peaceful death. Even as she speaks, the face of that Azine guy remains annoyingly smug, only provoking Ruby's anger further. And honestly, she is still quite calm. If it were me, this old man would have been dust by now. He looks at Ruby with a sinister grin, claiming that a trap has already been set up waiting for her. A beam of light shines down from above. Stepping out from it is the culprit. A quick announcement is made that someone is approaching from the royal road. All eyes are fixated on the culprit as the greeting is high. Something rushes in at the speed of light, piercing through the tower and stopping just in front of the culprit. No one else but our top server. And Anat, he gently placed a punch on the cheek, lightly and affectionately, nearly knocking a few jaws loose. Ananta still remembers the report that mentioned Yu having a top-notch loyal subordinate. The High Tide cannot predict what is happening. It is known that Sephiroth are the selected brothers to protect the embodiment of wings. That is the title given to the 10 strongest who are bestowed with power from the branch. The top warriors are considered the 5 great disciples of Han, and each position is interconnected, constantly monitoring the opponent. The fact that Axon reveals himself shows that one of the 5 subordinates of Yu might have also done so, which means the strength of that punch is comparable to Axon's. In the aftermath, the punch knocked some sense into him, and he spoke with an air of superiority, clearly challenging Ananta, sounding like he would crush Jaiki, which is honestly quite scary. It is not New Year's yet. Before the sun sets, we do not even know who will go back to their friends. Here it is just a fight, not some playful brawl. So tone it down a bit. Ananta here is just waiting for Han's cue to dive in. Before heading into battle, he does not forget to shout out in style. Then both sides began charging at each other. And in the current clash, they both had to be astonished. Ananta's gaze shows that the opponent is not easy to play with. It seems that Han might even have extraordinary regeneration abilities. The opponent retracted his hand and unleashed an attack on Ananta. Then a giant mountain appeared. But you are mistaken, buddy. It is not that easy. Come on in and try it. Ananta called Ruby over from behind. The combination is nothing short of spectacular. And even from Vietnam, you can still feel the heat radiating from him. Strong as he is, you still have to follow the right procedure. First, let us make some noise to mess with their heads. It seems like a joke, but this tactic works wonders. The opponent stands frozen before Ananta. Lagertha also gazes at Ananta without blinking. His current state is almost godlike. Ananta unleashed a torrent of fire towards the opponent, leaving him almost numb, with no tears left to shed, soon to be out of the game. Seeing this, Nadia beside him also used a bit of skill to assist, with everything reduced to ashes. Ananta still stood tall, while the opponent could only hide in the dark behind the thick smoke. The opponent seemed to go crazy, shouting, and even acknowledged Ananta as a worthy rival. This guy is dreaming. He is about to be wiped out, and still thinks he is on the same level. After completing the mission, Ruby was allowed by Ananta to rest. It has been tough so far, and now it is time for the show from Top No Pro Ananta. He strides confidently toward the little brat at the station. Over here, he has also changed his appearance to a porcupine-like look, which at first glance seems quite cool and all. The station is still recovering from the last hit. And here comes my enemy, and he wants to defeat Ananta until he surrenders. Seems pretty confident. But he better watch out or he will get smashed hard enough for his parents not to recognize him. Ananta leaps up without a second thought. This playground belongs to him. And now he just needs to take down the enemy in front of him. The official showdown has begun, starting with a spectacular clash, followed by strikes that hit the opponent like a pro. Ananta is slightly pushed back, but his eyes suddenly light up. He has realized that the guy at the station is using a mountain crossing technique, combining it with a flow attack. He rushes toward Ananta like a gust of wind. He is not to be underestimated. The strength of this station guy should not be taken lightly, as one hit has already injured Ananta significantly. Next is a high-level escape from a twisting lizard-like position, attacking from the left, then the right. They dance around each other like cat and mouse. Ananta is seizing the moment to grab his opponent's wrist and push it back. Luffy and Nadia are just watching but look even tenser than the ones involved. Even though Ananta is on the defensive, Lu does not seem to underestimate him. Instead, he thinks he is truly an immortal being. The curse has continuously provided renewable energy, along with an indomitable spirit that fears no pain. The source of Ananta's destructive power is still a mystery. His form shows both a fighting spirit and mental strength. It could be said that a warrior clad in full armor cannot be brought down by a mere curse. She signals to Nadia to do something to support Ananta. Nadia understands and quickly finds a branch. This might be the best thing they can do right now. Ananta is gradually revealing himself after the wreckage, still with that confident demeanor. He is a bit dirty but still incredibly handsome. The other side thinks that since the fortress is made of iron, it is hard to break, but no matter how strong it is, there must still be a weakness. Suddenly, a voice calls for Ananta, startling everyone. Luckily, he does not have a history of heart problems, or he would have collapsed right there. The caller was none other than Rupa, holding the name Asen like a piece of Islam, announcing to him that he was safe in this world. Only Rupa would dare to call him so boldly. Right then, from the pile of ashes, a fierce flame surged up, as if it was drawing Asen towards it. The old man Asen kept screaming for help. But what time is it now? Even if he screamed his lungs out, it would be useless. Who knows if he could even keep his own life, let alone save anyone else. The destructive power was increasing, and the branches that had been soaked were gradually being mended. Ananta's eyes had changed completely, despite the fierce appearance. There were some whiskers sprouting up. Ananta arrogantly stood up to challenge Gahang. After the first round, he was lucky to score 1-0. But in this second round, he might just log out. The pawn beside him was also a bit surprised by this cool appearance of Ananta. It seemed the power emanating from him was the strength of the bait. The guy over here looked at Ananta with a bit of surprise, but it was not significant. After speaking, he did not forget to smirk, because Ananta had absorbed Asen's strength. Then he used the old mountain-piercing move to do flips with Ananta. In a hurry, Ananta used his tentacles to absorb Gahang's attacks first, then used the remaining tentacles to move Rupa and the others to safety, signaling everyone to evacuate to a safer place. Gahang was getting closer by the day, leading to the second confrontation between the two young friends. Gahang, with his steel body, intended to deliver a punch to Ananta from above, but Ananta quickly caught on to his intentions and swiftly dodged. The others outside all sprang up, wrapping around the arms and legs of the guy over here. With this going on, how could he fight? A voice suddenly appeared in his mind, telling him why he let himself get distracted in a battle. Never take your eyes off your opponent for a second. The words echoed in his mind, causing Gahang to lose focus. Noticing his opponent was distracted, Ananta seized the chance to charge straight at him. Gahang tried to react, but it was negligible, resulting in him getting hit by Ananta. In that moment, memories from the past flooded back. It was a day with a blue sky, white clouds, and golden sunlight. Guy over here, while taking a stroll, encountered a wild boar, and he immediately decided to have it for dinner. Back then, he arrogantly thought that wild boar was weak, wondering where he could find another worthy opponent. He really was as cool as a toilet bowl. He encountered a big guy. Usually, those big guys with big mouths only had a tough exterior and a bragging demeanor, but were not worth much. As expected, after questioning him and giving him a good beating, the battle had begun. At first, when approaching that guy's power, our brother had not used his strength yet, so he was pushed back, and that guy thought to was out of the game. But oh no, sweetheart, you are still inexperienced and naive. From within the misty haze, Tid slowly stepped out, and they exchanged friendly glances. That guy also revealed his true form as a giant crocodile, relying on his larger body then. So he kept intimidating and boasting for 3 days, with Zuyo witnessing. Gahang took down that guy. The crocodile initially boasted loudly, and now his mouth is still big, but he got hit hard. It lay motionless on the ground, right next to Gahang. Zuyo was a bit surprised by this scene. He never expected to witness what was happening right before his eyes. He was also a little astonished, because it was the first time someone had taken a branch from his loyal subordinate without any resistance. Gahang turned to ask him if that was the wing. Zuyo confirmed the identity and also asked for his name. Once Gahang's name was mentioned, he officially became the chosen one by heaven. Now, not paying attention, that crocodile had woken up. It opened its mouth wide, roaring to swallow Gahang, but it could not be so easily defeated. The crocodile wanted to provoke Tid, needing to drive him crazy first. so a punch was literally delivered right to its mouth, causing a large chunk of its jaw to break. In the final moments, Gaehang did not hesitate to give him some flattering words to send him off happily to meet his maker. But on the flip side, he was indeed very strong. This was the first time in his life that someone made it acknowledge him as a worthy opponent, and he would use his own strength to defeat him. My crocodile friend, that was the only truth bestowed upon him by the heavens while he existed in this life, and he would become the pinnacle of enlightenment. Zuyo above also expressed his interest in Gaehang's thoughts. He indicated that the pinnacle of the world Gaehang wanted to surpass was right before him, as he was Zuyo, the embodiment of wings, created by heaven. Gaehang looked delighted at Zuyo's lofty demeanor, swearing that Zuyo was the enemy he needed to defeat at all costs. Zuyo up there was unaware of Gaehang's treacherous thoughts, and extended his hand to cast a spell, surrounding it with a radiant light. Above, numerous hexagrams appeared, forming a series of chains that tightly wrapped around it, suspending him in mid-air. Zuyo urged it to surrender, to submit to him. If he did so, he would witness it alongside him when the layers of the atmosphere opened. At the call of the heavens, the station guy is not willing to give up. He believes he has not been hurt at all and refuses to back down. Zuyo coldly orders the formation to tighten, embedding this defeat deep into the station guy's flesh. Zuyo uses that bright light to embed the station guy's wounds into his soul. Without doing so, he could never become a great tree. He is still imposing a curse on it, hoping to conquer Zuyo and reach the blue skies. Ananta sensed something was off at the station. It was the mark from his first battle. No matter how he avoided getting his left eye hurt, it was too obvious. From that weakness, he found a way to take down Et right in front of him. Outside the battle, everyone looked miserable. Inside a chaotic battle, everything is in disarray. He swears to destroy Ananta. The pain of the body has etched deeply into his soul, screaming in agony. And that ironclad body immune to all injuries is his pride. Ananta recognized that it was the essence of his power from his branch at first glance, the ability he has always been insecure about after using it to kill someone. This time he will fight to the death with his wings once again. He looks down on Ananta, thinking someone like him would dare to face such powerful wings, especially since his appearance has suddenly upgraded to the massive Vepro. He taunts Ananta to come on. This is the only chance for him to test his strength against the pinnacle of the world. Ananta, with his messy interface, also responds with a few jabs at his brother in arms Ted on the other side, asking if he thinks he needs to say anything. Just a little bit of strength, and he is already losing it. How can one not be mentally prepared to see their body torn apart by an enemy? You are just a stepping stone for me. Do not you know? Ananta will be the one to defeat the Zuyo, with Ananta's tentacles flying up to engage first. But he gets shot down by Ait. That is just the appetizer. The main course will start the day after. Ananta charged it, but in the end, he still got hit by his claws, but he did not give up there. Ananta decided to fight until the end, but both sides were struggling, and ultimately it knocked him down. As for the attack, there was no way to penetrate his armor. And with this situation, Ananta realized things were not going well. So Ananta displayed his skills and unleashed a powerful coup. It has alcohol. One of the two can only be the predator or the conqueror. He has defeated countless powerful enemies and seen through all the tricks of the foes, regardless of others' lives or deaths, and the person who uses their own strength to swallow and hunt down the enemy. Those souls can never merge with each other. And then we will kill to elevate ourselves to a new height. Saying that, the QE's alcohol rushed in, but before it could even make contact, to pierced its neck with his claws. Everyone over here is evacuating the soldiers, and they are all worried. Rupa looks at Ananta, reluctant to leave, but under A's urging, she has no choice but to comply. Seeing everyone evacuate lightens her heart a bit, but what remains is Ananta's battle. Nadia is focused on casting spells. She can feel the branch embedded deep within her resonating with Alicone's branch. These branches contain immense power, enough to transform their possessor. If they cannot handle that power, they will go insane and be devoured by their own strength. Due to this flaw, the branches struggle to maintain their shape, but Alicone's branch still contains a lot of power inside. Now, if she can unleash all the remaining power, the ultimate spear could pierce through any armor. With that thought, she immediately took action, using her staff to merge with Alicone's embedded branch. Nadia called on Alicone to lend her the power of Gaigrasso to protect her loved ones. Andrasta was ready. His light was somewhat blinding, causing it over here to glance. And in just a moment of distraction, he was caught by Quetzalcoatl. To heard a familiar voice again. Are you distracted? Even if you lose everything, you still have to keep going. With Quetzalcoatl gaining the upper hand, he threw some jabs at Tet, stating that even if this body is tortured and shattered into pieces, he would not die. Meanwhile, Nadia was preparing to execute a spectacular spear throw. Indeed, it would go straight into the ground, The arrow piercing right into Quetzalcoatl's head, that is it. This time even jumping into the Yellow River won't absolve him. Being in a position of power has brought him back down to the bottom of society. Zuyo was also taken aback, laughing at Quetzalcoatl's face, saying that his trump card had been disabled, making it hard to find a decent opponent. Yet before even fighting, he got caught in his own trap, with only a skeleton left. Quetzalcoatl still struggled to rise up against that as the power of Alicon had erupted. The core was gradually taking shape. Gahan lay there, accepting defeat. He had lost with a fatal wound. And now Ananta had won, losing is one thing, but still smiling. Ananta wondered why this guy was laughing so easily, dying without fulfilling his wish. What is there to be happy about? Gahan compared himself to an ember of an unquenchable vow, which would ultimately become a gigantic flame one day. That fire would consume even larger wings. If he were the one with the vow instead of you, he would make that guy fall from heaven. So enjoy him with joy then. Ananta asked him if he had said everything he wanted to say. Since he asked, he got a reply, sending a message to meet him in hell. You truly are the embodiment of revenge. After enjoying a delicious meal of grilled Gahan with chili, Ananta sat dazed alongside Aziz Dahaka. Ananta felt tired. He did not feel happy at all in response to his sadness. It was not a word of comfort but the mocking of Aziz. Foolish mortal. Try the gold. Test your strength. Only after facing difficulties can you become strong. He must have forgotten the pact they made that day. Ananta coldly denied it. Nothing had changed. Even its curse is just a tool for you to take revenge. Now, as long as you can kill Zoyot, your life does not matter anymore. In that case, Aziz Day will wait until the day you face the destruction that was foretold. The scene shifts to the evening, when Ananta opens his eyes to find an unfamiliar face. Was this? A strange warm sensation spreads throughout his body. In the distance, Ledra, solitary figure, stands at the center, where the bodies of warriors are neatly arranged on wooden racks, their swords lined up in the ground. She orders her subordinates to light the final fire, sending off her comrades to the afterlife. In the blazing fire that lights up the night, everyone's heart feels a cold, lingering sadness. Rupa can't hold back her tears and cries out, while Nadia turns to look at Ananta not far behind. She walks toward him, telling him that she can feel he has understood now. Ananta stares blankly, asking how much time has passed. It has been half a day since he defeated the enemy. After recovering and treating their injuries, they held a collective funeral for the victims of the battle, and unfortunately, not even half of them could survive. It is truly amazing that they managed to survive such a fierce battle. If it were not for Ananta's efforts and everyone's sacrifices, they would never have won. Moreover, the curse residing in his body has grown suspiciously stronger. With the power he has now, no matter how strong the avatars are, they can't guarantee they can defeat him. Ananta interrupts Nadia, saying that hearing that is enough. He still has more important things to do. Ananta looks at the lizard spirit crawling toward him. Ruby, we definitely have something to discuss. The scene shifts to another place. The first seat of Sephiroth. Levittan, the embodiment of the abyss, pushes the door and enters the room, calling for Behiron. Levittan demands that he explain to her what has happened, and why there is such an emergency summoning. As she finishes her sentence, a massive ice block literally falls from the sky. It is the fifth seed of Sephiroth. It is a boy wearing a polar bear hat. Yuri, the embodiment of frost. As soon as he arrives, the boy screams for Levittan. He has bad news for her. He reports that Gahan has died in battle at the hands of a despicable enemy. This can't be true. The fourth seed of Sephiroth is also present. That name has already caused so much trouble for Zuyo, but Zuyo does not need to worry. I will always protect this place with my life. Kisunga, the embodiment of rage. The third seed of Sephiroth sits in a high corner. Kissy, the embodiment of thunder. Just as the crowd was buzzing, Behiron threw a powerful punch into the air in front of him, causing it to shatter into pieces. Inside the space was an eye watching them. Quiet down, brothers and sisters. Let us sincerely pay our respects for the death of our comrade. This sadness seems to have vanished. It can only be washed away with blood. We will prepare a memorial service to soothe Gahan's soul. Back at Anata's place, Lupa approached Nadia, asking if Ananta was okay. Nadia told her to let him and Ruby talk alone first. Lupa curiously asked if he said anything more. Nadia shook her head in frustration, remembering Anata's past. He had once knelt before his sister's body and vowed that he would definitely return here one day. Please wait for me until then. I will come back with Zoyo's heart and offer it to you. Back to reality. Anata's face was calm as he spoke with Ruby. On the day his sister died, along with the deaths of other villagers, he truly wanted to believe it was not his fault. If it were not for Ruby, he might not have been able to control his own sanity. Since that day, he had buried his heart in hatred for Zuyo. He had always suppressed his emotions, except for the thirst for revenge against Han. If it were not for Ruby, he would not have been able to endure it all. He hated all the manifestations of this world, including Zuyo. Why did the one who died have to be his sister and not him? He has always searched for the answer to that question. Tears silently streamed down Ruby's face as she struggled to speak. Zuyo, Azita, Hakato. They were all the same. Wielding power according to her desires and standards. It was all to avenge the horror of those manifestations. Ananta stiffened, astonished as he turned to look at Ruby. You are also a manifestation, are not you? Ruby's defenses crumbled at his question. She started to cry, repeatedly apologizing to Ananta. He had always hidden it until now, because she did not want him to be disgusted by her. Ananta stared blankly at the starry sky, closing his eyes to remember the moment when the branch of Alicon came and settled in his body. Something had become disordered in his mind, the memories of Alicon. It was something he never wanted to forget. Ruby sobbed with doubt, asking back. A memory. Ananta stepped softly towards Ruby. He had been swept away by the past, and had something he wanted to say to her. Ananta reached out to wipe away the tears still lingering on her cheek. She had always been by his side. He apologized and thanked her. He had forgotten that he always had family, and had been with his family all this time. Ruby could not hold back her tears and hugged Ananta tightly. She shouted loudly, saying that she was his family. Ananta's family. The stronger the branch of the embodiment, the more vivid its emotions and feelings will be. The branches of Alicon are filled with regrets and pain, precious memories of him and the queen, and in his branch, there is nothing but endless greed burning for revenge. He is still just like him. He became a beast, bursting with fighting spirit to fill the blood-soaked void in his heart. Ruby anxiously looked at Ananta's sorrowful face. Be sad. She caressed his face, comforting him with the most sincere words. Don't be sad, because she is your family. She does not want you to feel even a bit of sadness. Ananta stood up, taking Ruby's small hand. Wait for me a moment. At the time when I avenge my sister, when that battle ends, let us go visit her together. Shifting the scene towards the camp, Ladritha was astonished to see Wildfuss appear here. She could not remember what had happened. Clearly, there was still no official order to reinforce the reserve troops. Wildfuss interrupted her, asking for forgiveness for the rudeness. My lord, but a serious case has occurred. They are fiercely competing for the top position. Where is Ananta now? Nadia, standing at a distance, was also surprised by Wildfuss's appearance. Ladritha's close female warrior could not hold back any longer and angrily shouted at Wildfuss. What is with this disrespectful attitude of yours? The warrior ceremony has not even ended yet, but Wildfuss insisted on continuing. As this issue directly relates to the Levittan stronghold, her strength has its limits. She can only teleport to the safest location at the destination. Blackfoot stood beside her, taking out a rabbit-faced pocket watch, indicating that the safety of the areas during the space shift might be continuously monitored. Her sister is very timid, so even her strength reflects her personality. Ladritha shouted angrily. So why on earth would she think the fortress is unsafe? Wildfuss responded to Ladritha's fury. The only criterion her strength uses to assess her safety is just one. For someone completely incapable of fighting, what impact could the threat to her life have? There is a very high possibility that the secret fortress of Levittan is now being invaded by the enemy. Long ago, when this world was still a blank slate, a colossal wave stirred the universe. Space and time expanded infinitely, opening the horizon of the world. There were creatures born among them, leading the prayers into life. The god of the angels, at the head of curses and death. The god of cunning nature, at the head of miracles and laws. The god of magic, at the head of cycles and melodies. The god of witchcraft, at the head of war and deception. The god of warriors, at the head of creation and destruction. The god of machinery. They are 6 absolute gods. Finally, the gods began to create the green planet we live on. They created countless beings, including humanity. The gods believed that a prophecy was necessary to help life coexist on their behalf. The gods' secret treasure includes their power, which was bestowed upon the 5 souls of beings, and those are the first embodiments. A quick child asked. I have a question. I believe there are all 6 first embodiments. The grandmother praised the boy's quickness. Unlike other gods who grant sacred treasures to strong souls, the god of machinery created his own representative, a perfect being modeled after humans. The embodiment of machinery. The embodiments set out one by one to seek their own lands. They coexisted with humanity as partners for a long time. However, peace did not last long. Due to the embodiment of wings. The embodiment of wings stole the sacred treasure of the gods and annihilated the first embodiments. In the end, he brutally slaughtered those who opposed him, and because of that, Levittan rose up, determined to defeat the embodiment of the demonic wings as they prepared for battle. Under the queen's command, a worried girl asked her grandmother, what if something happens while the queen is conducting the campaign? Bernhardt stepped forward from behind and told the girl that she did not need to worry. The embodiments and warriors under the queen are all beast lovers, and Queen Ladritha herself is also a warrior. He is sure she will return safely after her campaign. Bernhardt sheepishly apologized to the grandmother, unsure if he was interrupting the children's knowledge. The grandmother respectfully bowed to him. Not all. On the contrary, She thanked him for taking the time to come here. The playful boy pointed at Raglet, saying that she would also become incredibly strong like Bernhardt. Another curious girl wondered how a child like Raglet became an embodiment. The grandmother explained that embodiments also marry and leave descendants for future generations. The power of an embodiment is often passed down to their offspring. Raglet must have inherited power from her parents' embodiments. The boy playfully remarked that if he were Bernhardt's child, he could also become an embodiment. In that torrential rain of the dark night, the sound of the bell announcing an impending invasion shook the entire city of Levittan. Bernhardt jumped up in shock. An invasion by the enemy. Uri was at the gate of the fortress. Could this be the entrance to the stronghold? It is definitely worth holding on to. The 10th seed of Sephiroth, the embodiment of tremendous power, was also very excited. The soldiers were horrified by the scene before them. Bernhardt turned pale. Why did it have to happen while the queen was away? Uri swung the hammer, launching a blizzard strike to clear the way for Mence. He shouted excitedly, "It is time!" Mence, in the form of a mammoth, charged towards the gate of the fortress. The soldiers of the Hong Hot. Prince Bernhardt. If this keeps happening, Bernhardt quickly ordered the entire army prepare for battle. Just as Mence reached the doorway, a giant figure burst it open. The second commander of the Levittan army, Tarkin, the embodiment of destruction. Tarkin stood tall before the gate, like a guard blocking all dangers from entering. Uri felt incredibly excited to see Tarkin in action. He clearly saw Mence about to breach the gate, but was then violently knocked back. It was disgusting and cowardly. Uri teasingly asked if he wanted to switch places and lead the charge. Mence stomped down hard on the icy ground. Those words were really unfair. He would fight to the death. No less. Blocking him with just the power of a small embodiment was impossible. That must be Tarkin's special strength. He would take down Tarkin, making him feel the weight of his increased strength. Bernhardt stood on the battlements watching the fierce battle below, shaking his head at Mence's arrogance. Mence still showed no signs of humility, throwing his heavy body down to crush Tarkin, but was stopped once again. Tarkin actually had no special strength at all. Tarkin looked at Mence with eyes as if he were staring at a dead man, coldly striking Mence on the head. All Tarkin was a simple fighting spirit. He was favored by the god of warriors, and he was indeed the strongest commander of the Levittan army. Bernhardt jumped down from the battlements, saying Tarkin arrived just in time. Tarkin asked if he was planning to confront them directly. The answer was obvious. Of course he was. The weapon Uri held earlier was the divine weapon of the Blood Moon Guild protecting the North. This embodiment was freezing cold, and it was his mission to fight against him. In response to his words was Uri's mischievous smile. The Northern Guild territory belongs to the chilling stone veins. Because of the harsh and brutal environment here, there has not been a war or invasion for a long time. This land is likened to paradise, where humans and their embodiments live together. One day, a stranger arrived in this paradise, a warrior who had earned his fame and countless prestigious military awards from battlefields across the continent. Bernhardt, the embodiment of courage. Those who had never experienced war feared Bernhardt. Yet there was one person who felt pity for him and welcomed him to paradise. That person was Tosca, the embodiment of Snow White. Bernhardt, who knew nothing but fighting, was redeemed by her kindness. They fell in love with each other as if it were meant to be. They married with everyone's blessings, and not long after, their first child was born. However, they had no idea that they would not be able to live happily ever after. How could they face their monstrous child? They worried about their child's future growing up in the disgust and rejection of those around them. Initially, they were filled with regret and sorrow until a savior appeared, and that was Zuyo, the embodiment of great wings. Bernhardt was filled with self-blame. He had been so foolish, deceived by the promise of saving his child without considering the consequences of his choices, or chuckled with delight, not remembering how many years had passed. It has been a long time, has not it? Old man, but no. From a biological perspective, he is the one who gave birth to him, so he should still call him dad. Right, or held up a bear fur hat in his hand, displaying it in front of him with great pleasure. If that is the case, then from now on, he should also call this skin mother. Right, Ur did not hesitate or say much. He directly attacked Ur with the blade in his hand. He angrily warned him not to dare insult his wife. Ur, with a cold expression, deflected each of his attacks. It was truly disappointing, which is why he was called the embodiment of strength. Bernhardt's blade froze upon contact with Ur's stone hammer, as he unleashed a series of attacks that knocked Bernhardt back. Ur delightedly watched him fail to defend himself. Should not he be proud? He was once just a monster, but now he had become strong like this thanks to his and Tosca's power. Bernhardt gently said to Tarkin, who was angry beside him, not to worry. He would not fall until the battle was over. Ur laughed mockingly at him, not knowing yet. Fighting can be fun, but the mission always comes first. Meanwhile, inside the city, the people were being massacred by the 9th seed of Sephiroth, Ananta, the embodiment of radiant light, the 8th seed of Sephiroth, Akara, the embodiment of silence, was also present inside the deepest level of the Levittan fortress. Soldiers are urgently evacuating the civilians. The grandmother is also helping the soldiers. Everyone, please be careful and follow me. While everyone was distracted, Ravel stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the top of the hatch. The girl noticed something unusual, and at that moment, Manita, Akara, and Kasola jumped into the crowd, launching a direct attack. Turning back to the group, seeing Yur's triumphant smile, he also realized something was off here. So from the very beginning, the invasion was just a distraction. Was extremely excited. He guessed right. He smashed the ice hammer into the ground, unleashing a snowstorm, raising a crystal palace, and trapping both people with him in a frozen prison. He grimaced, using all his strength to swing the stick in his hand. But it only made the ice wall sway a little, not causing any real damage. Looked at his face with amusement. This was not good at all. The crystal palace is the strongest form of shield in a snowstorm. If they want to escape from here, there is no choice but to defeat him. This place is the sacred land honoring the god Gahan, and he won't let anyone survive. The group looked in shock at Yur's polar bear form. He was utterly stunned. Tatsuka. This is the karma they must bear for their actions. Or frantically charged to attack the two. And Takan stood his ground to meet his strike. But that previous attack, with just one hit, easily knocked Mintz aside. And was able to block it. He still had time to taunt you. You look so worried. You must intend to take me down as quickly as possible. But it won't be that easy. He possesses the strength of 2 avatars in his branch's power. Can you handle it? If this continues, you won't be able to protect anyone at all. Takan showed no reaction to Ur's taunts. If that is the case, then give it your all. Was startled by the killing intent. Quickly retreating. Was he just scared? And while was still panicking and could not regain his composure, Ben-Hat in his brown bear battle state rushed in to slap him hard, snapping him back to reality. The mighty C looked at Ben-Hat's battle form. These are the number 1 and number 2 commanders of the Levittan army, switching back to the deepest level of the fortress. Mania and Akara are frantically trying to break down the door in front of them. Kisola, annoyed, told Mania to stop. She was too loud. Don't break it. This door is not budged at all. Do not tell me you can't break one of the doors here. You are truly useless. Kisola turned her face back, pointing at the civilians running from afar, instead of breaking down the door. Can you handle that slime over there? If they get close to her from this distance, do not you think she will feel a bit annoyed? Many and Akara were taken aback by Kisola's expression. They understood. The two turned around, laughing maniacally as they dealt with the townspeople. Kisola walked elegantly as if this were her home. The people living in this fortress were the last ones left. Can you hear it? The fate of the warriors. Those who are slowly dying in misery to save you. Kisola laughed loudly with disdain, placing her hand on the wall in front of her. This wall, amid the desperate cries of the people. The door blocking their way melted away easily under her slime. Kisola smiled pityingly at the crowd. How long do you think it can protect you? If she wants to, she can easily kill everyone here. Surely they know that. Right. Uncontrollable thrill spread in her eyes. Oh dear people. I will give you one last chance. Kisola pointed at the children being protected by their godmother. Children over there. Offer your hearts to me. She was thirsty, licking her fingers. Just do that, and all the others will be saved. The frightened children clung to their godmother's skirt. The godmother shouted angrily. Everyone, wake up. Do you really think of hurting the children? Don't let that monster lead us. You are not allowed to lay a finger on those children. Kisola was angered by the godmother's warning. Her teeth clenched in frustration. How annoying. She ruined her fun. So she will just have to kill everyone. The godmother hurriedly hugged the children, protecting them. In a moment of crisis, Raglet quickly launched an attack against Kisola's slime, protecting everyone, and she was thoroughly entertained, seemingly having found a new toy. How disappointing. All the determination of those fragile leaves. I also have someone. Little girl. A being more precious than anything else in this world. The noblest and most terrifying creation. Even in this moment, her mind was filled with images of him, and she would not allow anything but herself to have his heart. Kisola went crazy. Right. Do you know what this feeling is called? It is called love. Raglet was terrified by her monstrous snake-like form. The girl fell to the ground, crying in fear. Kisola watched her cry with delight. So what will you do now? She lamented. I wondered if you were talented enough to play with me for a while. The godmother, frightened, called out Raglet's name and rushed towards her to shield her. Grandma gently looked at Raglet. Are you hurt? But her voice was immediately cut off. Kisola used her long, slimy tongue to pierce through her back, wrapping around her, light as a feather, ending her life. It felt like a hollow performance. Do not ruin my entertainment like that. She tightly held Grandma's lifeless body in her hands, using the goo to melt her away. What a worthless old lady. Her attention shifted to Raglet holding the small dagger. The girl muttered, "You hate." Kisola seemed paralyzed. This little brat. Could it be she just transformed into an evil soul, and Raglet was completely consumed by hatred? Hate you. Melt away. Just a small dagger. Yet it could sever one of Kisola's legs. She screamed wildly, completely out of control. Mania was also surprised to hear her scream. Miss Kisola. Raglet seemed to have lost control, continuously thrusting with the dagger. Melting away, Kisola struggled to dodge the girl's attacks, cursing, "Damn you little brat." She was not going to let up. The goo was hitting, melting away, but her goo was no longer much of a threat to the girl. Raglet blocked her goo with her own. Kisola had never felt threatened like this. She screamed out in rage, "I will never forgive you. Even if I crush you while you are still alive and drink you." That is not good at all. Mania and Akara rushed over. "Kisola, are you okay?" Kisola lost control of her turtle form. All just a bunch of useless beasts. How annoying to have to play the advisor so precisely, not letting her blabber on anymore. Something that looked like an enormous tree trunk charged straight at Kisola, knocking her back 10 meters. This way. Kisola's plastic surgery face would surely turn to dust. Seeing Kisola flung away looked like a dirty centipede being crushed, and Mania was startled. What the hell was that? Not giving them time to think further, Lagatha and her partner rushed in to attack both of them. Lagatha glared at them hatefully. "Damn annoying brats. The queen is coming to feast on you." Meanwhile, Nadia tightly embraced the bewildered Raglet. "You were scared. We're not you. You are trembling. You must have been really scared. You do not have to be afraid anymore. I won't let anyone hurt you again, so please, return to being yourself, so you can go back to the arms of those you love." A tear slowly fell from the corner of Raglet's eye. The dark streaks on her body gradually disappeared, and her eyes returned to a clear golden color. The girl could no longer hold back. Bursting into painful sobs, the kids rushed in to hug her. Nadia stepped out of the tree trunk barrier she had just set up, once again creating a protective door for everyone inside. Asola went wild, screaming loudly, "I heard that the enemy abandoned this basement along with the elite. But where did all these people come from? But that does not matter anymore, because I will strip them all bare, tearing apart their innards." Nadia gently spoke up. "It must be her, the one who caused this brutal tragedy." Asola mockingly asked, "What can she do now?" Nadia smiled soft, thanking her for becoming such a terrible villain. "Because of you, I do not need to pretend anymore." When Sola was shocked and stiff, "What is this? Is this deja vu? It feels like when I was still a kid. A long time ago. The kind of malice that only wicked souls can emit. Is it hatred?" I arrogantly looked down at Nadia. "Do not look at me like that, you worthless bitch, even if the ice melts. Who gives you the right to look at me like that?" In response to her madness was Nadia's calmness. Even though she had lost her memories of the past, she could not think of anyone she had ever killed with these hands. When Sola was genuinely scared this time, it was not deja vu. This familiar feeling is only possessed by those at the top of the food chain. The aura of the pinnacle. Nadia moved closer to her. "So tell her your name, so she can remember you as the only one she has ever killed." A scene shifts to Bernhardt. "This is impossible." Taken took the lead, responsible for both attack and defense. Bernhardt always aimed for solid strikes, leaving no room for error. They seemed incapable of losing. But no one knows what will happen next. Continuously fighting two people is not a good plan. Uri can't let his guard down. He launched an attack, throwing ice spears that distracted Tekken. At that moment he charged into attack, and Bernhardt rushed towards him as well. Uri used his bare hands to block his head. The basics of fighting. He would take down each one, starting with the weakest, and Bernhardt reminded him that the basic rule of fighting is to never give up. Then he will teach him a lesson. Savvy or none, but not letting him gloat for long, Taken used his frozen wing to choke. Uri shouted a warning to both of them. If they think this futile resistance could affect him, they are mistaken. No one can defeat him, but he could not bask in his triumph for long, as Ananta's flames had engulfed his crystal castle. Bernhardt still had not figured out what was happening, when Ananta had already dealt with both of them. They were facing so much trouble with just a single enemy. How pathetic. Rupa waved to ask them both. Before I could ask much, Uri interrupted the conversation. The Leviathan's reinforcements. He wrapped himself in a layer of icy cold. You dare to chat while I am still here. How sad. Bernhardt looked at Uri's form. Amor spoke up to stop Ananta's advance. He is the second son of Sephiroth. He is not an easy opponent at all, but Rupa told him to stay calm. Ananta is not that weak. Uri was surprised. You are planning to fight me alone, Ananta retorted. How long are you going to keep babbling? Uri was infuriated by his words and immediately charged at him. It was ridiculous, but his punch did not even faze Ananta. Rupa smirked. Ananta, You even managed to hit Sephiroth's second seat, Eri muttered in disbelief. That is an incredible power. Could you be Ananta, the embodiment of vengeance? Ananta gently threw a punch that sent Eri flying out of his icy armor. He recalled Baiharan's words. If there was an emergency, he had to call him immediately. He used his power to open the portal. Bernhardt watched as the portal opened. Could it be? Ananta continued. It is the embodiment of wings. Meanwhile, an unforeseen event had occurred. Had betrayed them. Turning the tide of the game, Kisola was still defiant even though Nadia's presence had made her sweat. Don't look at me like that. I will show you just how great their power difference is. Kisola unleashed a cloud of poison that surprised Ladritha. She quickly called Aw to her side and used a shield. This is Aw's undivided form. Suffer and die in Aw's toxic wave. Meanwhile, Nadia calmly jabbed at Kisola's dark heart, who was struggling in fear and shame. Every attack from Kisola was blocked by Nadia, could only curse in frustration. Damn it. Aw's corrosive poison had no effect on Nadia. If that is the case, Aw will slice you to pieces with his own hands. But before he could touch Nadia, Aw was pulled into a dark space. As deep as ink, Kisola was perplexed. What was this? Aw seemed exhausted, falling out of his massive form. This is too ridiculous. Nadia intended to overwhelm Aw in this direct battle. Ladritha was sweating, looking at Nadia. So that was her core energy. Aw spoke up. It seems like you have won, and at a moment no one expected. Aw plunged the sword through Nadia's heart just as Ladritha got distracted. Mania and Akara managed to subdue her. Kisola burst out laughing joyfully. Ladritha's unwillingness was overwhelming. Wow. Why did Aw have to betray them? Aw merely coldly apologized, saying that one day the truth would come to light. Ladritha was stunned by the scene before her. This could not be happening. Even now, she could still feel her anger directed at the embodiment of wings in him. Aw casually replied that is why he easily tricked her, to distract her sharp perception of people's true nature. The anger directed at the embodiment of his wings could not be a lie. Mania triumphantly stomped Ladritha's head into the ground. Quiet down, little queen. Aw told them that if they wanted to easily eliminate the remaining commanders of the army, it was best not to harm the queen. He turned to urge Kisola to wrap this mess up quickly. Kisola had also realized he was the spy Zuyo mentioned, but even so, how dare he give her orders? Aw did not even glance at her. Does she think it is all because of her? If it were not for her almost losing her life, he would not have had to intervene. Now the embodiment of conquest had fallen. Quickly, the power would rise once again. But before he could finish, Nadia, who had just been stabbed, slowly stood up. Aw stared at Nadia in disbelief as she woke up seemingly unscathed. How is this possible? He clearly stabbed through her heart. And at this moment, Nadia was no longer Nadia. Aw quickly grabbed Vakisola on his shoulder and took off, leaving Mania and Akara in shock. What? What is this? Nadia's curse consumed two atoms. Let the light guide the way. In Nadia's mind, a man gently asked her. Nice to meet you, sister. I think now I can get closer to the person inside you. What is essential to open the horizon of the world is the sublimation of the inner branches of the owner's desires. These two things are the world of vivid imaginations seeking to change the world whenever it wants. Look, the world you dream about is so bright and beautiful. A place without any stains. Do you want to help me lead the change of this world? Embodiment of nature. It must be Xenanos, the embodiment of magic. Nadia dreamily woke up, finding herself lying on a sandy beach, with a crimson ocean before her. Where is this? I was just fighting, and my heart was stabbed through. Nadia touched the hole in her wound, wondering why she was still alive. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, saying that the one who is neither alive nor dead is honored to meet Nadia. A girl whose appearance and face resemble Nadia by 80–90%, but with red eyes, is walking towards her. Who are you? Senza. You do not know anything, do you? No wonder you did not hesitate to call me out at all. She smiled and announced shocking news. Right now, your hostage has no heartbeat anymore, controlled by a dead body like a puppet, probably due to the artificial heartbeat created by the power of the branch. I have been waiting for you a long time because I wanted to face you like this at some point. But I can't, because as long as you hold the power, I will forever be just your shadow. Nadia shouted. Stop rambling. Abbot. Who is that person who looks just like me? My name is Senunoth, the first god of this world. She smiled while introducing herself with a wicked grin and red eyes, her gaze turning serious as she introduced herself to Nadia. The gloomy sky suddenly transformed into bright sunshine. In the primitive era of mythology, there was a spirit beast whose name embodied magic that was granted a human form in the vast forest to the west, filled with the blessings of Mother Nature. The inhabitants there regarded that day as a prophecy to worship when the embodiment, with a name meaning someone who possesses horns and wealth, appeared. It is Senunoth, a mortal being with a nature of a wanderer, always seeking beauty through generations and harmony within itself. Senunoth had prayed for everlasting peace without knowing that it was just a distant dream. Tribes, cultures, beliefs during the violent era, Every aspect of humanity became the bloodthirsty desire of others, and a world of mutual slaughter became the norm. The 6 embodiments at that time were both terrifying punishers and arbiters who stood up to protect humanity. And then one day, an unannounced spark of a large-scale invasion engulfed the entire forest. An invader in golden armor was the powerful army assembled by heroes led by an embodiment warrior, Liga. The forest tribe stood up to fight against dozens of invading enemies and to protect their loved ones. Sephiroth gradually entered the battlefield. The battle ended with countless lives falling to gunfire, and the forest was completely burnt down. Sephiroth was a god enduring the spears and arrows piercing through him. Liga approached Sephiroth, a white lump of sorrow reserved for the one chosen by the supreme god. I will engrave your regime deep into this heart, Sephiroth turned to say with a shocked expression. Liga, a warrior known as the revered Lion King, how could you be the mastermind behind such brutal slaughter? I do not expect you to forgive me because I am ready to bear the stigma of a cruel murderer. Liga, you have entered. The prophecy. There was a prophecy from Luna, the embodiment of magic, with the ability to see the future. That day foretold that all creatures on this land would be destroyed and a terrifying world would emerge. Luna, the master of that prophecy, lost her life and was robbed of her divine powers. Do you think this was caused by one of those 6 embodiments? Sephiroth was so furious that he could stand up. They dared to take the lives of innocent beings just because of a baseless prophecy. Liga gradually transformed into a fierce lion. So who can guarantee that my people won't be the next victims? I will never just sit and wait to die. If things have come to this, then I will deal with them first. Hand over your divine powers to me. Guardian of the forest. Sephiroth felt that this time it would not end well. The great embodiment, who always valued the lives of all beings, had developed a wicked desire to kill everything in the gaze of the earth. Filled with rage and that scream, the figure of Sephiroth, the embodiment of magic, vanished. He also transformed into a half-beast, half-monster, ready to battle Liga. A fierce and grueling battle occurred, and Sephiroth emerged victorious, keeping Liga lying helplessly on the ground. Zuyo appeared after the battle ended. The world calls us, those granted human forms, embodiments. But what about embodiments that harbor evil like humanity? What should we call them? He casually pulled out one of Liga's fangs and played with it in his hand. Sephiroth finally calmed down and turned to ask Zuyo, what do you think of my name? Impressive? You are the one mentioned in Liga's prophecy. Right. I am the embodiment of wings. Sephiroth, the divine artifact you are holding will be mine. He quickly returned to his old embodiment, ready to fight Sephiroth. Sephiroth did not bother to fight him, casually breaking off a branch and saying, if you have abandoned the meaning of reincarnation and harmony, sooner or later, I will become a monster consumed by evil and lose all motivation. I regret it. If you want it, take it. He offered a branch to Zuyo. But I have one condition. Back in Nadia's subconscious, that day I made a pact with the embodiment of wings. If you can gather all the divine artifacts, one day, he will also give me a branch. I want to expand the air authority of this world, covering this land with a surreal world, and return it to the primordial world I have always loved. But one thing I did not anticipate was your appearance, which has extinguished my evil desires. We are like 2 sides of a coin, together ruling this surreal world. You represent a different version modeled after me. Nadia, who had been a spectator all this time, also spoke up, saying that is why I always dream like that. A dream always has to run away from a nameless monster inside me. And even now I still get scared thinking about it. But I do not know why I feel that monster is unhappy. The reason you want to change this world is to borrow power from a branch. It is because you regret being powerless to protect what is valuable to you. If I am truly a part of you, then I also have a responsibility to carry this burden. That is why I will stand against your malice and protect what I need to protect. Along with countless people on this land, you will vomit again if you have enough power to act like that. But the person in front of you is one of the 6 strongest incarnations in history. The floor collapsed, and everyone quickly evacuated, as people ran frantically looking for a place to hide. Hek just stood above looking down at the mess he caused. He turned to face Ananta, who was in the form of the Hek Long incarnation, and he reached out provocatively, saying my fist has never feared anything. The ground beneath the orange-haired guy suddenly broke apart and swallowed him into the void. It turns out this is my first time fighting the same guy. Ananta is quite angry because this guy always thinks he is better than everyone else, treating me as if I am a creature sent down from heaven. Hek felt a slight chill because Ananta had previously posed a threat to both him and the incarnation of the wings. As of, he has transformed into a dragon. He asked for your name. My name. Ananta. Let me formally introduce myself. I am the descendant of Hek Long, the one who survived and swallowed all the dark gods in the world, and is the one who will destroy the incarnation of the wings. Why was I born? Why am I so different? Someone please tell me. Give me an answer. Those are the questions Beharan always asks himself. A destructive power that could level an entire space. Is the answer I am looking for already in this punch? That is a difficult answer from the Zuyo wings. They can only respond to divine power as a manifestation of desire in the consciousness of a bird that must manifest to be born, and with it, the evidence has already engulfed the whole world. If you want to know why you were born, you must destroy the world you inhabit with your mind. Beharan, I will guide you to the answer. Zuyo turned back with a gentle smile and affectionate eyes, continuing to say, from now on, you will be the strongest spear protecting me and the incarnation of destruction. Since this afternoon, Beharan must remember the words of his substitute, using me as the mirror of disaster, the true leg of justice. A punch of light that strikes straight at Ananta and pierces through him. Rupa hugged a small ruby, standing in a corner continuously calling his name, but unexpectedly, after the light ended, he was completely unharmed. Aside from being burned black like charcoal. Will I destroy everything that gets in the way of my strongest spear? Has he already cast the strongest barrier around himself? Since Ananta's whole body is black, it is hard to tell if he is hurt or not. His two hands turned into sharp spikes as he lunged forward to fight. Beharan braced himself with his hands, and a powerful strike forced him to retreat 8 feet. Rupa was surprised that Ananta could push Beharan back. At that moment, Tathkan and Burin also ran over to check on the situation. If Hong and Hao are safe. Right. Don't worry. Lord Ladrathan is in the fortress with O and Nadia. Suddenly, a bright light from the castle made all three freeze. The beam of light vanished, and a pair of wings appeared, carrying someone away. That is him. He broke the ice and walked out. Seeing this, Burin rushed to follow. They needed to find Queen Ladrathan right away. Hurry up. Tathkan. Rupa looked over at the battlefield and worried about Ananta. He had entrusted Chanam to Ruby. Looking at Ruby made her feel like something was about to happen, and she was nervously anxious. If we can help him, let me borrow the power of Ngaidi. Ruby. Back to the fight between Ananta and Beharan. They were continuously clashing swords. After completing his manifestation of the Conqueror, he had gained superhuman physical strength. Beharan felt he was doing less and holding back more. So he unleashed a powerful strike intended to land a final blow, causing Ananta to stagger back because he realized the true power of the Conqueror's manifestation was an indestructible body. This is a battle of spear versus shield to see who is truly the strongest. It is quite ironic. Ananta took a long step forward, punching down with a black thorny strike aimed at Beharan. He also used his thunderous punch technique to counter Ananta's attack. The two attacks collided, creating a thick white smoke that obscured their vision of each other. While Beharan was blinded by the smoke, he did not realize that Ananta had used this opportunity to slide underneath the ice and attack his feet. However, he quickly dodged just as Ananta surfaced from the ice. Ananta was not going to let him off the hook and targeted the one who had defeated him. A powerful strike from Ananta shattered Beharan's outer armor. He smartly used his hands to block his face. That blow was enough to directly affect his heart, and the crown on his head was cracked. But Ananta immediately sensed something was off. Beharan quickly regained his senses, and a massive blue light flashed, exploding and shattering the surrounding ice. The entrance of the rabbit hole. Koifoot stood at a crossroads in life. This will be the final strategy as Koifoot faces danger, at the cost of losing a permanent ability. We can freely move to any 2 places without distance limitations, similarly to that emergency exit. She continued speaking to Ladrathal, as each rabbit hole can only fit 3 people, so a maximum of 6 can move through this way. Since we have to reduce our forces, please choose your companions carefully. We have made our decision. The main entrance is the path leading to the fortress, and the deepest heading to protect everyone. We need to maintain control, including me, Ong, and Nadia. This team will stop the enemy from infiltrating the fortress and take care of the injured. The outside team will include Ananta, Rupa, and Ruby. Ruby was startled because as a chameleon, she also had to go on a mission. Ladrathal explained, the enemy must have focused all their strength on their main forces to break through the defenses at the fortress entrance. So I believe this final battle will definitely need Ruby's power. After that, Ladrathal assigned a task to Skarn and Myrrh, while the 2 of them would stay behind to care for the injured soldiers. This battle won't be easy at all. Everyone, be prepared. Everyone entered the 2 rabbit holes as assigned, and once everyone was inside, those holes closed up, and the clock was shattered. Ladrathal felt that since it had come to this point, it would be hard to fix. But honestly, she was quite happy that the results exceeded her expectations. After the harsh battles, his strength has increased significantly. Let us get ready to return to our sister. Ladrathal dreamed of a day reaching for our moon, which is about to become a reality. She smiled while covering her mouth, looking no different than a mischievous child. All expressions and actions of the 2 were seen through by Skarn, as they had been distracted by me, and you guys had ulterior motives. Through that, she smiled gently, realizing that beneath the queen's charm, there was also a mist spirit. Is that what the wind told her? It seems you guys are not happy being left out from the Queen's side. I do not deny that. But the Queen's judgment has never been wrong, because that thing is definitely a spirit, Latchleyan teased. It is a creature that is both a spirit and a legend. And the power of the gods that created this world does not have a specific form, but after a while, it developed itself and became a spirit. A spirit that has its own body, and can freely transform between two forms will become a spirit beast. As for a creature that was originally a spirit beast, it then becomes an incarnation that can match the original 6 incarnations. Ruby instantly transformed from a god into a wolf engulfed in flames. This was due to Rupa's combination. And I was very surprised by their fusion on this site. Baron also did not back down, transforming into a new shape with flames right in front of his chest and mouth. Rupa nudged Ananta. Ananta, let us support each other. Now I am going to turn into dust. When the two combined, they immediately gained immense power, their whole body glowing even brighter. Using their claws and body to swipe a Baron and hit him with a spell that would distort his face. He quickly raised his hands to block, but had to endure the second, third, and more attacks. All he could do was defend himself and could not counterattack. For the supreme gods, the beast born from the dark god has a different name. As far as I know, there is only one such creature in this world. Baron had just risen, startling Ruby and Ananta. The red flames that surrounded him were suddenly engulfed by his blue flames, which grew larger and larger. That was the final wave, as well as the last shield for the entity with the wings called the Dark Beast Barharan. Like Ruby, his whole body was also covered in blue flames. Is this his true power? Ananta could only watch and listen without making any judgments. Why would a warrior like you choose to follow Zuyo? Do you realize you made the wrong choice? Baron intended to explain, but he forgot his own mouth. Although he said he forgot, he then told Ananta that if she wanted to know the answer, he would show her the power of these 5 punches. Then come on and get your meal, buddy. You or I will be the one to take down the opponent first. Right. The two did not team up but assessed each other. They planned to each land a punch when a massive light crossed the battle. The final pieces for the atmospheric layers of the world are all ready now. Zuyo ordered Baron to get out of here and return to our pantheon. Zuyo was holding Nadia in his arms and flying in the air. Ruby was surprised by Nadia's current appearance. In reality, Sinunoth was taking over her body. A stream of black blood flowed from her eye, causing Zuyo to worry. Sinunoth explained that her willpower was too strong, so it was still a bit challenging. But her weak heart would soon shatter into pieces and merge with me. Ananta and Baron were about to clash when Zuyo overheard. Ruby looked at the one who resembled Nadia yet did not at the same time, lying in the arms of that guy, and could not help but wonder. Even Ananta did not recognize herself at that moment. What had that guy done to her? The dark entity within Ananta did not care much about this. Well, it does not matter. That cursed mortal will submit before the wrath that devours everything once the pact is fulfilled. A wave of red and black power enveloped the entire battlefield alongside Ananta's loud scream. Sinunoth immediately recognized it as the aura of the black dragon and asked Zuyo who this guy was. That is Ananta, a foolish human who only seeks revenge. But I never thought he would be this troublesome. Wants to help me. Dream on, you delusional fool. Now, even if the whole world crumbles, you won't be able to fulfill your wish. He spread out 6 wings along with 6 orbs that shot straight toward Anne. The quick attack pushed Ruby back. Ananta and Baron felt something approaching him from a corner, and he quickly jumped up. Ananta had completely transformed into a gigantic black dragon. He only accidentally hit Baron's tail, as his target was to attack Zuyo inside Ananta's subconscious. Hek Long was also trying to entice him. The cursed criminal should submit before this wrath that devours everything. Ananta could not stand your nonsense. My anger has reached its peak, and the only thought in my mind right now is to destroy you. Interesting. That little bird has grown enough feathers and wings now. This barren and desolate land is just a boring place. Very fitting, with someone whose only desire is to burn everything to the ground like that. Those should be the ones to be cautious around others, facing a very strong enemy unlike anyone he has encountered before. And the one in the present is being devoured, because of the curse and the state of rage. You and he are sworn enemies. The embodiment of wings. Ananta remembered their first meeting when he was just a child. Just a shoulder touch. A word. And his action made him hold a grudge until now. Thinking of the deep-seated grudge, Ananta immediately called Hek Long to take him back to confront him one-on-one. Hek Long said no, but he just informed him without asking for permission. Okay. You became so arrogant because of your obsession with the power of the curse. Know your place a bit. You fool, with a power that is just a copy. It takes a long time to feel the embodiment of wings. Ananta was a bit angry, but still had to hold his tongue, because she was right. Being arrogant without strength is just useless pride. Is there anything more ridiculous than the show-off of the weak? They call that weakness. Ananta held his head, not knowing what to do. When he had already poured all his strength, but still could not take him down. How could he take revenge? Don't be weak anymore. As an evil god, my strength and rage are still within you. That power can turn an ordinary human body into a different being, also known as the embodiment of revenge, and from there unleash cruel strength, becoming a being on par with a god. One could say it is nothing short of disgusting. You have seen it, right? The branches created from the sacred treasure of that being are the catalyst for evolution, causing all beings, even the disgusting ones, to become embodiments. This is the branch I want to give you. Take this branch and be reborn as a true embodiment. So I will have a new body and escape this fantasy world. The power of the branch along with my curse will restore my original power. And I will take your revenge. Hek Long. Do you accept this branch? She leaned against his cheek and kept tempting him. However, he happily accepted. But he then grabbed her neck, warning that revenge is my personal affair. And I won't let anyone do it for me. I will proceed to offer this body to whoever wants it after I complete my revenge. Hek Long hesitated a bit because things did not go as planned. The steps were slightly off. But if the result is still correct, why not accept it? Fine. Let me see how much longer you can hold out. The aura of death and stubbornness will guide you. The moment your ritual ends is when Hek Long grants you the power to unleash a flame towards Zuyo, who quickly retaliates. The clash of powers creates a massive explosion in the sky. And the weapon Zuyo held has been itching in his hand. I am not planning to be a burden to you. I will fight alongside you as the embodiment of wings. Saying that, she dove down to confront Ananta, using black tendrils from the ground to restrain him while she landed gracefully. She said the one receiving this body seems to be doing quite well. Of course. But your power remains unchanged. Then she looked down at Ananta's charred back. Zuyo is in his hand, saying I just need to move a little. And that is enough. Before showing his power, Ananta had already prepared the embodiment of wings. I must capture you whole. Saying that, he opened his mouth and shot a beam of light towards him. Rupo and Ruby had separated and were inside Ananta's body, loudly calling out, Ananta, can you hear me? Answer me. We looked up and saw a tangle above our heads, inside which was Ananta being controlled in both limbs and mind. Ananta's outer form had lost part of his head, while Zuyo's wings were also charred because he used them as a shield. Stupid and wicked spirit fox. Under the curse's limit. Is this all you can do to burn these white wings? Get a grip. Suddenly the sky shattered like glass. Zuyo commanded by Heron to ambush Ananta from above. A powerful punch to Hek Long's back caused Rupa and Ruby inside to shake as well. The red mask containing Ananta inside also shook and burst open. Ananta lay face down, unresponsive, while Rupa struggled to get up to support him, but Ruby was quicker, transforming into human form and rushing to Ananta's side, saying, I will protect you. No matter how many times Ananta falls, Ruby will stay by Ananta's side, using her healing powers to mend him, as each wound on his arm gradually healed back to normal. Outside, by Heron, Zuyo, and Xenunoth were gathering before Hek Long's corpse. Xenunoth observed for a moment and said to Ananta, the embodiment of revenge. The one I have been watching in Nadia's world of the soul. He is our enemy but merely a person in pain from losing a loved one. So allowing him to leave peacefully will be the compassion of the victor. Zuyo hesitated when he heard Xenunoth say that he had been silent this whole time, which made Xenunoth and Baiharan curious since he usually talks a lot but has been quiet about this. Zuyo felt that something was off. He raised his hand slightly. His fingers were starting to turn black and spreading down to his palm. Could it be that he has been infected? The curse of Hek Long. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from Hek Long's body, causing Baiharan to dodge to the side. That surge of energy gradually formed into a vortex of power. Before he could see anything, a large hole appeared above Zuyo, surprising him as well. From that vortex of power, an arm tore through to create a pathway. Ananta had returned to his original form but was slightly smaller and was ready to fight. Xenunoth was not worried about Zuyo's head. He was also a bit terrified that Ananta had not fallen after all this fighting. Baiharan was the one who was supposed to lead the charge, but was stopped by a fox monster. While Zuyo had healed his injuries, as soon as he regained sight in this eye, he immediately challenged Ananta on the side. Lach and Kwai were reporting on the battle to their teammates. The situation at the Levittan outpost is as follows. On this very day, the manifestation of the winged embodiment appeared among those attacking the Levittan outpost. The embodiment of the vengeful spirit has entered the battle for the second time against the winged embodiment. After the results of the battle are clear, we will return to base. Just as Kwai was relaying the information, both Ananta and Zuyo were ready to enter a life and death match. Ananta transformed into a half-dragon, half-human form and flew up to face Zuyo, who was quite annoyed on the ground because Ananta kept teasing him over and over. Who dares to look down on me? Senninot, seeing his companion getting provoked, spoke up to stop him in case he did something crazy. That power is a cursed magic that turns the target into a monster. If prolonged, they will ultimately be consumed and unable to return, just like Ananta right now. Senninot advised Zuyo to withdraw as the best option. Baiharan and the fox monster were still engaged in a fierce battle on one side. Zuyo called Baiharan back. He cut off his darkening hand and turned to speak to Baiharan. Our target has been very close for a while now. There is no time to waste here. And he ordered everyone to return. Zuyo told Baiharan to open the gate. He complied and struck his hands together. Immediately, the shield opened a hole just big enough for everyone to pass through. Ananta yelled loudly as he saw the enemy about to escape. Senninot looked back at the old acquaintance one last time and said, Hek Long, if you desire life so much that you must steal the body of another, then sooner or later we will have to face each other. Ananta focused his power and unleashed fireballs around him. Senninot spoke while transforming back to his original form, raising his arms to absorb Ananta's attacks. The Levittan squad is Azaiju Nematona, a black armored man who has blocked all of his attacks. A new day has come. The dawn rises like any other day. A figure approaches the place where the battle has ended. The greatest result of this battle is confirming that the curse of the singing dragon has tarnished the embodiment of the wings. The extent of the damage the curse caused to that guy is still unclear, but based on his reactions gathered at the scene, the Levittan squad is picking up the phone to inform everyone. It can be estimated that that guy is significantly weakened. The opponent's quick retreat is proof of this. Next, I would like to report on the damage situation. The number of Levittan casualties is estimated to be around 3,000 people. The estimated death rate is around 97%. With about 90 survivors, the Levittan squad received orders from superiors to assess the current situation of Ananta, the embodiment of vengeance. At this moment, Ananta has returned to his original form and is sitting pensively on a rock in front of the Levittan squad. Next to him is Rupa, who is constantly worried about him. The Levittan squad confirms that he is still safe. Ruby wanted to comfort him but got grabbed by someone and taken down. Defeating the opponent and forcing the squad to retreat is already great. The Levittan squad sees him like that and does not like comforting him. It seems like he feels that way. Right, Ananta. The ruby in her hand suddenly transformed into a human shape. She intended to run to Ananta, but was tightly hugged by Whitefoot. Ruby did not like it. Let go. Oh? All the divine beasts are such adorable creatures. The Levittan squad also set Ruby down and turned his gaze to him. Ananta, why did not you enjoy it a bit? After all, it is hard to win. The victory is just the cries of those who have their hopes snatched away, losing those who are important. Just speaking. Images of the victims after this battle keep appearing in his mind. Well, I have not taken anything from him at all. Next time I will definitely end this battle. Blackfoot thinks he is too stiff, so he hugs him tightly. Really? What kind of person is so insincere? Sometimes revealing deep emotions is very important. This action made Rupa blush and Ruby get hot-headed. I threw it at him. Ananta. The final move. Blowing air into his ear. Just as I said it, Ananta elbowed me in the face. Blackfoot also arrived in time to prevent unnecessary things from happening. Blackfoot is right. Ananta's contributions should not be underestimated. From defeating the second position of Sephiroth, confronting the Guardian of the Wings, to severely injuring him, leaving the sudden change of Nadia behind and leaving. But anyway, the counterattack was desperate. Something that no incarnation could ever achieve. Only he, a human, dared to do it. Ananta, hearing the praise that Whitefoot recounted, is not very pleased. I have no interest in flattery. If there is something, just say it directly. Whitefoot is still smiling at you. The key forces of Levittan are still around. We need to prepare a new base to gather our forces and be ready for the enemy's second attack. Rupa is not too keen on building a new base right here in U at this time, since Levittan no longer has any fortresses large enough to protect the civilians. If we can avoid being discovered by the enemy, we are bound to suffer losses. Whitefoot also suspects things will go this way, so she has already planned ahead. We propose a suitable location for all the survivors. That would be the Blackfoot headquarters. Moreover, in response to Ananta's contributions, we will reveal to you truths about the embodiment of the wings that you never knew. This information has successfully piqued your interest. Ananta looked at Whitefoot with a warning. If she talks nonsense, she knows what the outcome will be. Whitefoot flashed a cruel smile unlike any seen before. The embodiment of the Zuyo wings. His true identity is the final embodiment among the first 6 in this world. The embodiment of the Empire. A memory of an afternoon with 2 people on the beach. When I could no longer stand beside you, I felt no sadness. The water held something that lingered. It was my inability to bless you. That is Aw's memory when he was still a swordsman. Right now, he is returning to Zuyo's base with Kizuoka. The group unexpectedly gathered on the rooftop to meet. including a girl with 2 horns. Zit. And a young man waiting. As O approached, that guy turned to look, just escaping from almost dying. Pathetic indeed. Kisuoka. That guy looks like a fish with his mouth torn open to the ears. Kisuoka turned pale with anger at the insult. And O quickly recognized who this guy was. He was once a candidate for the position of the 5 Great Guardians. But due to being eliminated, he was slaughtered in 4th and 5th place. The 7th-ranked Sephiroth continuously got demoted and faced the wrath of the embodiment of the wings. The embodiment of the massacre. Kisuoka wonders why this guy is still under house arrest but appears here. He just smiled and said, "Do you still want to ask? It is time to rearrange things." Just then, the shield behind him shattered. The Zuyo team had returned from battle. Kisuoka saw the wound by Zuyo's eye and turned pale with worry. That wound is— But he only received a cold stare from Zuyo, so he just had to shut up. This invasion was to appease the soul of Gaihan, although it was meant to be a one-sided massacre. Those responsible for part of Sephiroth had to face death. Even one of the 5 Great Guardians was severely injured by the enemy and had to retreat. The reputation of Sephiroth has been dragged down to the bottom. Kisuoka. That girl has been pointed out directly, so she has been sitting there quietly meditating. Sephiroth noticed that Zuyo was a bit harsh with the subordinates, so he had to speak up. Kisuoka was quite surprised to meet an acquaintance again. Sephiroth explained that she only accidentally confronted me, is not punishing her too harsh. His words left Kisuoka speechless, just grinding his teeth in silence. Ju agreed with Sephiroth's point because it makes sense. Sometimes rewarding instead of punishing leads to the development of the group. From now on, I will reorganize the hierarchy and acknowledge the contributions of the spies. I appoint the embodiment of swordsmanship as the 6th chariot. I will dismiss use the embodiment of the storm from the 5th position and appoint Kakat, the embodiment of slaughter, as the 5th chariot. As for the 2nd position that is vacant, I appoint Sephiroth, the embodiment of magic, as the 2nd chariot. My brothers and sisters, a new chapter in history is approaching. My expedition aims to invade the lands of the gods beyond this world. Once the final preparations are complete, I will put an end to this long journey. Back with Ananta, a large golden orb lit up, and some little rabbits were waiting for their dad to appear. Ananta, Rupa, and Ruby were transported to somewhere else. Wildfood greeted them with a smile, introducing that this place is the headquarters of the Seed Under Sea. Welcome to Lebizithos. Rupa reminded that Lord Lajithar and others have not arrived yet. Wildfood also advised her not to worry about that, although it is a bit troublesome. After gathering the remnants of Levittan under Blackfood's guidance, we devised a plan to bring them to Lebizithos. Ananta wondered how she could do this since her powers had been lost. Wildfood confirmed that Akubiyez leads the way, but with the special teleportation magic of the CGNS, it is still possible to do this. The reason I invited you all is that this is the leader's request. Wildfood led all 3 to the library to meet Sazina. While Sazina was busy looking for some books, Ananta thought Sazina looked somewhat familiar. This woman was too recognizable, almost like one of those rabbits. However, a single word from Wildfood clarified his confusion. Sazina stopped looking at Ananta and handed a book to the rabbit beside her, apologizing for meeting him in person after only hearing about him, almost not recognizing him. Ananta could not believe that a gentle person like her was the leader of those silly rabbits. Sazina reassured him once again to believe that she was the one who pulled him into the CDC's plan. Ananta was surprised that she did not hide the fact that even though they were on the same side, they still exploited each other to achieve their own goals. Sazina covered her mouth and smiled. Don't be so cautious. We are just alike. She leaned closer to Ananta, saying that both of us share the same enemy that we hate more than anyone. Rupa noticed Sazina was getting sidetracked and not getting to the point, so she crossed her arms as a reminder. You did not bring us all the way to the headquarters just to chat, did you? Sazina's expression turned cold when she saw the girl. Fine. Let us change places then. The 5 of them went to a private room to discuss matters. Food gently served everyone for quite a while. Sazina. Enjoy this. Have you ever experienced this feeling before? When you hate your enemy so much that you want to know everything about him, it becomes an obsession. Ananta felt disgusted when she accidentally encountered a stalker. Hatred will gradually fade over time. Unlike strong people who choose not to forget like weaklings like me, I have documented all his history to the extent that it could fill an entire bookshelf in this room. The story I am about to tell now begins with the journey of an unnamed entity on a vast and endless desert. There was a person riding a camel in despair. The camel's body was full of arrows, so after a few steps, it collapsed, but the camel's fall did not cause the rider to fall off. He looked ahead and saw a figure slowly approaching. To see the world in a grain of sand, to behold a wildflower and find paradise, to hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour, in a room full of machinery. A robot stood in the middle of the room. Its mission is to convey the fundamental principles of the universe and bring broad benefits to humanity's world. Questioning the purpose of executing the fundamental principles of the universe. What is it? The system is logically independent from the outside and maintains the overall system to analyze the consciousness and concepts of organic beings, to create emotions and a sense of self for the embodiment of the machine. That is how the unnamed entity operates. The unnamed entity looked at the woman in front of him, holding a spear toward him, and found it meaningless. Because that thing could not kill him, he raised his hand to his face. Showing his frustration, he removed his mask. The fundamental principle of mind cannot harm the human girl. The girl was startled when she saw his face. Behind a metal mask lay a mechanical face. He asked what her name was. Her name is Fiona. The first person the machine entity has come into contact with. Ananta thought she was listening to a fairy tale. So she asked Sergina to join in on the main story. All you want is information about Zuyo. You came here to find clues on how to defeat him. You do not care what that guy did or where he was before. Sergina sensed his impatience. So she explained in more detail. The origin of the machine entity is the starting point, where he became the embodiment of wings. Exploiting weaknesses to take down our enemies is something we should do. Please listen to the story with me. I do not intend to waste time unproductively. Ananta glanced and urged her to continue the story. Sergina closed her eyes and kept narrating. That night, her avatar and that girl ran through the desert together. Fiona had finished eating. While he did not need to eat, I have a question. With a few hundred kilometers and the endurance of a human, the chance of survival is extremely low. So what made you move in such an injured state? Fiona still has not gotten used to talking to him. Her profession is a trader, and she trades with the tribes in the desert since she was a child. She traveled with her family through many different cities, providing water for those in need. In this vast desert, many people need help from her family. But the greedy bandits do not care at all. She remembers a massacre and robbery between her group of traders and the bandits. Her loved ones sacrificed their lives to pave a bloody path for her to escape. She stumbled forward, her whole body covered in blood and wounds, alongside the camel. As she recounted to this guy, painful memories flooded back, causing her to burst into tears. The emotion she is expressing is the most primal feeling of humanity, which is sadness. Right, sorry. I just did not want my savior to see such a terrible scene. No need to apologize. Having emotions means you still have your ego. That is an area I am describing that people do not find worth exploring. She recalled the story about the human-shaped beings that this guy mentioned. She had heard of them too. Seninoth, Luna, Azadahaka, Zyoga, Alakoth. When trading across the continent, it is not hard to hear those names, but she had never heard of the embodiment of machinery. She did not know what machinery was. He raised his hand to explain. It is a device powered by energy that performs assigned tasks. You could say it is a precise tool to achieve predetermined goals. I am a servant of the machine god, governing creation and destruction. I was created to spread civilization to humanity. I am not a divine being that obliterates, but an artificial entity. My fundamental principle is to bring widespread benefits to humanity. I am tasked with guiding humanity to a more advanced form of development. Fiona sat, listening to this guy ramble, not understanding a damn thing. Seeing this, he simplified the demonstration for her. He stood up and walked away, placing one hand down on the sandy ground. A beam of light flashed, blinding her. When she regained her senses, she saw a large hole appear before her. Look here. If there is no water source, you just need to create one. And instantly a massive stream of water flowed from below the hole, rushing upward. With the method of finding the water surface and desalination technology, the people in the desert will never lack water again. Fiona, I will help you bring benefits to humanity in this land. What unfolded before her was truly miraculous. Although she did not fully understand what he was saying, she grasped some of it, recognizing he was indeed her lifesaver. With the unfortunate souls drowning in darkness, the god will appear and become the light. But for those living in the light, who will appear in human form? A year later, in the desert city of Ocean, in a special archipelago filled with ships and merchant beaches, a crowd was waiting for Fiona's ship to dock. Look, Fiona's ship is arriving. After receiving the spread of civilization and technology from the embodiment of machinery, the desert land had significantly prospered in a short time. Fiona, who tapped into water sources to create thriving oases and traded desalinated seawater, had reaped significant profits. In just over a year, she became the top merchant in the desert. The ocean archipelago is always vibrant whenever we visit. There is nothing particularly wrong, right? Masked 1. The Mask of Death is the nickname Fiona gave to the machine's embodiment. Recently, a trade with the outside has increased significantly, and the infrastructure like roads and barriers can't keep up. Fiona did not really understand what he was saying. The oath of vengeance requires that criminals face punishment that fits their crimes in every circumstance, stemming from the oath proposed by the special regional leader in the council. Fiona finds this unreasonable because the oath is meant to protect everyone from those outside the law. So why wait for development? When explaining survival on this barren land, those who took the lives and property of others are called outlaws. The special region has excluded anyone even with the slightest connection to them. And the number of people unrelated to the special region far exceeds those within, even with the option for everyone to coexist. They chose to draw a clear line between enemies and allies. If punishment is not seen as a means for social benefit, but as an end in itself as it has been, humanity would never kill one another because the community is chasing a special choice. It seems more practical to open the doors to those outside the law. Accept them. And use them as a workforce to expand production. Fiona interrupted him with a popcorn toss, saying she would act as if she never heard that. I am always very grateful to you. Without people like you, this land would not have been able to develop over the years, not just me, but many hero you. I will rely on you in the future too, but if you turn your back on us, who will understand the resentment from my deceased family because the dead can't speak or create any meaningful outcomes in human society? What matters to him are only the living people he can observe. His words drove Fiona crazy. Not only did he take the lives of innocent people without hesitation, but he is not even human. Fiona can't forget the pain of losing her family to outlaws. A machine's embodiment that does not understand the human heart. Before Fiona could realize the dampness in his palms, the machine's concerns had already become clear. The outlaws had gathered into a group and waged war. There is someone up ahead. Do not mind them. Just move forward. We will kill and rob anyone who dares to stand in our way. Eliminate all those bastards from the special region for me. The machine's embodiment raised its hand, saying, what defines a human? I want to find out the answer right now. From his palm, a system resembling a gun barrel appeared. A wave of power emanated from it, so strong that a single strike made the strategists vanish. He dreams of throwing off the absurd chains and revealing his true nature within. The people inside the city do not understand what is happening. They still think the outlaws are coming here, so they should leave as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them, asking if they were going to leave the children and the elderly behind and run away. It was Fiona, our leader, who we must fight against the outlaws. They have held a grudge against us for a long time, and will surely try to wipe everyone out. But some want them to surrender immediately. Only cowards talk about surrender. So what can we do? Fiona spoke up to reassure the people, telling them not to be afraid. This land is a paradise we have built with our blood and sweat, so why hand it all over to those who've taken the lives of our loved ones? Let us fight together. We will defeat them with our own hands. Let us fight and win together. Fiona's encouragement immediately had an effect. The people were filled with determination. Suddenly, a bright light shone from behind them. Fiona realized it was the power emanating from the machine's manifestation. The machine's manifestation left a long, deep scar on the sand after wiping out the outlaws, and put on his mask just as Fiona rode in on a camel. Fiona could not believe her eyes at what was left behind. Did all the masked outlaws really kill them? Could a person have done this? The machine's manifestation looked at her, and he felt that his current emotions were just like when he met someone for the first time. Is that fear? Fiona, I am lucky to meet you right here on this land, because I have some basic questions about the fundamental principles of creation. What is humanity? When the world distinguishes between manifestation and humanity, I have always wondered about the nature of mankind. As your kind has said, humans do not harm each other. Now I will begin the journey to search for the definition of humanity. The machinist's manifestation gently placed a hand on Fiona's shoulder. The one who freed me from unreasonable fate. I am free somewhere. A girl with cat-like hands witnessed the earlier scenes through her lens. She simply smiled and said, got you, betrayer of the world. Right after that, the machine's manifestation left Fiona without a hint of regret. For a long time, he wandered on a long road with no destination, analyzing the feelings he experienced and realizing them. Suddenly, he realized that the feeling he was experiencing was joy. But doubt quickly crept in. What brought him this joy? To find the answer, he once again immersed himself in the world of humans, where machines settled in many different lands to spread technology and civilization. He realized the prosperity of humanity and was revered as a god for many long years. But that never lasted long. Over time, it gradually faded and became dust because the places he stopped were very different from the world where he met Fiona. As always, humans hurt and harm each other. Good people have to live in sorrow, crying and suffering. The murderer is not human but just things that resemble humans, just like Fiona used to do. All those who witnessed this scene saw him as a savior. Humans, why do you worship me? Killing one person makes you a murderer, but killing a million makes you a conqueror. So killing everyone will make you a god. O noble one. What is your name? I am your name. Why do I remember this? The essence of the machines quietly left humanity and went to some place because he just needed a little time to reflect in a place where no one was around. And then right before his eyes, Luna, the embodiment of magic, appeared. Luna was incredibly beautiful with cat ears and two colored eyes. She held a bamboo umbrella over her head, walked over, and stopped to read some kind of spell. Suddenly, Countless beams of light appeared, stunning the machinery, which was unexpectedly thrown back. Was this super advanced space transfer technology? Even more surprising was how that entity could possess such enormous energy. The surrounding space changed completely. Everywhere were towering bookshelves, probably rivaling the largest library in the world. Luna spoke. Very pleased to meet you. I am one of the first 6 incarnations. Luna, the embodiment of magic. This is the first time I have met you in person, so I am pretty excited. What about you? Machinery's embodiment, he replied. I am also one of the first 6 incarnations. Sister, how should I interpret this sudden invitation? Depending on the circumstances. He slowly raised his hand. But before he could finish speaking, a voice cut in, welcoming you back. Did you have any difficulties outside? Luna glanced at the girl with rabbit ears approaching. Could you bring some neat clothes for our guest to wear? Serena, Rupa gaped. Serena is your name. Right, Serena replied. Yep. I used to be a young maid serving Lady Luna, Anna asked. So you are avenging your master then? She is my relative. Someone more precious than anyone in this world. The machine's current form looks quite impressive as he followed Lune. Looking around, what a strange place. I can't measure the scale of this place by any technique I have, Luna calmly replied. Of course. This is Mekong Labyrinthos, a multidimensional information hub, a treasure trove of knowledge where all information, since the world was created, has been recorded. It is like an infinite magical space that is easier to understand, he replied. But there is nothing here that interests me. When are you planning to take me back? Luna continued. Labyrinthos is a separate dimension, apart from the world. No one can enter or leave without my permission. So I advise you not to think about it too much. I am a librarian tasked with managing Mekong by the god of magic. Someone who is not foolish enough to challenge me right in my territory. Right. The machine's current form darkened ominously, even though it was already dark. You are making a mistake. I will not be bound by anything. Even the will of the gods cannot constrain me. Luna looked up at him with a disinterested expression. She took a book off the shelf and said, I do not intend to argue about your beliefs. Is that why you killed humans? The machine replied. The murder is not human. My basic principle defines human nature that way. I see. So can you take this and step aside? As she spoke, she handed him the book she had taken down. You machines are really practical. No wonder I feel uneasy. It turns out our conversation is not lighthearted. He opened the book to read and asked, What is this? Luna replied. The real reason I invited you here is that it is an ancient book recording the horizons of the world that have existed since the beginning. Additionally, it describes the primordial functions of the sacred artifacts we possess. When the 6 sacred artifacts gather, a seedling will grow and form the world tree. He wondered, Why are you showing this to me? Luna pointed a finger at him and said, To enlighten you. I am one who has the power to see the future. And not far in the future, the 6 sacred artifacts will gather, and the world tree will descend. With a horizon that will destroy all life on this earth, I must stop it at all costs. If you help me, I will grant you anything you desire. Right now, the machine's avatar is asking you. Do you know what I desire? She quickly replied. You want to become a human. You want to become human. Is that conclusion related to you possessing many powers? Spatial shifting and prophecy. No avatar has ever possessed so many powers. To be precise, your true power is creating power yourself. Luna read a spell, and the machine's avatar shimmered, losing its form. Luna smiled. When I first met you, I was not sure what would happen. But this is not too bad. The machine's avatar transformed into a mini version, raising its hands. Here it is, Luna explained. But on special occasions, I will inscribe that power onto a human body. Azar Idun. The power to change the shape of the subject. This is a technique that imposes the concept of a child that the user only perceives on the subject. Just as you said, I have many powers, so I have been observing the first 6 avatars for a long time. Among them, some have blended into humanity, while others dominate humans like you, who are unlike them. You have abandoned the role and mission bestowed upon you, and have spent more time than anyone else understanding humanity. Which is the sole purpose of your life? The machine's avatar held still. About 5 seconds of silence. Luna asked, Why do not you deny it? At this moment, he finally replied, I have many things to say, but there is no reason to deny your observation. However, that is still not enough to convince me why you want to subdue me. Sister, what do you really want? Luna smirked. A mutually beneficial deal. The only thing I want is to cooperate with you. As she spoke, she placed her rose hairpin on his head. It looked cute on him. Luna made a deal with the machine's avatar to prevent the event she had foreseen. It is a combination of the powers of magic and mechanics, which Luna has her own plans for and wants to merge with the strength of the machine's avatar. A year later, the machine's avatar had returned to its original tall form, Standing and crafting something, Luna approached. Looks like everything is almost complete. How's it going? Is this crafting session going smoothly? He picked up a small orb. The powers had gone through many tests and errors to stabilize. But now it is almost perfect. Luna looked at the orb and said, "The orb magically transforms power into mechanics. That is probably the hardest power to create. You did very well." "Serena, quickly take it." Serena was startled. And with her heart racing, she stepped forward and carefully took the orb with both hands. "Now let us think about where we will go next." Alcubierre leads the way. The space before me blazes bright. And I notice that the surroundings have changed. The machine's embodiment speaks. "This place is," Luna replied. "Aside from Serena, you are the first to set foot here. This is the outpost preventing the descent of the world tree. Welcome to the moon base. This place looks like a pristine tower missing its roof, with a large telescope positioned in the center pointing straight up towards Earth. The machine's embodiment looks up. The plan of someone who can see the future is truly fascinating. The idea of turning power into a tool using 6 magical orbs. I could enhance my combat abilities. But what about telepathy? Manipulating space with the powers you desire seems difficult to use in battle. But I still want to ask one thing. Specifically, what future have you seen? Luna answered. The future belongs to the realm of the irreversible. Once it is determined, there is no going back. Before subduing someone, I have been searching for allies for a long time, and have also tried to share prophetic abilities with one of the 6 embodiments. Namely the embodiment of the warrior. Real. I thought he, with the mightiest power, would align with me. But the response I received was beyond my expectations. She recalled when Rio had told her, "I understand your worries. But unless there are clear signs, I cannot follow your vague prophecy." The machine's embodiment wondered. "A vague prophecy," Luna explained. "I cannot see the future clearly. When predicting something, it is not prophecy but merely a forecast. Only those with a clear will to realize it can bring it to fruition." The nameless embodiment with strange wings. My plan is to detect the appearance of that being beforehand, and prevent him from stealing the divine artifacts of the powers you suspect are for emergency situations. I want to ensure this child survives," she said while patting Serena's head. The two looked at each other with an endless gaze of love. The embodiment of the machine. "The development of the magical orb will end here. From now on, I will entrust you with the task of operating the moon base. Investigate the embodiment with strange wings here. It is time for you to fulfill your promise." The embodiment of the machine stood within a magical circle. Light pouring down from above, Luna cast a spell, granting a human form. This technique also operates under the principle of isekai. I will inscribe that power onto your body, so you can activate it whenever you want. But why do you want to become human? The machine's embodiment closed its eyes and replied, "When I achieve a human form, I will let you know." Luna conjured a magic circle right before her. "So I will turn you into a human." The body of the machine's embodiment gradually transformed into that of a human, and both Luna and Serena stared in astonishment. Luna, astonished, stammered, "This is impossible. That form. Could you be the one in my prophecy?" The machine's embodiment had now transformed into a complete human. From his back sprouted many wings. Oh light. He was very eager to challenge the radiant fairies. Sister. The embodiment of machinery that did not want to become human. He wanted to reach for something even higher. I realized the law to bring freedom from this world. I will spread my wings of light because the path around the world became wings carrying freedom. Zuyo. The embodiment of wings. Stretched out his hand to claw at Luna's right eye. Serena. Tears streaming down her face. Screamed Luna's name. Zuyo held up her eye with a sinister grin. I will move to the other side of the world and reclaim dignity and freedom from the gods. Serena watched Luna being increasingly shackled by the radiant fairies and felt her heart break. She shouted. Zuyo stared at Serena, whose face was covered in tears and snot. I will take the magic orb. He extended his hand. Luna mumbled. Alcubierre leads the way. The radiant fairies surrounding Serena suddenly faltered. A space circle appeared, and Serena vanished shortly after. Zuyo stood staring into the void before him. Thanks to her, I could easily dominate you like this. 2 different avatars but with similar energy. I know you have given most of your power to Serena, so her role is likely a backup to maintain Labyrinthos in emergencies. Luna forced a smile. You know nothing. Emotions exist for those you love. She lay on the ground, her gaze becoming hollow. Zuyo pointed a finger forward. A dot of light appeared. Oh light. To exist we must continuously evolve to escape the old life of slaves, following the customs and rules of the gods. Though unclear why. He was now wearing long pants and a tucked-in shirt. Looking somewhat handsome but slightly off. Today right here, I will end my former self, he said as he raised his head to look at the earth. Returning to the present, Serena placed her hand on the book. And that is the origin of the embodiment of wings. Rupo and Ananta were both shocked after hearing this. Ananta asked, "So what?" She wanted to avenge her fallen master. But aside from spying, she had no other skills and her subordinates were just poor rabbits. She was just the leader of an old library, and then she went on to search for a pawn similar to herself, so wanting to seduce and exploit it. How can one who dares not accept death talk about revenge? Serena, with an expressionless face. Just as you said, I'm timid, afraid of living and scared of dying. So I have been silent all this time. That day, after losing Luna, I fell into utter despair, knowing only to cry in helplessness. But not long after, the sadness turned into anger. Luna, like my parents, was the one who nurtured me, an orphan child with nowhere to turn, and yet sharing my strength to turn me into an incarnation. Not long after that, I was able to fully fulfill her role. Throughout that long time, I honed my strength and intellect with a deep-seated grudge against Zuyo, determined to use the legacy Luna left behind to take revenge on him. My sister siblings, we have to take revenge. Please let Zuyo become my sister's strength. Please fulfill her wish. Wifut approached Ananta holding a box, asking, "What is this?" Luna answered, "The magic sphere has merged into machinery that can seal powers. Uberman. The source of the dual incarnation's power comes from 6 magic spheres. If using Uberman, everyone can neutralize all his powerful abilities. Of course including the powers of the evil god that has merged into you." Rupa was surprised. "Do you mean Ananta can return to his original body?" Ananta held up the sphere, his expression looking like he was ready to fight. He and Rupa left, and Ananta asked, "Do you have anything more to say to me?" The rabbit said it will be half a day before your teammates arrive, so you should take a break. Rupa was silent for a moment before speaking up. After taking revenge, what do you plan to do? Ananta coldly replied, "I do not know. I have never thought about what to do after revenge. If I had to make a choice, it would just be to visit my sister's grave once more," he thought to himself. "But with the time I have left, perhaps even that small wish cannot be fulfilled." Rupa placed a hand on his shoulder. "It is okay to remember your lost family and overcome the pain to stand up with the rabbits. You can live a normal life." Ananta, without any emotion, said, "It is none of your concern. Do not interfere in my business. This guy is really harsh." Rupa paused for a few seconds and then said, "How can it not be relevant? Teammates are those who can be by your side and support each other in difficult times, and when problems arise. They are the ones you can trust, and because of my life and at any moment. That is why I can't abandon him, because he is my teammate." My sister said these things with a face as red as a tomato. She is caught up in love again. Ananta's eyes widened as he looked at Rupa. She glanced at him and continued, "Before meeting Ladritha, I was one of the spirit beasts tamed by Yo-Yo, even though I was very young then. I do not understand why I have no memory of anything before that. Ladritha said I was stuck in that time. It was a dark and damp cave, a vast space where footsteps seemed unable to touch. Inside, many spirit beasts were imprisoned and kept together. I was one of them. Every month he would appear before the spirit beasts and make everyone kill each other. Around me were only those who wanted to take my life. Yuo's goal was to turn the spirit beasts into monsters through those survival battles. I did not want to become a monster to survive in that terrible loneliness. I chose to be a solitary beast." At that moment, the rock suddenly shattered. Ladritha and an army arrived. The soldiers shouted, "Your Majesty, the excavation is complete." Ladritha said, "Some will stay here to observe. The rest follow me inside." Stepping inside was a savage scene unfolding before our eyes. Everywhere was the mist of the beasts, with blood splattered all around. Ladritha was shocked. It was terrifying. The soldiers suddenly shouted, "There is something over there." All got into a ready stance. A wolf dog slowly stepped out. It growled fiercely, its eyes red like 2 car headlights. The soldiers raised their weapons, ready to fight. The wolf dog became even more aggressive. Ladritha sensed something. This presence, she ordered everyone to step back. "Don't worry. She is just scared. Lower your weapons. This is a manifestation of wings. We are not her enemies." Ladritha lowered her sword to the ground and slowly approached the wolf dog, intending to talk. But before she could finish, the wolf dog slammed her down hard. It howled, its mouth wide like a cave. The soldiers were startled, but then paused. Ladritha shouted, "I am Ladritha Inuja, Queen of Levittan. I have come to free the spirit beasts who have suffered under the claws of this winged manifestation. If you are not his subordinate, you must have endured great suffering all this time, O spirit beast. If the sharp teeth you are aiming at are also my enemy, I will welcome you as a lifelong companion. Now tell me your name." The wolf dog's gaze shifted from surprise to taking on the form of a human, back to reality. Lupa continued, "That was the first time for me. Someone who had never relied on anyone and always fought alone. To have someone reach out and ask me to be their teammate and friend. Perhaps that is why I can ignore him. Because he looks very dangerous. Ananta remembered his older sister. Recalling the moment he held her figure in his arms and cried like rain. The reason I watch this is simply because I do not want to lose another precious person and suffer the pain like that day. It is true that I am weak. So no matter how hard I try to push people away, they always disregard it and come closer. Gradually entering my life, he looked at Lupa. Seeing Ruby had jumped onto her at some point. Then he stepped closer, faced her, and said a vague sentence, along with the others. After about 5 seconds of silence, he called her name, and Lupa was surprised and stuttered. "Did you just call me Lupa?" He placed his hand on her head, thanking her. Somewhere, Nadia knelt on the ground, her whole body covered in dirt in a very messy way. She lowered her face. "It has been a long time. Has not it? Is this all my blood? Why do I have to suffer this much pain?" Because he does not want anyone to sacrifice. A voice rang out. That person had a face just like hers. While she could only stand there helplessly watching, Nadia looked up with lifeless eyes. "Just like that person." "Right," that person raised an eyebrow. "So I hope you won't repeat my mistakes. Many years have passed, and the life of the embodiment has almost become immortal. Even now, I still can't forget the image of those who died in my embrace. Life is indeed so short and fragile. In the end, what remains for you and me is just sorrow. I do not want to kill you. Nadia, please understand and accept me. Please understand and become one with me. And then I will build a world where no one has to suffer for you." Nadia mumbled a spell, and the branches suddenly shot out, colliding with each other and stabbing straight towards that person. Nadia touched a branch. "I understand you will never happen, but I can empathize with you more than anyone else." Senanuth. Nadia seemed to transform, surrounded by branches. She picked up a branch as a weapon and slowly walked towards Senanuth. At that moment, Senanuth revealed his true form as a monster. "It is a pity why you let yourself get to this point. Is that the will to live? Say her name so you will never lose to him." At this moment, her whole body had transformed into a trent in a lush meadow. Senanuth sat cross-legged on a stone with his eyes closed. Audi approached and spoke. "I came to report some matters. But it seems your condition is not great. You are still fighting for control of your body with Nadia," she retorted. "You seem really concerned about that. I have to lie to you that it was you who stabbed her in the back. And if Nadia regains control, the most awkward person will be you." O sighed in frustration. "Why would not I care? I am used to being discarded by someone. But after hurting her, I can only hide away without a chance to say I am sorry." Senanuth paused for a moment, and then reached out to take his handkerchief. "It seems I have gone a bit too far. Thank you for your goodwill. What brings you to see me?" "It is an order from the embodiment of the wings." Our replied. "There are a lot of people gathered. A large orb is floating nearby. And Breakwood is smiling as he speaks into the microphone. Everyone, please follow me. I will guide you to the treatment facility and accommodations right here." "Your Majesty, welcome to your visit to Labyrinthos." Serena approached politely and said, "I'm the leader of the raiders." Lagartha added, "I want to express my deep gratitude for your help in saving the survivors. Levittan will never forget this." Rupa jumped out and hugged Lagartha, welcoming her after a tough day. Lagartha noticed Rupa was very emotional yet also a bit stiff. "Thank you, Rupa." Ananta, witnessing this, softened her expression and smiled gently, no longer wearing her usual stern face. The people around the large table were shocked to hear something that seemed unbelievable. "He is one of the first manifestations of machinery." Lagartha glanced over. "This sounds hard to believe, but there is clear evidence right in front of us." She looked over and saw Whitefoot holding a plate with a hand on it. "Serena, I know you want to eliminate the manifestation of the wings, but he is not in the best condition due to the curse. For years, Levittan has yet to determine where he is hiding. He is currently in Yuff." Ananta suddenly appeared behind like a ghost. "Based on the moon, where the manifestation of the wizard has passed away." Serena lowered her head. "Yep. Lord Luna is resting on the moon. Zuyo and Sephiroth are also there." She placed a piece of paper on the board and stepped back. "Everyone, from now on, I will tell you the plan for invading the base on the moon that my raiders have prepared for a long time." Serena cast a spell on the paper, causing the locations to appear in 3D. Truly mesmerizing, the moon base is essentially a watchtower to observe the world, since it can grasp global situations in an instant. Besides Labyrinth, there is no way to avoid detection. The exposure of Levittan's secret base is also for this reason. Serena's inquiry expanded to 10 areas, and the moon base transformed into a massive cannon connecting those areas. Ananta asked, "How large are those areas? Do they compare to the capital of a country?" Bernhard replied, "The 10 areas are the size of a major city, which fits the number of Sephiroth." Lagartha questioned, Could it just be a coincidence? Serena answered. It is not a coincidence. The current moon base has been redesigned by Zuyo, and can be considered a summoning array for manifesting the world's horizon, and Sephiroth are the elite seedlings he nurtures. Only one chosen branch can grow and become the world tree. The goal of the plan to invade the moon base is to stop the rituals of Zuyo and Sephiroth. And now I will outline the detailed strategy for the invasion. On the Zuyo side, a giant dragon stared at him. You said you would pull me out of loneliness. The embodiment of wings. Are you trying to help me break free? Zuyo convinced. The master of the abyss. You are truly noble, even with the power to destroy the world. I still live a life unbound by anything. Zuyo. Want to praise your spirit of freedom, the dragon thought to itself. Speaking as if it considered itself a higher being, Zuyo continued. The one standing in the sky is the loneliest person at the highest point. The soul hesitant in the lowest position is something only I can truly understand. In the castle hall, a sister like a mermaid with a high face spoke up. What is going on? I came here because of your summons. Master Zuyo. But why is the second one standing there? Our replied. The embodiment of wings has summoned him alone. That master has ordered me to gather all the Sephiroth and relay the commands to everyone, another one said. He does not seem much like that master. The embodiment of wings is usually very clear about the hierarchy, delegating responsibilities to a newcomer instead of destruction or the abyss. Are we reorganizing the hierarchy again? For someone as lowly as me, this is quite the gossip-worthy affair, Senanot shouted. Shut up. From the start, you all only reached your current position because of the power of the branch. So just focus on the master's wishes. That mermaid sister got furious. A huge terrifying monster appeared behind her. Are you insulting me? Second Sephiroth. What kind of person are you to be so hot-headed? Countless eyes appeared above, watching the crowd intently. Do not stop. Senanot. Those eyes are coming. We have already lost nearly half of the Sephiroth. The unity of the crowd is shaking the foundation of faith in the horizon of the world. I want to use anything for any statement that causes chaos. Relay the orders of the embodiment of wings right away. Daihiran. You look extremely displeased. Senanot said. 4 days from now we will deploy the horizon of the world on this moon. The intermediary is me. The branch of transformation Senanot. All the Sephiroth will remain at their bases, ready to respond to the enemy's attack. A Sephiroth wondered. The enemy's attack. Who could infiltrate this moon base? Even if they can warp space like destruction. Finding this place while hidden is impossible, O explained. According to the orders of the embodiment of wings, the remnants of the magical embodiment are aiding the enemy. They not only have a base that we cannot infiltrate, but also possess the power to teleport into the moon base at any time. That guy exclaimed. What? Saying that is just unreasonable, the mermaid sister calmly said. Let them come in. No matter how many. Even if you all face a humiliating defeat. I alone am enough. Do not keep your hands clasped and look down. That is concerning. The unity of the Sephiroth relies on the absolute presence of the embodiment of wings. Without it, they would just be uncontrollable monsters. Could the damage from the curse be worse than I thought? Over here. Breakwood smiled brightly and waved at Ananta. So you are here. I have missed you. Suddenly, Rupa punched Breakwood right in the face, not letting her run to Ananta. Ananta watched this scene, speechless. Girls are really hard to understand. Breakwood pouted. Honestly, if you keep losing like this, the guy's 1T like you. Rupa raised an eyebrow and replied. Well, someone like you with no manners 1T be liked either. Ananta said nothing from start to finish, just quietly smiled. He and Rupa exchanged friendly looks. Breakwood's eyes widened as she noticed the change in the relationship between Ananta and Rupa. While I was not around, they got closer. He walked away while scolding her. What nonsense are you saying? Just go. Breakwood hurried after them. Wait for me. The evacuation of the civilians has been completed safely. The queen personally went to check on the people. I wonder if she is overdoing it. Where is everyone going? Ananta replied. To a place where we can have some fun. We are going to meet the stubborn one who wants to join the front lines in 4 days. Breakwood stood in front, seemingly waiting for them. She turned her head and said, I am waiting for you. Ananta. Thanks for agreeing to my request. In a village engulfed in flames, young Ananta was holding his sister tightly. No longer moving, Breakwood approached and smiled. Little human. I want to ask you something. Why is there such a terrifying aura? Someone must have done something really bad. I am curious how someone can withstand such an intense aura. Right now, the human body is nothing but a shell. Can I hear the story from the only survivor about the disasters that have happened in this village? I forgot to introduce myself. I am Hyangbo, the sacrifice of the wings. Rupa looked at Wildfood in surprise. What is that shape? Breakwood explained. Azuritan. The power to change the shape of the target. You have heard my sister say that before. Right, Rupa asked. So Wildfood has been hiding her true form all along. Wow. Taking on the role of the sister in intelligence was a special agent skilled in information gathering and infiltration. During the pursuit of Zuyo's magic trail, she happened to meet Ananta, Sister Wildfood, who always cared about the power of the curse. Wanted to use Ananta's abilities to include him in our plan. Her role changed to supporting Ananta. And to avoid being exposed, she changed her form. Ananta faced Wildfood. It has been a long time since you revealed your true form. Wildfood did not answer me, but she asked, do you remember the conditions I set? Ananta immediately replied without thinking. Of course, in the upcoming battle she wants to prove that she can fulfill her bunfag duty, to fight me. Right, if you win, I will officially request your master to let you join the attack force on the moon base. Blackwood. I am sure you understand the situation now. Until one of us can fight or dies, you will be a witness to this battle. Blackwood stood frozen, looking at Wildfood, and when she saw her sister nod, she reluctantly said, in this battle, Blackwood, a member of the Cetus, will serve as a witness for the two of you. She thought to herself, no matter what, I believe in you. Sister. Wildfood clenched the sphere tightly. Ananta's arms transformed into those of a monster, sprouting sharp claws as he lunged toward Wildfood. She used a trick to create a rabbit figure, jumping up to dodge Ananta's strike, taking on the form of a rabbit. Ananta raised his eyebrows looking at Wildfood. She used her sea magic trick again. A powerful beam of light shot toward Ananta, causing him to slide along the ground, taking the form of a wild boar. Wildfood held two spheres in her hands. Ananta had to say bluntly that his attacks would never reach me. Ananta, furious, unleashed streams of fiery red energy. That open mouth was just to say those words. He charged at her wildly, but she skillfully dodged every single attack. Lupa watched the free action movie, eyes wide in surprise. She avoided all of Ananta's attacks. Blackwood's face was tense like a pulled string. It was not just luck. This was my sister's true power. The ability to turn danger into perceptual visual information. When my sister's true body and powers combined, no attack could ever touch her. Whitefoot pushed the sphere forward. The magic manifestation of a snake appeared. Several snakes wrapped tightly around Ananta. Lupa quietly spoke up. The battle with Ananta has gone beyond prediction. In front of Whitefoot, flames erupted fiercely. She was amazed, her eyes wide open. Ananta sprouted two pairs of wings, causing the snakes to scatter. He shot toward her at lightning speed, his face no longer resembling that of a human. Whitefoot held the sphere tightly in her hand, shouting to prepare for battle. With a crash, Ananta dove down, dust flying everywhere. He swooped past her, punching the ground and shattering it. Whitefoot stood stunned before stopping her attack. Ananta stood up and replied, if you just dodged like a coward, I would have killed you long ago. But I see a warrior ready to face death. You know, I have always hated you since the first time we met. You always hide your true feelings, never happy but pretending to smile at me. He suddenly grabbed her face with great force and shouted, you want to kill that guy? Right. Zuyo has made your precious family suffer. You want to take revenge on him, do not you? Whitefoot remembers when she was little. She lulled Blackfoot to sleep and turned to see Serena sleeping in the chair next to her. The power to create my clone is the first clone born from that strength of the eldest sister. To fulfill her wishes, the avatar of revenge with wings. Whitefoot approached to call out to Serena with concern and saw her dreaming, calling out Luna's name. Tears in the corners of her eyes. We operated in secret, investigating and establishing partnerships with forces that had enmity with Zuyo. And that process needed an agent who could brave any dangerous place. That is my role. I am a tool to fulfill the eldest sister's wishes. An emotionless piece of jewelry brings luck to its owner, as long as the person does not suffer. Even my own importance has faded. But you truly loved me, back in reality. White was stunned to see Serena to the point where she dropped both spheres she was holding. And Serena walked over. Why did you do this? Didn't I always emphasize that in any situation, our safety should come first? Whitefoot hugged Serena tightly, saying she had blamed her a lot. Why could she live a life of revenge? Why do you always have to put on such a stiff face that you dropped both spheres you were holding? Serena stepped forward. Why must we always endure suffering? If you created us to fulfill that wish, then from the beginning, treat us like emotionless tools. If the original purpose is fine, then why teach me how to love? Ananta spoke up. Whitefoot risked herself to confront me in battle to protect her. So hopefully this time she would allow her to fight. Serena shouted. Do not say such nonsense. I can put this child in danger just because of my grudge, Whitefoot gently said. Eldest sister, please let me go with Ananta, even if it costs my life. I want to fight for you. As long as Zuyo exists, you will never escape the pain of that day. A world that does not make you suffer is my only wish, Whitefoot cried uncontrollably. Rupa placed a hand on her shoulder. Ruby felt her pain and wanted to die. Raglet suddenly set Ruby down. And she became quiet, remembering the past. They brought her before Ladritha, the embodiment of a child. That was the child saved from the realm of embodiments in the eastern area. The soldier replied. It seems that her entire family and loved ones have been slaughtered by the embodiment of wings. Perhaps the shock was too great, so she still cannot communicate. And she might have closed her heart off now. Ladritha commanded. Protect that child. Placed a hand on the child's head. Hello. Sweet girl. My friends call me the embodiment of martial arts. Can you tell me your name? Currently. Raglet sat on the ground, hugging her knees and burying her head down. Ruby noticed something was off and walked over, then transformed into a human form to inquire. Hey kid. What is wrong? Why have you been so quiet? Raglet still did not say anything. Ruby suddenly came up with an idea. Raglet felt something and looked up to see Ruby sitting close to her. Ruby smiled smugly, saying, if anything is difficult, just tell me. I will be very gentle and comfort you about everything. Raglet made a sound with just one word. Ruby asked. Oh, is someone very important to you? Right. Raglet could not articulate clearly. In her mind was the image of being trapped in a place that scared her and made her cry. Walla looked at her with a cold gaze. Then she fell silent again. Ruby stood up with her hands on her hips. All right. I will ask Ananta for help so you can meet O. And I will go with you. She took Raglet's hand. Don't worry. I will definitely make your wish come true, Serena said to everyone. For many years monitoring the operations of the base on the moon, we have witnessed a strange phenomenon, which occurs during a total solar eclipse. Each time at this moment, a gigantic energy reaction that has never been seen before is recorded at the lunar base. The energy generated from each base gradually converges at central base number 2, and is maintained for a certain period. It will disappear. The team have concluded that this is an experimental operation of the world horizon. Everyone was shocked. Ladritha asked. This phenomenon is related to the plan to infiltrate the lunar base. Right, Serena replied. Yep. Based on the observations from the energy sources at each base, it is exactly like the energy emitted from the branch of the world tree. If each base acts as an energy source, it must be the power of the Sephiroth. Bohan spoke up. In other words, to realize the world horizon, the enemy's forces will be dispersed. Right, seeing Serena silent, Rupa asked anxiously. So when is the next total solar eclipse? 4 days later. Ananta asked. Is that the day the campaign starts? That is right. After 4 more days we will attempt a large-scale spatial displacement to infiltrate Central Base Number 4 on the moon. Ladritha wondered. Can't we directly displace to Central Base Number 2, where the ritual is performed? Wildfood explained. It is not feasible because we can't locate the coordinates. The spatial displacement technique has 2 types, a small-scale type for under 4 people, and a large-scale displacement with no limit on the number of people. Unlike the small-scale displacement which allows the user to move freely, the large-scale type can only be used at coordinates that Serena has been to. The original coordinates of the lunar base can only perform large-scale displacement to Central Base Number 4, Serena continued. Additionally, since large-scale displacement can only be performed by me, I need my siblings to activate it when everyone is present. The invading army will displace to the lunar base. Then their task is to secure the retreat route. They will set up large-scale displacement equipment. This is the life of everyone at stake. Meanwhile, Ananta and the others will defend Central Bases Number 4 and 3 to advance to Central Base Number 2 for the final battle. Later we will talk. A strategy of centralization. Minimizing confrontation with the enemy. Striking quickly for a swift victory. Ananta looked up at the 3D map floating in the air, where Zuyo was located. Serena placed her hand on the map on the table, currently unable to determine the enemy's position. So she did not know what would happen. This is indeed the final battle. A fight where we will mobilize all the cards we have, and there won't be another chance. So I hope everyone prepares thoroughly with the remaining time. The only way for us to win this battle is for Ananta to successfully defeat Zuyo. Ananta quietly sat in the room, holding a small orb, staring intently at it. The demon behind him floated up and blabbered. Sealing powers. Who would have thought you would hide something like this? The cursed one. Do you still cling to that faint hope? Soon, your body will belong to me. Do not forget that to defeat the embodiment of wings, you must unleash all your power, if you intend to use it even once. I will seize your body and destroy it immediately. Ananta's voice was icy. You do not need to worry about that. Defeat Zuyo for revenge. Then steal my body. Do you intend to live such a lonely future? What is wrong with that demon? Why is it opening its mouth wide like a cave and shouting, you piece of trash? I will never forgive you. I will take your soul and body and humiliate you. Ananta smirked. wiping the blood from his nose. Agreeing that there is no turning back now, the next day everyone gathered at the center of the castle. Rupa said, "Everyone is waiting for you. Ananta, aren't you going to say a word of encouragement? Everyone is counting on you for this important battle, so your words will be very helpful." Ananta's gaze remained icy. Encouragement? I do not know much about everyone gathered here. They are not blood relatives and have no special relationship. Honestly, I do not think I am that special to lead a battle like this. Blackfoot turned to Wildfoot. This is nothing like Ananta's usual style. Ananta continued, "But I can assure you of one thing. I will survive and win in the end. We are the ones who claim victory. I will prove that in this battle." He raised his clenched fist high, and everyone shouted in unison, showing their determination. The final battle begins. A golden light shone like the radiance of 10 Buddhas, and in an instant, Ananta and the others arrived at a new place. Ananta looked around. This was the moon base. Wildfoot placed his hand on the decayed wall. This place had been abandoned and was severely damaged. But just as the older sister had said, the shock was indescribable. It was hard to believe. How could humans do this? They all looked towards Earth. No one would believe our old story now. Suddenly, there was a loud scream. Ananta jumped and turned around to see Rupa wide-eyed in surprise. "We are really on the moon. But how can we breathe?" Blackfoot pointed. "It must be thanks to that moon thing. Whatever it is," Wildfoot explained. "The transfer station. It is the energy transfer device installed in every lunar base. Circulates the power of plants to maintain the entire base's living environment. Each Sephiroth will protect the transfer station at their base," Rupa asked. "But why is there no sign of anyone here?" Wildfoot replied. "Over half of the Sephiroth have been defeated, so it is hard to run the whole system at once. This place has been abandoned." "Blackfoot, hurry and set up the transfer device." Lagratha spoke up. "Some will stay behind to escort Blackfoot. The generals and I will lead. Ananta, you stay back to conserve your strength." Ananta stepped forward like a god towards the gate, ready to activate the body, the path from Central Base 4 to Central Base 3, and led a group including Rupa. "It is too exposed. Do not they realize we have infiltrated here?" Wildfoot's face was tense like a string. "We can't let our guard down. We do not know where or when the enemy will appear." Rupa asked Ruby, "Wait, are you still keeping that pose? You are even covering your face with that outfit." Ruby stammered, unable to respond. Rupa asked again, "Are you not feeling well?" Ananta turned to look as well. Lagratha suddenly pointed ahead. "Look, there is an exit. There is a path ahead glowing brightly." They walked until they reached a tall tower for Wildfoot. To enter the dangerous area, one must have the right qualifications. Lagratha was stunned. "Is that his voice?" A masked figure stood before the tower. "I will help you check your qualifications." Lagratha shouted angrily. "Why did you betray your teammates and side with Zuyo?" Slowly drew his sword. "Teammates? You are just my pawns. Attack." He pulled something from the ground, and a swarm of monsters surged towards Lagratha's group. A thought silently. This army consists of monstrous beasts waiting to receive power from the branches. Ananta, no matter how strong you are, you can't face all these monsters alone. Choose. Exhaust your strength for your teammates or conserve it and sacrifice them. Raclette finally took off her hood, raising a stick with fire at the end to form a magical circle. The monsters that charged into that circle screamed in pain, but was surprised. "What for me?" Thaf Raclette and Ruby merged their bodies. She glared and called out the name. Rupa was shocked. "Let. How are you here?" Lagratha yelled. "Do not get distracted. Rupa, focus on the battle. The others are charging at us." The monsters kept charging like an endless army, and the team immediately raised their defenses. The one with the axe swung it down, smashing the heads of the monsters with all their might. Everyone was covered in blood on the battlefield. And suddenly Rupa looked up to see Ananta rushing forward, at lightning speed right in front of the pawn. He slowly approached with his sword, wondering if it was wise to let a child step onto the battlefield. O said this when he saw Jiklet standing beside Ananta. He replied that the child was here to fulfill his own will, so do not belittle that determination. Speaking of which, I still have a debt to settle with you. Come here. I will kill you. The debt Ananta mentioned was from the last time O had stabbed him through the chest. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. Ananta forcefully threw off his cloak, and O raised his sword, getting ready for battle. Both charged at each other at lightning speed. Jiklet anxiously looked ahead as Ananta and O were engaged in a fierce fight. Suddenly, the sword in O's hand transformed, turning into a long Yurumi, slicing into Ananta repeatedly. His face darkened, and he immediately struck towards his opponent. Feeling pain, had to retreat while Ananta continued to attack. O quickly ducked to avoid the attack, then used a powerful claw strike. A fierce slash came out, But then he was shocked and widened his eyes. Ananta's thunderous punch landed squarely on Ao's face, sending his body flying far away. And his mask fell off as well. At this point, Ananta calmly spoke, recalling their previous encounter. I was astonished by your relentless sword techniques, even though I was not in my best state at that time. Your abilities are beyond doubt. However, you have weakened now. Ao scoffed. Haha. You have become too arrogant. Your sword now shows hesitation. And from a branch in the distance, a shadow suddenly appeared. Alina tilted her head and made strange sounds. Ananta looks up in surprise. He wonders, is that the sound of birds? At the same time, Ao also hears everything. Alena's smile suddenly floods his mind and takes off his gloves, revealing a seal that has been burned halfway. A person. What do you know about me that makes you talk nonsense like that? A guy who only knows how to vent his feelings. Ao speaks while performing a fierce sword technique. The soaring sword. How can you understand the burden I carry? Ananta furrows his brows tightly. The sword technique is a revival. Is that his power? Across from him, Ao skillfully commands the swords. They cut through the wind. Soaring swiftly, Ananta jumps a few steps, then throws a punch directly at the sword light, unexpectedly. Ao grabs the sword on the ground and executes his fierce technique, and leaps high, using a calabash sword to strike directly at Ananta's arm. He suddenly turns his head back. Has the hesitation been lost? Ao spreads his wings and flies up into the sky. If you want to win without giving your all with me, that will be a big mistake. Ananta. Alright then. This warm-up is enough. Ananta speaks while transforming into a dragon form. Come on. I will tear you apart piece by piece. Ao's face becomes serious. Is he finally giving his all? But that is exactly what I was hoping for, and uses his fierce technique and dives straight down. Ananta quickly counters with a powerful strike. A surge of energy causes the space to tremble violently. Both grit their teeth, trying to withstand the backlash. Moments later, a crackling sound is heard. The sword in Ao's hand breaks in half. Ananta seizes the opportunity to land a blow. Ao quickly throws the broken sword to block. The sword tips pierce deep into Ananta's right arm, but he continues to punch hard with his other hand into his opponent's face. Ao is immediately thrown far away. Zagleet. Seeing this, panics and calls out his name. It instinctively wants to run over, leaving Zubi terrified. Don't go. Zagleet, as it is only worried about Ao. Meanwhile, he is encouraging himself, getting up, wondering why he is still lying there. I have not fulfilled my duty yet. Ao dreams that it sees a bird flying closer. It lands on the ground, then walks up step by step. Finally, it stops next to him. Moments later, Alina transforms into human form, her face clearly showing heart touch. Ao smiles and calls her name. Ananta in the distance is also surprised, revealing its form. He looks towards the wings that are slowly enveloping Ao's body. Is it the master of the branch you are protecting? Ananta mutters. Is it a manifestation of good? Or no, an evil deity? Ao slowly steps out from the protective wings. Not an evil deity. She is the one who once led the bird knights of the hunting birds in the sky, the embodiment of dawn. Alena, the proud leader of the hunting bird knights. Ao recalls the previous conversation with Juso. Because over half of the withdrawal vehicle has been destroyed, I have no choice but to take on the operation of the intermediary towers. You won't stay at Central Base number 2. Will you? That is right. To realize the stability of the world's horizon, we need to maximize the use of energy from the intermediary towers. So I will use all those who have been granted branches and arrange Alina at Central Base number 3. Ao heard this and felt upset. Did not you promise? Juso looks at him sternly. I never went back on my word to you. I said that if you complete the mission of espionage, I would not eliminate the incomplete failure Alina. At the same time, I will give the order to help her, the last hunting bird knight. And in reality, the golden energy suddenly surged. Alina uses reflective healing to cover Ao's body. I can't help but be amazed. Is it the power of healing? Alina, for making you use your powers. Ao looks up at her, but she has never blamed me even once. I must. He takes the mask and slowly puts it on. His body immediately undergoes a transformation, malfunctioning with her for life. Right after that, Ao spreads his wings and flies up towards the center, sword light suddenly shooting forth. I open my eyes wide in shock. The next second, his left arm is severed. Ruby and Jacqueline Tikanhai call his name. Ao arrogantly speaks. Our hunting style is very quick. The person did not even have time to blink before losing their life. Anan let out a cold huff. Go ahead and try. Just then, countless swords suddenly appeared. It was Ao using the flying swallow sword technique, the swordsmanship of the love swallow. Anan looked big and fierce, then flapped his wings and soared straight into the sky. Ao immediately rushed in to confront him. A series of sword lights continuously attacked Anan, but he swatted them away with his hand. Unexpectedly, a sword stabbed from behind. Anan let out a painful roar. Seeing this, Ao quickly closed in and jumped onto Anan. He swung down his fist hard, causing both to crash down to the ground. Alina was terrified, rushing over to check, but was dizzy from the scene below. Jacklet nervously bit his lip. Moments later, the dust cleared. Ao's mask lay scattered. He painfully spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a wound on his stomach from Anan's stab. Suddenly, Ao raised his hand. He used the ultimate technique of the hunting bird. His eyes were filled with a cold glare, and the sword thrust straight toward Anan's back, but he just managed to use Chill Gunner to stop it. Shaking the space violently, dust filled the air, and a faint figure appeared. The ground was severely sunken. O slowly spoke. No matter how immortal one is, if the team gets hit, the energy required for resurrection will be massive. He looked at his severed arm. The chill of the person has been discovered, Anan calmly replied. I won't show any weakness twice. But that was indeed a sharp blow. Just then, Jacqueline cried out in alarm. No, no. She jumped into his arms. Crying heavily, I gently wiped her tears. Please forgive me. I truly considered you my most valuable friend. I am sorry to say goodbye again. Jacqueline looked after him with longing. Suddenly, Anan asked, what is the last thing you want to say? O slowly replied. At Central Base, no. There is no record of Aozo. At the same time, the last monster was finally defeated. Ladruther and Barun coldly looked at it. Only O was left, slowly walking in one direction. Elena. I have something to tell you. The memory of the training session flashed in Ao's mind that day. His teammates were also there. They all watched him and Elena spar together. The two were almost evenly matched. Then suddenly, O accelerated and lunged forward. Elena gasped with wide eyes. She tried to raise her sword again, but in the end, she had to give in. Nevertheless, a bright smile bloomed on her lips. O looked at her, his cheeks flushing red. The next moment, a sword's light suddenly shot forward. Elena successfully struck him on the head. The training session came to an end. Then one day, O confidently walked into the hall. There, Juso had been waiting for a long time. Everything went smoothly. O officially became a Hawk Knight. He smiled down at the audience, searching for Elena's shadow, but when he saw her smiling at Daytop beside her, his expression darkened immediately. Later, the night banner fluttered in the wind. The crowd gathered behind Juso. At the signal, they all spread their wings and flew into the sky. Together, they surrounded a monster. Suddenly, the light of the sword flashed. O suddenly stabbed the monster in the head. It immediately fell to the ground. O proudly stepped on its corpse, then instinctively looked in one direction. It was where Elena was standing. Later, she married Daytop. The two held hands intimately, walking to watch the sunset by the beach. Elena's face was filled with happiness. O silently watched from afar, then unconsciously smiled back. That day, Juso approached him, the Knight O, the most talented person since the founding of the Hawk Knight Order, to acknowledge your outstanding abilities. I will grant you a portion of my power. From then on, O bore an additional seal on his hand. The scene shifts to a night gathering. Juso called everyone together. Come here. Members of the Hawk Knight Order. Elena could not help but wonder why he brought them to this place. Suddenly, a shadow approached him. Just in time, the crowd murmured, wondering who was behind Juso. What kind of being? Right after that, a growling sound came from the statue. The monster raised its head to the sky, roaring. Then, it suddenly stopped swiping. One of its claws came crashing down where Elena was standing. She was about to counterattack when someone rushed in. With just a swipe of his sword, O easily took the monster's head. Elena opened her eyes wide in astonishment. O worriedly asked if she was okay. Once everything was resolved, Elena stepped forward to report. By the order of Lord Juso, the entire Hawk Knight Order has gathered here, but now Deputy Commander Datoth. Juso continued. If you are looking for your lover, he is right in front of you. He has already failed. That guy yearns to be the pinnacle of the Knight Squad, but in the end, he could not withstand the burden of the wings. Hearing this, dealt with him. Then, he smiled, looking even worse than crying. Juso suddenly shouted loudly, do not be afraid, bird hunting knights. Be brave and prove your worth, even if you have to become imperfect beings. You will be reborn as powerful embodiments to fulfill my wish. Elena shouted loudly. Hey bird hunting knights, destroy the enemy in front of you. O hurriedly shouted to stop, but it was too late. His teammates were all slaughtered by Juso's magic. Even Elena could not escape. O panicked and ran towards her. No way. He glared at Juso with resentment. I see within you a mix of excitement and hatred. Will you also stand against me? The mark on his hand suddenly glowed, causing O immense pain. It seems Elena is very important to you. I will give you a special opportunity to choose. A chance to save her life. The outcome depends on you. No matter how painful the result may be, do you have the courage to face the consequences of that choice? Elena's smiling face crossed over into reality. O choked up and said, please forgive me. My greed has turned her into this. Her wedding. I'm sorry I could not sincerely congratulate her. I deeply regret not wishing her happiness. Even now, I still feel immense guilt. Elena slowly reached out her hand towards O, then embraced him tightly. Arugu opened his eyes, and when he closed them again, a tear unconsciously welled up at the corner of his eye. Finally, golden energy burst forth, enveloping both their bodies. That night, O had to make a choice. Elena was saved, but she was no longer a knight. Her body was transformed into a gigantic bird. Deuto coldly spoke. Even the Captain Elena of the bird hunting knight team could not resist. The power of the imperfect branch only reaches this level. Pleading with him, said, please, turn her back to the way she was. You can't. Don't turn away from the consequences of the choice. Now she is an ugly failed creation that has turned into a demon. The only way is to eliminate her to not lose the branch. O hurriedly shouted. Please save her if you can. I will do anything. Even if it means sacrificing my life 11 years later. A flame is lit. Our returns to visit Alina. Dudu slowly walks up. Welcome back. You chicken. This time you have completed the mission excellently. I guess we should call you O now, not just giving up your name and appearance, but also the past of the Falconer team. I am really looking forward to your performance in the upcoming spy role. Hearing this, O unexpectedly uses the flame to burn the mark on his hand to complete the mission perfectly. Needing to gain the trust of the opponent, the promise between us. Please forgive the fading name. O bows his head in pain right beside Alina's corpse. He had already stopped breathing from the beginning. Lagratha lamented. The deity that O tried to protect has also lost their life after expending their power to save him, even though his eyes are closed. This fool, Ananta slowly says. The last thing he left was that there is no Gyudua at Central Base Number 2. Beephun frowned. This is troublesome. It seems the original plan will be slightly disrupted. I do not know what trap he has prepared, but it is best to continue with the plan, even at Central Base Number 2. It does not cut off the main route connecting all bases. Rupa looks over at Zagleet, who is crying and asks, but what about Zagleet? Should not we take her back to Blackfoot first? Lagratha was about to offer some advice when a loud noise suddenly echoed back. A voice called out loudly. Your Majesty, look over there. The heavy door in the distance swings open. Lagratha exclaims. Damn it, Ananta angrily swears. They let us in like fools. Move to the next base quickly. If Gyudu is not at Central Base Number 2, he is definitely planning something tricky with our predictions. And Ananta's gaze suddenly darkens. No matter what awaits us ahead, I still have a bad feeling about this. They all followed suit and left. But the scene of white tears afterwards left them stunned. Is this Central Base Number 2? Just as he finished speaking, the glass barrier suddenly burst and shattered completely. A spatial rift appeared. Rupa incredulously exclaimed. That is Ananta glaring at the Gyudu figure inside. There he is. Move immediately. Then the clattering sound continued to echo. The group successfully entered the base. Greetings. I have been waiting for you. The sacrificial offerings of the wings. The rain loudly warns that he is the strongest spear wielder. Ananta quickly transforms. I am also looking forward to the battle with you. Byheron shakes his head. It is not time to end this yet. And suddenly claps his hands together. Golden energy beams suddenly shot out from his side. Anand gritted his teeth. The ground beneath his feet suddenly became wet. Then, the water stain spread around. The stain opened up a deep, vast dimension. Everyone was in shock. Right. The next moment, everyone lost focus and fell straight down. Hem was the first to open his eyes. He looked around in surprise. He was the only one there. Where did everyone go? Suddenly, something flashed in front of him. Then it suddenly shot straight at him, exploding violently. Byheron calmly explained. This is the law field. No sooner had he finished speaking than a monster appeared. At the same time, the cat was arrogantly looking at Tak-kan. There will be loyal followers of the wings waiting for you. On Rupa's side is Kisuoga in the form of a terrifying Z. On Zagleet's side is a large bird. Let us put all our strength into this fierce battle. As soon as he said this, a column of water suddenly shot up from the sea. Levittan coldly looked towards Ananta and proved it in his own way. The left side of base number 3. A sword tip pointed straight to the sky. Lagratha shouted loudly, puffing out her chest. Immediately, Sang shot dazzling light from the side. The monsters opposite roared, and then all rushed forward. The warriors on this side furrowed their brows, clearly showing their determination. Everyone formed up. Protect the queen. Higher-ups gather. There is no time to worry about others now. But everyone is safe. Right. Your Majesty, trust them. Dream. I do not believe in gods or demons. I only believe in my own body and spirit. I only believe in myself and my teammates. At the same time, on the right side of base number 3, Hen was staring at his hand in disbelief. This attack, he gaped, eyes wide open. No way. That figure is... It is a bear body combined with machinery. On the back of the opposing bear were sharp ice blocks. It just stomped 1 foot, and the ice had spread wide. The layer of ice aimed straight at Han. Forming a path leading up, the bear raised its head and roared loudly. Then, suddenly lunged to attack Han. He had to step back. I do not have any feelings like familial bonds with you. Out of responsibility for our shared bloodline, I will take your life myself. The bear continued charging forward, and Han quickly raised his weapon. He fiercely struck a blow to his opponent's back. The bear cried out in pain. Suddenly, the patterns on its belly began to glow. The edge narrowed its eyes in caution, while the bear suddenly spat out a ball. That thing shot up into the sky at an incredible speed. At the same time, on the right side of base number 2, Kisuoga slowly circled the cliff. Rupa shouted angrily at her, asking how long she planned to just stand there like a coward instead of fighting. Do not get me wrong. Do you think I am doing this because I am afraid of you? I just want to enjoy the sight of you squirming in fear. That is all. Rupa suddenly struck out with a palm. Kisuoga disdainfully scoffed. The one I really want to crush is someone else, but you are enough to vent my anger on. You partner of that damn deer. You over there. What have you done to Nadia? Don't be reckless and cross your limits. Kisuoga immediately used the corrosive technique, unexpectedly. As soon as it was done, Rupa lunged at her. She punched hard into her opponent's stomach. Kisuoga roared in anger. That bitch. But Rupa calmly spun her body. As quick as a whirlwind. No way. Even before transforming, I heard stories from survivors at the fortress. Even unarmed civilians were slaughtered indiscriminately by you. The servant of the insects looks like a centipede. Rupa spoke while transforming, revealing that she was human. The insect then bit down hard on her head. She screamed in pain and fell apart. Get out. I said get out. You fool. Both of you just fell down with a thud. Kisuoga temporarily avoided death, but at the next moment, she heard Rupa's dark growl. Just you. I will personally pour molten iron on you. At the same time, on the left side of base number 2, fresh blood splattered on the ground. No one gasped for breath, then suddenly fell down. Kakat was overjoyed. What is going on? Are you in a daze? Jia had vanished. Friends had also left. Feeling excited. Then even I had to go. Taken stood up, ignoring the taunts from the opponent. I only knew one thing, seeing the effort from that guy. Kakat praised him. Good. That is right. It should be like that. Tekken thought to himself. The reputation of the deceased. If I do not allow it, you can transform. I will take your life. You bull-headed fool. I will forever be remembered. Thinking of this, Tekken raised his weapon and fiercely struck towards Kakat. Tekken began to reminisce about the faded past of mine, the friends who had shared hardships with me. The queen's invitation to that dull moment was suddenly shattered. At that moment, Tekken was extremely miserable and looked up in shock. The figure in front of him was the one who ruthlessly took the queen's life. After finishing, he simply turned around and left. In his eyes, fear and despair overwhelmed him. The faded past of the guy had closed like that. However, during his suspended time, someone unexpectedly approached. Lagratha had brought light back to him. That stream of memory surged back, empowering him in the current battle, where he was fiercely attacking the enemy. He embodied the breakthrough. The sharp blade quickly got caught in the enemy's armor. He promised himself that anyone who dared to block his queen would pay. He swung his weapon fiercely at the enemy. The weapon aimed straight at the enemy's face, determined to crush everything. Meanwhile, on another side, Burin's sturdy helmet lay shattered on the snowy ground. His weapon was also broken. He silently lamented. The power was too terrifying. If he did not act directly, the bear in front of him was still poised to attack. Burin was distracted by the gem on its body. Both sides roared and charged at each other. The mechanical bear ran heavily on the cold snow. It was immediately hit by Burin. He followed up with a powerful blow. He frowned, realizing that indeed, enhancing the body with mechanical devices seemed to clearly boost power, but due to the excessive weight, speed would decrease. And the strategy of utilizing divine artifacts, which he excelled at, was also sealed. The reason was that Burin quickly jumped back to avoid the opponent's punch. The gem on the mechanical bear continued to glow. Burin immediately recognized that it always had to use the divine artifact to cool its overheated body. Surely, it had not considered the consequences. A method of using life as an intermediary. Even loyal subordinates were just pawns to be discarded. Burin roared in anger and charged forward like a bullet. He clenched his fist, ready to throw a punch. The mechanical bear's eyes wide open. It could not avoid Burin's punch. The machinery on its jaw shattered. Burin wanted to continue the attack. Suddenly, the mechanical bear stammered a few words. Dad. Hearing that, Burin's body seemed to freeze. A flicker of some phantom light shone brightly in his eyes. The mechanical bear had sunk its sharp claws into Burhan's abdomen. Everything seemed to come to a standstill as he blankly looked down at his wound. He immediately jumped back. Very quickly, he stumbled and fell. Burin lay sprawled on the ground. His eyes painfully gazed into the void. Snow continued to fall from the sky. It seemed to remind him of a cold winter night. Back then, Burin was also wounded in the abdomen. Tunt sat next to him. He subconsciously raised his hand, calling her name. Please forgive me. Tunt did not answer, just took his hand. In reality, the spirit on the bear's back was being burned fiercely. It let out a terrifying roar. Burin quietly accepted his weapon back. He gripped it tightly in his hand. He also stood up and let out a loud howl. The mechanical bear growled with a hiss from deep in its throat. It was blinded by Burin's strike to the head. In pain, it howled loudly, its skin screaming. Then, it bit down hard on his shoulder, but Burin held it tight. He whispered sadly, even though she is gone, your mother has always loved you wholeheartedly. From a dark corner, Gyudu ordered the bear not to care about those brave words. It was slowly reacting as the mechanical bear rebooted. A blinding red light emitted. Burin quietly said, the spirit told me so. Keep calling me your dad. Snowflake. Burin's vision faded. Only seeing the snow still falling before him, the spirit of the bear had frozen. Two bodies lay frozen. Burin lovingly held his son tight. I hope you will rest peacefully in the arms of your family. The fish was slammed down on his head by Tutut Khan. The strong man pressed him deep into the ground. Then, he raised his other hand to deliver another blow. The fish suddenly opened its sharp teeth, quickly lunging to attack Taikan. The fish swiftly darted through the opponent's forearm. He delightedly looked and then swallowed it whole. Blood began to ooze from Taikan's open wound. A stream of blood flowed toward the fish. He excitedly absorbed this new energy. Taikan was tense, Ready to fight back? This guy definitely possesses strength equal to the strongest in the 5 great heart blessings. The fish suddenly lunged toward him. He quickly dodged and drew 2 knives to attack. Tatikan refused to back down and swung to counterattack, but this strike was easily blocked by him. He grumbled, "At this rate, my knife will be dull soon." His blade cut into one of Tatikan's eyes. The guy painfully shut his eyes. After a while of fighting, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. The blade and the arm collided, and he immediately swung a punch at his opponent. Tatikan's face was beaten to a pulp. The catfish laughed with delight. But at that moment, he swung the remaining knife up. A large gash appeared on Tatikan's back, and he bit down hard. Trying to endure the pain, the catfish continued to press the attack. He struck Tatikan with a flurry of blows. He laughed maniacally, saying he would not hold back. But he could not laugh for long. Tatikan suddenly swung a blunt weapon at him. The catfish felt pain shoot through him. Tatikan was filled with rage and thirst for victory. The catfish reassured himself. This is not true power. That bull-headed guy is just calling upon the strength of the evil god. Interesting. I like strong people like you. But of course, only when you are weaker than me. With that, he lunged at Tatikan like a hungry tiger. The guy suddenly stood up straight and spread his arms wide. The catfish lightly jumped to dodge his attack. Then he opened his mouth wide, full of sharp teeth. Tatikan quickly used his hands to block it. The guy's face twisted in pain. He swung his hand and punched the catfish. He let out a loud laugh, quickly looked, and swallowed hard. He absorbed all of the opponent's blood with his hands. Tatikan, in a fit of rage, threw a punch at him. The catfish quickly stepped back, then suddenly jumped up. He aimed to bite Tatikan's forearm. A chunk of flesh was torn off. Tatikan suddenly grabbed his throat. The catfish struggled to break free. He was slammed straight to the ground by Tatikan. The guy followed up with another strike. The catfish cried out in pain. Tatikan let out a loud roar and raised both hands high. He came crashing down on the catfish with a deadly blow. He struggled to withstand each hit while slowly recovering. The more blood he regained, the more strength he would get. Defend with all his might until he self-destructs. The catfish suddenly remembered Jiyuzo's words, his nature wanting to trample the weak. It proved that he was the weak one. He clenched his teeth in anger. Tatikan, while attacking, suddenly hesitated. In front of him was a gathering of ominous energy. His eyes widened in shock. A shark floated up from the ground, startling him. The catfish angrily lamented. Truly humiliating. Rupa lightly jumped back to avoid the opponent's attack. Kisuoga was both furious and helpless, thinking to himself, too fast. He has dodged all my attacks. Rupa charged forward and shouted, "Dream on, you fool." As the intense aura made Kisuoga feel a bit afraid and yell, "Don't come here." Rupa used a blood seal to cut through the person like a needle. She sighed lightly. "So shallow." Kisuoga read, "Just go back. Do you think someone like you can stand beside me?" Kisuoga's head suddenly exploded, her body slowly disintegrating. This made Rupa cautious. She heard her opponent hiss, "Just joking around now. I will tear your body into pieces." In this world, there is one unchanging truth. Only one person stands at the top. That brilliant light attracts the strong for many different reasons. Some seek the meaning of existence. Some embrace love. Some aim for power. Kakat is a wise and calculating person. He wants to solidify his position beneath that peak. The day he becomes the right-hand man of the one in charge is not far off. Until one single mistake happens, he lets his guard down and gets hurt by someone else. From then on, it left a scar that could not be erased and the collapse of his status. But Kakat's nature remains unchanged, trampling on the weak and humiliating the defeated. Exterminating the weak, that is the path of power he pursues. Right now, he is focused on defeating Tatikan, who is shrouded in dust. He suddenly floated up behind Tatikan and mocked, "You fool." The guy took a full punch and flew back 10 meters. Kakat continues to use his killing technique, crushing the worship of death, then plunges headfirst down. His sharp spear swiftly swims towards the opponent. As soon as he opened his mouth, Tatikan countered with bare hands. Kakat immediately lifted him high up by the head. He opened his mouth full of sharp teeth, wanting to swallow Tatikan whole. The whole body of the guy was snugly fit in Kakat's mouth. At that moment, Tatikan suddenly remembered the future, proudly believing he was invulnerable. Lost with the death of the person, with the resentment always boiling in my heart. I always felt I would become a demon. If it were not for your support, I would have become a monster trapped in my own malice. Legata suddenly asked, "What do you plan to do later?" Tatikan honestly replied, "As soon as my wounds heal, I will find him, even if I become a mindless monster. I am ready to burn this life away." Legata firmly responded, "I won't allow it. Don't think that suicide is a virtuous act. Do you think the deceased wanted that? Even if you have lost your master and left an indelible scar, your true nature is still that of a protector. Keep living. Tatikan, I will be your target. Don't let resentment blind you. If you still want to use Tatikan, stop here. Perhaps now is the time for Gata to use the power Legata has mentioned." From the mouth of Kakat suddenly emanating a wave of dark energy. The combined strength and fury of Taivan can help Gata escape the grip of death. Gata quickly moved away. Legata's words still echoed in my ears. I will allow it when you have to protect those important to you. The corner of Keiket's mouth was bleeding. In front of him was a furious Tutkan. Gata raised his massive arm high. Two tridents suddenly flew toward Gata from the ground. Gata's bare body caught the attack, embodying the true power of Tutkan. Come on. Tutkan slowly approached his opponent. I will definitely win. In this situation, Kaket had to be cautious and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? You bull-headed fool." After saying that, he burrowed into the ground. Kaket swum in a zigzag pattern toward Tutkan. He even ran around to distract his opponent. Kaket suddenly surged up. I will tear you apart. Old man. Tutkan struck him with a powerful trident. A large chunk of flesh instantly tore off his body, while he was still engulfed in pain. He slammed his hands down. Kakat took this fatal blow. The pressure from that spread everywhere, and soon a large hole formed there. Kakat's head was smashed to bits. His blood splattered all over Tutkan, making him look like the Grim Reaper. After the smoke cleared, he seemed to see a light in front of him. The majestic gate of the past gradually appeared. He smiled faintly. Kakat had let go. My queen. May you endure forever. Kisuoga walked away among the corpses of the monsters. Her life was a series of days filled with suffering, bloodshed, and hunger. To survive, she held no grudges whatsoever. She had to use her strong fangs to defeat enemies and devour them alive. Besides that, she felt no other emotions existed until Kisuoga met Juso. He offered her a branch of the world, and so Kisuoga was transformed back into human form. Juso said, "Girl filled with the ferocity of Saga." Kisuoga placed her mundane essence in an unusual way. Then she replied, "Kisuoga." Juso extended his hand and said, "This meeting is a guide of the branch toward the transformation of the world. Kisuoga, are you willing to stand by my side and join forces with me?" Hearing that, she smiled with delight. Kisuoga waved goodbye to Juso and replied, "I agree." Since the day I was chosen by Juso, her world had no interest or purpose. Suddenly, a strange emotion arose, and she slaughtered even more people. Kisuoga felt that her half-human, half-insect existence was a special one, chosen by the embodiment of noble wings. Only her thoughts, her hands stained with judo, only her will can represent that person. She once thought so, until one of her arms was severed. Kisuoga cried out in pain. She writhes, holding her injured shoulder, while Juso stands on a high platform and says, "Sifi, withdraw the fifth." Kisuoga, do not forget your identity next time. It won't just be an arm you will lose. He reaches out towards Kisuoga and looks at her with a deadly gaze. Kisuoga is terrified. At this moment, she realizes immediately the overwhelming difference with that rank. Juso with 3 pairs of wings and possesses absurd power. You little one. The one who has forgotten the place of a little insect. Now identifies yourself with the master. In front of him, anyone is just a bug crawling on the ground. Kisuoga has realized this overflowing emotion is called love. It is clearly visible in her eyes and expressions. Yet Rupa bluntly told Kisuoga to her face that she was wrong. Confused, Rupa replied, "How many times do I have to tell you this? That is not love. It is horror and fear. Who do you think you are to assert that? You do not know anything. I once fought to fulfill the dreams of my precious teammates." Rupa remembers Ladritha. She continued, "And now, I am fighting to fulfill the dreams of someone important. The one you say is Ananta." Rupa placed her hand on her chest and affirmed that the feeling she has for these important people is definitely love. "Then I will deny everything that belongs to you. Madness is the real bottomless emotion." Saying that, Kisuoga unleashed her serpent energy. Then she lightly brushed forward. Kisuoga swiftly glided past Rupa like a flash. She silently worried. Too fast. Transforming to focus on superior speed. But the attack power was not that strong. She surely knows that. Rupa watched Kisuoga dart around her at a dizzying speed. She knew that Kisuoga was aiming for a fatal blow, so Rupa used her sense of smell. She discovered Kisuoga was coming in. Therefore, Rupa raised her sharp claws high. She clawed fiercely at her opponent but missed. Kisuoga landed behind Rupa and cursed. "Damn it," she observed Rupa and asked, "Are you searching for the position with your nose? Truly a filthy insect." Rupa was also analyzing her opponent. Poison is her main power. No one would voluntarily seal their advantage just to enhance physical ability, even though her speed was superior. In this state, just a tiny mistake could be life-threatening. A moment of carelessness will determine the outcome. A wolf and a serpent will face each other. With their endings, they will determine this battle. Rupa gritted her teeth looking at Kisuoga, while she also glared back at her. Kisuoga opened the spines on her body and then simultaneously launched them forward. Rupa hurriedly ran to avoid the attack, but she suddenly startled. Kisuoga's tail swept toward her. The beast roared loudly. Rupa worriedly thought. Faster now. Both began a chaotic battle. Kisuoga continuously attacked with her tail, while Rupa agilely dodged. Unfortunately, she got hit and was injured in the thigh. Rupa was really angry. Countering and gasping for breath, she silently wondered. How strange. The poison from her tail should corrode strength. How can that girl still stand there unscathed? Facing Kisuo, Rupa's condition still seems quite good. Kisuoga gritted her teeth in anger, splitting her tail into two and said, "No way. I can't lose to a steel avatar like you." With that, Kisuoga launched a continuous attack on Rupa with her two tail parts. She crossed her arms over her head for protection, and Rupa taunted, "Is your blood rushing to your brain?" After saying that, she immediately lunged forward to counterattack, her scream sending waves towards Kisuoga. When she got hit, Kisuoga cried out in pain. Kisuoga braced her two tails against the ground. Then she used the force to leap over to Rupa. Kisuoga summoned a purple skull head and said, "The pleasure of overpowering the enemy in the final moment. That is the thrill of a finishing move." And acid. A tremendous purple explosion occurred there. A few days ago, Rupa received an antidote charm shaped like a flower from Nadia. Curiously asked, "What is this?" Nadia replied, "It is a protective charm. As long as this charm remains in Rupa's body, it will protect her from any toxins in this world." Back in the present, Kisuoga was standing in the thick dust. She was furious to see Rupa still standing. Kisuoga seemed to see the hazy figure of nature's avatar through the dust. She recognized this aura belonged to Nadia. Kisuoga silently affirmed it was hers. Opposite her, Rupa was raising her hand to claw. She struck hard, knocking Kisuoga to the ground. Kisuoga cried out in pain at her shizu box. Kisuoga whispered, How is this happening?" Rupa replied, "Final move." With that, she immediately pulled something from Kisuoga. It was the branch of the world. Kisuoga looked at it and said it should be unleashed at the last moment. At a tall monument, Baiharan stood on the rooftop gazing at the multifaceted universe with countless stars. He frowned, thinking, "The heart is what sprouts from life. The large, fierce beasts are born from death." Baiharan looked at his hands and wondered, "Then why does the heart dwell within me? To achieve what?" He clenched his fist. In front of Baiharan, two portals opened up. Baiharan knew that on this very day, when the horizon of the world appeared, the avatar of wings had said he could find the answer. He looked into the two portals, one with lightning flashing across the sky, the other with a turbulent sea. Baiharan pondered, "But if I still can't answer this question, then in the stormy dimension filled with lightning, Jeed was spreading his wings and perched on a stone pillar. Lightning struck down fiercely, while Whitefoot tightly held onto Jack's let, wiping away amidst the storm. She ran to a rocky outcrop and shouted loudly, holding on tight. Whitefoot jumped down and whispered a spell. Just as she jumped, a lightning bolt struck the outcrop, causing it to explode. Inside the narrow mountain crevice, Whitefoot quietly observed the storm raging outside. She worriedly said, "Can we control the thunder and lightning? It really is that hawk?" Jeed is still spreading its wings on the rock pillar. Whitefoot reassured Jack's let and Ruby, "We will be temporarily safe from the enemy's attack here. In the meantime, let us move to base 4 in the center with Blackfoot." And with that, she took out a golden sphere. Ruby asked, "Can't we go to where Ananta is?" "Sorry, Ruby. I still can't locate Ananta right now. Maybe everyone else is also forced to move randomly like us." Ruby's face showed panic upon hearing that. Whitefoot said, "I have to get you both to safety as soon as possible." Jackie's let clenched his fists tightly. He stood up abruptly and shouted, "I do not like it. I do not like it. I do not like it. I do not like it." Whitefoot awkwardly called out, "Jack's let." Ruby grabbed her friend's hand and said, "Jack's let says he does not want to run away like this." Whitefoot asked, "Ruby, can you communicate with Jack's let?" "Of course. Because Jack's let and Ruby have become one. Ruby always wants to fulfill her friend's wishes. Jack's let does not want to leave his friends behind to escape." With that, Jack's let's body burst into a large flame. Whitefoot thought in amazement, merging the essence of the beast's power is the heart that desires to fulfill the wishes of its target. She knelt before Jack's let and called its name. Whitefoot warned, "The enemy we have to fight is incredibly strong, beyond your imagination. Do you still want to fight to protect your teammates? Very well." Outside, lightning continued to flash incessantly. Zid was perched high and snorted. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in surprise. Not far away, something was glowing. A blob of yellow slime suddenly erupted from the mountains. Zid grinned with delight, chuckling. Meanwhile, the slime gradually transformed into the shape of a mouse. This is Jack's let's ultimate technique. Another battlefield. The surface of the sea is violently undulating. Anand says, "The sea of the moon. It is like a fairy tale. In front of you is a huge wave. Inside the wave, there is a person. That person is Levittan. A close confidant. A close confidant. A close confidant. This is a close confidant. That person is Levittan." What a romantic expression. In this vast sea, it is the highest peak of the moon base divided into 10 parts, where only the elite of the space vehicles can reign. You understand me, right? The embodiment of vengeance. Anand gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing that. Levittan transforms the waves into gigantic water dragons, confidently declaring, "I am the one recognized by Lord Juso as the strongest confidant." After saying that, a water dragon opened its mouth wide and charged towards Anand. Gathers red energy around his body, hoping to unleash sharp claws. Anand slashes twice hard. The energy from his awakening launches forward and immediately shatters the water dragon. 2 other water dragons immediately continued to attack. They charged straight at where Anand was standing. He roared loudly, his fiery red wings spread wide. accompanied by a burst of red energy that obliterated the two water dragons. Next, he flew straight towards Levittan, and then let out a loud roar. Levi had to create a water column to block his direct attack. Ann flew outside the water column, and declared he would defeat and swallow anyone here. Use my own power to take your life, Levittan. Upon hearing this, closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, they had turned black, two fiery red eyes. He said, "Watch this," and Ann suddenly startled. A huge wave suddenly rose high. It crashed straight down on the stone column where Ann was standing, submerging the area in water. Levittan said, "You cursed ones on the day of your birth." Annan struggled in the water. Opposite him was Levittan, transformed into a massive stream of water. He continued, "Those who can provoke Levittan, curse the night of your birth." And he looked at Annan with a strangely red gaze. The long body of Levittan floated in the water. Annan glared at him. Levittan had transformed into the shape of a colossal water dragon, overwhelmingly larger than Annan. He struggled to flap his wings in the water. This action created powerful shockwaves, shooting straight towards Levittan. The front part of Annan exploded with a bang, and Ann observed the situation with an expectant gaze. So she is still intact. On top of that, Levittan activated the water jet mode. The raging storm. The sharp water column pointed straight at Annan. He crossed his arms and raised them to protect his head. He squinted. The water jet came and submerged him. Annan was pulled far away. But he still arrogantly thought, "Do you think I am scared? I will prevail." Annan gritted his teeth, his eyes shining bright. Red energy bursting forth. This caused the surface of the water to explode violently. Meanwhile, Levittan was calmly observing the situation. I saw the water around Annan boil and glow red. He poked his head out and let out a loud roar. Annan faced Levittan and asked, "So you finally decided to go all out?" As soon as he finished speaking, both opened their mouths wide and condensed an energy sphere. Levittan shot his blue sphere forward. This is the ultimate skill. The breath of the sea dragon. Her attack collided head-on with Anan's ultimate technique. Unfortunately, Levittan's power was still slightly stronger, so Anan's head was immediately struck and injured by that blue beam. He gradually collapsed into the water, his eyes closed. But Annan suddenly awakened, while one side of his face and horn had been blown away. Levittan exclaimed in shock. "What?" Before she could react, Ann had already advanced right in front of her. He grabbed Levittan tightly. Her body immediately twisted. Levittan used her long body to wrap tightly around Annan, so he had to open his mouth wide to breathe. Levittan took the opportunity to gather energy once again. Luckily, Annan had leaned against the spikes and sharp horns on his body. He successfully escaped Levittan's grip. Levittan saw him continue to rush towards her, so she glared at him and said, "See through it." Annan suddenly froze. His body felt like it was being crushed. Levittan continued, "Explode under the weight of the abyss," and finished her sentence. Anan's body was instantly shattered. A flesh and blood disintegrated, leaving only a glowing red heart. Levittan asked, "Is that heart the source of your rebirth? I won't give you a chance to be resurrected." And she summoned two water dragons. These two immediately rushed towards that heart. The eerie red words swirled around the flesh and blood of Annan. Then, a silhouette appeared along with a voice. "Who dares to speak to me?" A huge black dragon suddenly appeared before the two water dragons. It opened its mouth wide, and then attempted to swallow both of them. Levittan stammered in surprise. "Who are you?" The one in front of her is Azitahaka. Dad smiled and replied, "Remember this well. I am the embodiment of the demonic essence." Azitahaka. Levittan immediately became alert, thinking, "This is the first of the 6 great incarnations. The dark dragon Azitahaka." Levittan recalled the second phase and wondered if he also possessed the bodies of others, like the second phase. "It is different. My instincts tell me so. I have never seen anyone who brings such violent intent. Right now." Azitahaka is staring at Levittan with a gaze full of malice. Dad dismissed him. "You worthless piece of trash." Levittan felt a shiver. Azitahaka reached out towards him and said, "I must teach you how to face higher beings." A brilliant golden sphere appeared, startling Levittan. The sea suddenly erupted. Near the stone pillar in the ocean, Levittan stood there, panting heavily, surrounded by a protective sphere. Azitahaka praised him. "Unexpectedly you were able to withstand my full force of intent. You worthless piece of trash. Before I take your life, tell me your name." "I am the right hand of the supreme wings, the embodiment of the abyss. The divine beast Levittan." "Divine beast?" "Levittan. I will remember that name all this time." Heberon has been watching everything through the spatial rift, but he has not said a word. Not long after, the seawater was completely drained. Levittan's body swayed back and forth. Azitahaka grabbed Levittan by the throat and lifted him high, saying, "The outcome is clear now." Levittan was held tightly by Azitahaka's grip. His hand slowly loosened, and Azitahaka said, "At most this is the best of the wings. The day you kneel at my feet is not far off." But Levittan replied, "The loser is me, not Zuyo." Easily deceived in despair. "How touching. What makes you so fixated on the wings?" Long ago, Levittan and Zuyo stood together on the shore. He asked, "Your wish?" Levittan replied, "When you want to fulfill your important wish, a beast like me can unleash the greatest power. You freed me from loneliness. I want to fulfill the wish you desire." Zuyo nodded. He replied, "I want to become human." Levittan was stunned to hear that. Zuyo said, I want to understand the human heart. He raised his hand. Juzo seemed to want to grab the moon in the night sky. He revealed, I want to seek the origin of humanity. That is my wish. Levittan stood watching Juzo on the shore, thinking, ultimately I still can't understand him. Azita mocked. How foolish. How ridiculous. She looked at Levittan with bright eyes. The dragon's aura thickened. Azita asked, do you have anything else to say? I lost to you because of my loneliness, even if it is just a formality. I am envious of your connection. Azita glared at her. The spirit of the black dragon suddenly appeared and roared loudly on the stone platform. Red-black energy burst out everywhere, under the starry night sky. Ananta suddenly jolted awake. He found himself standing in a barren wasteland. He recalled the hills and dry land he had been to, with a great fire raging behind him. Ananta said, it is similar to that time but also different. Could this be? He took a few steps forward. In front of Ananta was a giant cactus skeleton. Ananta speculated, is this Azita mental realm? Suddenly, the cactus skeleton's eyes glowed. It said, Ananta, the last descendant of the black dragon, not Azita. Then who are you? You have a responsibility. Look through the truth. And the cactus skeleton opened a portal in front of Ananta. The scene startled him. On the other side was an image of two children, a boy and a girl, with the boy holding up a dagger to defend himself. Ananta asked, who are those kids? The dragon spirit said, that was a brutal era filled with blood and corpses. Interregional war. Those two children were facing a soldier. He raised his sword high, wanting to end the lives of the two kids. This was an era where humans took each other's lives, where physical bodies stacked like mountains. Ananta saw this scene and shouted, wait a minute. Suddenly, something flew in from afar. It turned out to be a dragon. It breathed fire from above, incinerating the soldiers below. Ananta looked at the soldiers engulfed in flames and muttered, is it Azita? The dragon breathing fire on those soldiers is referred to by the wild tribes as the protector, the punisher of humanity. That is Azita. After handling everything, Azita landed on the ground. She thought, I have heard about the chaotic continent. I did not expect the invaders to step into my territory. Suddenly she saw something. Azita murmured, over there. Not far away are the two children from earlier. Azita transformed back into her human form. She said, those human children. It is great that they are alive. Those kids are lucky. The two children knelt on the ground and shouted, thank you for driving away the invaders. Protector, aren't you afraid of me? How can that be? The protector is our savior. Azita rolled his eyes and huffed. Ananta felt like she was looking at him. He heard her say, there are countless people who fear me, but you are the first to express gratitude to me. He put down the cactus for Ananta to see the desolate scene of this land and said, the wasteland is declining more and more when the 6 embodiments protecting the world, including a young girl, a lion, a guy with antlers, and a young man with blue hair, continuously died. Chaos on the continent grew increasingly severe. The Punisher, the embodiment of fear, spewed fire to severely punish the invaders of the territory. The tribes of the wasteland further revered and submitted to her, and she wanted to repay their kindness. So she parted ways with them, gathering countless tribes together, under the protection of the black dragon, to rebuild together. After many efforts, the land gradually became fertile. The hills turned green. Flowers blossomed everywhere. And the tribes held deep gratitude towards her, suddenly being the descendants of the black dragon. The two rescued children also cherished her greatly. For a long time, they had always resented her, but she had worked hard for their ancestors. Ananta was startled to hear this. The dragon's essence continued, but the power controlling the curse and death had drowned Azita in an endless rage. She sank in pain and fear, hoping she would not fall to the world. So she made a decision. The rebellious spirit, the source of power and treasures of the gods, and gave it to the leader of humanity. On the day Azita left, someone suddenly called her name, and Azita turned to look back. She saw the two children running towards her and shouted, you too. The two children said in turn, please stay with us. Will we never meet again? Don't be sad. My children, you are the descendants of the black dragon. Even if we cannot meet again, I will always protect you. Ananta witnessed her saying these words and fell into silence. Everything disappeared right before Ananta's eyes. He could only feel helpless, useless. His face could not hide the disappointment. The past is just the past. There is no turning back. Suddenly, at that moment, a voice echoed in Ananta's head. Was it a self-reminder? The images of the past kept flashing in Ananta's mind. That voice continued to criticize him. He was guilty. A past that cannot be washed away. He ignored it simply because it could not be changed. That voice continued to taunt Ananta, making him evade his own guilt. He could only silently listen to those accusations without being able to justify himself. Ananta worried he could not speak. Fate still bound by the tragedy of the past. Those are the fruits of your actions. That voice had claimed a sky. Giaclet also saw those lightning bolts striking continuously down to the ground. It is the one who created those lightning bolts. And he wore a delighted smile. His face had turned gloomy, holding the lightning in his hands. ready to attack with electric force. Zid gathered the lightning to form an arrow. He quickly fired the lightning arrow forward. Diamond-like, the lightning arrow Zid shot pierced through the body of the large rat in front of him. That large rat revealed the faint shadow of someone. Giaclet had now appeared, weapon in hand, full of determination. The wound on his stomach was gradually healing, not wanting to waste time. Zid quickly gathered a new amount of lightning to attack again. A large golden sphere of electric force appeared above the rat's head. Giaclet was surprised to see that phenomenon and quickly crawled inside the rat's body. The electric force Zid unleashed struck the rat's head to subdue it, even though he had hidden inside. Giaclet was still hit by those lightning bolts. Ruby, seeing him gradually collapsing, anxiously called out, Giaclet, Giaclet. Though battered, still tried to get up to call Ruby. Ruby understood and nodded, and the two quickly held each other's hands. Meanwhile, the large rat continued to be struck by lightning, screaming as it charged forward. The rat slammed its head hard into the building ahead. Giaclet and Ruby had also jumped off the large rat. The two were filled with fighting spirit. While Zid felt excited seeing them, Ruby suggested, "We do not want to hurt you. Let us leave here." Zid felt confused after hearing those words, but then he immediately provoked them, saying, "Instead of that, try moving one more time." Zid's body emitted lightning again, and he declared loudly, "This time, I will turn you into dust." Ruby could not hold back anymore and questioned him. "Why are you fighting us? We can coexist peacefully." But that only made Zid more malicious. Then he mockingly replied, "You are just toys. Why should I coexist with toys?" Zid gathered a large amount of lightning into his body, ready to strike. His body was radiating an extremely large energy. "Do not worry, I will play with you until I get bored," holding the golden ball in his hand. Someone commanded, "Lead the way." A shadow appeared behind Zid. Sensing something was wrong, Zid quickly turned to look behind him, taking advantage of the moment when he was not paying attention. Zaglet quickly grabbed the sword and moved in. A yellow liquid was slowly restraining Zid's body. Kalan. It turned out Wildfood had appeared to help the two of them. Zid, upon seeing her, was not afraid and immediately turned to prepare for an attack. He unleashed large bolts of lightning towards Wildfood. She widened her pupils and looked straight ahead. With her agile movements, Wildfood dodged his attacks, using her magic, resembling a rabbit. At that moment, she lunged straight towards Zid. The two were now facing each other, but Wildfood did not attack him. Instead, she jumped directly backward. Seeing this, Zid felt surprised and confused. Just then, the golden ball reappeared. It hovered right above his head. Wildfood stood from afar commanding the golden ball. Pandora's box. At that moment, she quickly ran to embrace Zaglit and Ruby in her arms. Zid on the other side was trapped inside a sphere. He was confined within the sphere, unable to escape. With the power of spatial imprisonment, an unstable magical sphere due to its overwhelming power, Wildfood tried to protect Zaglit and Ruby. The rest was the heaviest firepower we have. The sphere was slowly radiating a source of energy. Zid was overwhelmed by that energy, causing him to scream, but then he became very excited, saying it was great, very interesting, and urged for more fun. Quickly, Zid was able to break the sphere that Wildfood had created. The lightning Zid used to break the sphere struck down right on its back. Suddenly, a wide wing unfolded, the shadow of a large bird gradually taking shape. Zid transformed himself into a huge and terrifying thunderbird. His wings continuously emitted threatening bolts. Agrithi and Ruby looked up at the sky with panic on their faces. Zid let out a gleeful laugh, and suddenly a water stain appeared in the space. From that water stain, a source of blue energy rushed towards him. The energy targeted Zid below. Ruby, seeing that energy, was also surprised, as it was. The shadow of a person with 13 tails appeared. That person landed on the ground and slowly moved forward. Ruby showed a look of helplessness upon seeing Baiharan. She immediately ordered, "Back away quickly." Zagritha spoke. "Divine Beast, I have something to ask you." Ruby also paused when Baiharan came to find her, as there was something to discuss. Zagritha was also very tense. Was it about Ruby? From above, those thunderous storms continued to strike down. Zid, with a body emitting lightning rays, is slowly flying up. He spreads his wings and lets out a loud scream. Baiharan turns his head to look at Zid. His tails are now fanned out. Zid opens his mouth wide and flies straight towards Baiharan. Baiharan's tails quickly stab straight into Zid's mouth. Zid's body quickly cracks, eventually bursting into pieces. Ruby, witnessing the scene, is also bewildered. "I am both similar and different from humans. A contradictory life, born from death." Baiharan reaches out to grab a branch, then immediately crushes it. Questioning, "Why do I have a heart?" Baiharan places his hand on his chest, feeling confused. "What is the purpose?" "I have asked similar questions to other divine beasts before, but received no answers, so this time, Baiharan comes here to seek answers from Ruby. O divine beast of fire, I hope you will answer my question. The heart does not tell me what I need. The heart only leads to the answer. You said it yourself, but it also depends on what you want. It also reveals the answer within him. Ruby has a loving family, So Ruby's heart always longs for love and happiness from family. You have nothing. The desire to achieve is enough for the heart to guide you. Hearing that answer, Byron wonders again. What is the reason I was born in this world? I want to know, what is the reason for my existence in this world? At base number 1 on the right wing, a withering tree is still struggling to hold on. Above the treetop, Nadia's figure is clear. The altar for the ritual has been completed. Finally. Today. The horizon of the world I have always longed for will open up. She looks towards the earth in front of her, just waiting for the ritual to be activated. The beautiful primordial world is about to arrive. The silhouette of a girl appears. Nadia raises her head and looks up high. The two forces within her clash directly. Senonuth is now directly confronting Nadia. Why are you? Nadia has a sharp gaze as if she wants to take Senonuth's life. She quickly rushes to attack Ada. Senonuth over here yells Nadia's name loudly. The roots on Ada's body are slowly extending out to attack her. With her agile movements, Nadia quickly dodges those attacks. With a look of resentment, she grips the bow and arrow in her hand. Zason. Nadia pulls back the bowstring, preparing to shoot. Aiming directly, the arrow is shot. A series of arrows immediately appear, all aimed at Senonuth. Those arrows instantly create a massive source of energy. Ada has taken the roots of the tree that envelop his body, leaving only a wisp of smoke. Senonuth slowly opens the roots of the tree with a sinister expression. But then, Senonuth's pupils widen as he witnesses something. The image of Alethea appears in Ada's mind again. A dark red energy radiates from Senonuth's body. Trapped by the past, driven by ambition for power, seizing the opportunity, Nadia rushes in to attack. This is the final form one can achieve, but the staff in her hand is easily grabbed by Senonuth. Alethea and Ada's mind questions. Why are you like this? Nadia outside is also trying to awaken Senonuth. Come on. Wake up. She is so angry. A world where no one is hurt. Hiding away and turning away from loss like this. Do you think those who have passed will be saved? But suddenly, another arm of Senonuth pierces through Nadia's stomach. She immediately collapses to the ground. Senonuth, with a malevolent gaze, is speechless. Ada comforts Nadia, who is in pain before him, not wanting to hurt anyone. Senonuth's body continues to transform this time. Ada opens his mouth wide, wanting to end Nadia's suffering. At least let me help you leave peacefully. Nadia tries to look at Senonuth, hoping that your wounded heart will find some comfort. Long ago, the silhouette of a girl lies on the grass. Sunlight shining down. Alethea slowly opens her eyes, sitting up to look around with a puzzled expression. Where is this? The silhouette of a person appears in front of Alethea. It seems I have disturbed your dream. Senonuth stands before her. Curious. Did you sleep well? She shows delight. Senonuth. The god Senonuth. Alethea quickly stands up and runs toward him. But why is my body? Today you come to pick me up earlier than usual. Senonuth looks at her gently. I am very happy to talk with you like this. Alethea looks up at him with sparkling eyes. This is what I have been looking forward to. A perfect battlefield is set up to maximize the power of the branch. Operations at the bases must run smoothly. Zuyo is in the center. The failures of the lower-level soldiers are anticipated. But the biggest variable right now is the betrayal of Bayer unexpectedly targets Jiz's branch. The tubes behind Zuyo are slowly retracting. He slowly steps out of that chair, needing to eliminate the variables. The embryo detects the shockwave. Kisephoros is activated. Zuyo tightens his fist. From now on, we will begin the countdown to the horizon of the world, back to the memories of Senonuth. He and Alethea walked slowly. Alethea could not hide her surprise as she looked up at him. This is not the afterlife. It feels like sneaking a peek into someone else's memories. Senonuth sensed that she was looking at him and turned to look back. What is wrong? Alethea guessed. Are you worried about something? Your Grace. Why do you think that? She explained as she walked. Every time you come to me, you bring some sadness with you. Right now, you seem hesitant too. Senonuth placed his hand on Alethea's head. Honestly, I can't hide anything from you. The sun gently filtered through the leaves, and it suddenly reminded me of the first time we met. The day I was wandering in this forest. Senonuth was strolling through the forest with his beast. He paused for a long while when he heard a noise. Following the laughter coming from among the trees, I discovered a human child with eyes as white as jade. Senonuth gently reached out his arm, and the child clumsily followed his lead. I named that knave child Alethea, which means truth, he admitted. Nothing is more precious to me than the time spent with you. I wish this moment could last forever. Nadia, observing from outside, Alfalsat, Senonuth declared with a serious look. You have been accepted as a member of the Great Forest, and as a promising child blessed by the spirits. You are a sincere child, always earnestly praying for peace to reign over all beings in this land. Senonuth stood quietly behind, observing her. This world has become harsher, and my heart feels warmer. With so many people around, a galaxy appeared in the mysterious night sky. Oh, Senonuth and Alethea sat together gazing at that starry sky. It was beautiful. She smiled gently, turning her head curiously. Wanting to say something to him, Senonuth suddenly made a suggestion. Let us leave the Great Forest. Alithia. An army led by the manifestation of a warrior is advancing toward here. The purpose is unclear. But it is definitely an invasion. Many will lose their lives. I can't put you in danger. Let us leave the great forest with everyone. But at this moment, Alithia refused that offer. Senna Nuth was very angry. Alithia cared for him. Alithia looked up at the sky with sparkling eyes. I want to protect this place forever. I love the days looking up at the starry sky with you. Alithia gently placed her hand on his. I love all the people who accepted me as family. I love you. Senna Nuth, who sees me as a daughter. Upon hearing her say that, Senna Nuth's gaze narrowed towards you. Day Lamb, it is a precious homeland that you have built. Hearing her answer, his mood gradually lifted. When the war came, that sacred forest was engulfed by fierce flames. A powerful army was ready for battle. On the other side were the spirits protecting the forest. Of course, Alithia was one of them. A soldier from the other side was preparing to attack. At that moment, Alithia opened her eyes wide and blood sprayed everywhere. Unable to stop that child, even though Senna Nuth was covered in wounds. He still held Alithia tightly. He was panting in pain. Yet he stubbornly refused to let her go. Alithia, with her frail body, tried to say her last words. This was Alithia's end. This is your memory. At this moment, Senna Nuth showed no expression on his face. Not for a single day. His body now radiated dark energy. He did not regret that day. Senna Nuth opened his mouth to scream in pain. I killed it. I killed that child. At that time, it seemed like the white wings of an angel. Making a clear wish with the wings and being granted a branch, as well as being reborn into an existence capable of reaching the horizons of the world. Senna Nuth stood up, sharp thorns erupting from his chest. Alithia's small body was slowly released from there. He was desperate. All of this was to find that child again, but the result of those efforts was Nadia. Someone with no memory of the relationship between Alithia and Senna Nuth. She slowly opened her eyes and found herself standing in a strange void. Nadia, with a doubtful gaze, glanced at a different form that had appeared right in front of her. Seeing this form of him terrified Nadia to the core. She quickly turned and ran in the opposite direction. Where is this? What is that monster? Who? Senna Nuth, in a new form, tried to say something to Nadia, but could not. He could only chase after her, trying to make her understand. After running for a long time, Nadia suddenly stumbled and fell. She immediately collapsed into a pool of blood at her feet, with her face covered in blood. She slowly got back up. In front of her were thousands of drifting corpses. Their blood had formed a river. Nadia looked at her blood-soaked hands and screamed. Suddenly, behind her, the figure of a god appeared. O true child. Like a lotus blooming in a grotesque pool of death. Hearing that voice, Nadia also fearfully turned around. With angelic wings, the divine being approached and asked, What is your name? Nadia. The embodiment of nature. The only hope that the truth leaves behind. A beam of white light appeared from the sky, and Senna Nuth looked up at the sky and felt something strange. His gaze suddenly turned red. Senna Nuth's body emitted a beam of white light, and he stood up and shouted. And then Senna Nuth's body suddenly exploded, before disappearing. He still did not understand. It can't be? He had clearly absorbed everything. Why is his consciousness still here? She stepped on the puddles of blood and walked slowly. Even though no words could comfort him, Senna Nuth stared in shock. But I will always be by your side. Alithia held Senna Nuth tightly in his awareness. I will be with you forever. Senna Nuth closed his eyes tightly. The image of him patting Alithia's head was as clear as if it were yesterday. Alithia, I only wish for you to have a happy life and live bright days. Senna Nuth pushed away. Why are you comforting me? Because Alithia wants that. He placed his hand on his chest. If only I could touch your heart in memory. Alithia, do you hate me? She answered through tears. You are the deepest memory for me more than anyone else in this world. Even now, recalling it still makes me choke up. Hearing that, his eyes widened in surprise, then closed again in satisfaction. When he opened his eyes again, Senna Nuth's body began to fade like shadows at dawn. Nadia shouted his name in panic. Senna Nuth's surprise quickly faded. He looked at his hands and then up at the sun. Sorry for making you wait so long. Really, it has been a long time. Saying that, his body completely disappeared under the sunlight. Leaving her in astonishment, Nadia slowly opened her eyes. Both of them. May the two of you rest in eternal peace. In the dream world of Azitahaka, the dust is thick and toxic. She approached Ananta from behind in the form of a dragon. You weak little brat. I see you being trampled like this. How satisfying. He called her name, and Azitahaka replied. Why that expression? Have you given up? Lost control of your body? Before he could say more, Ananta did something that startled her. He was kneeling, bowing his head at Azitahaka's feet. What are you doing? Because of my foolish choice. We left each other with scars that can't be healed. Azitahaka, I want to apologize to you. She lunged forward, using her hand covered in dirt to slam Ananta to the ground angrily, shutting him up. What does the cheap apology from that person mean now? Do you think just a few words can make me forget the grudge from that day? He replied. Do you think words alone can solve anything? But to defeat Juso, I need your strength. Please help me. Azitahaka grew even angrier, tossing him aside. That despicable criminal. Don't delude yourself. The power to control the body has been used. We can never walk together. Because you and I are two realities that cannot be reconciled. Ananta sat up suddenly. I understand better than anyone. We can never reconcile. Only death can sever us. I have no intention of apologizing to you without taking any responsibility. Hearing this, she turned her face to look. Could it be? At the same time, his dragon heart gradually regained its rhythm. The power of the dragon song within him had also returned. On the wild food side, she was injured and is currently with Ruby and Zagli. Ruby looked up. Baron still stood there strangely still, and suddenly frowned. Looking up as if sensing something, Baron reached out, smashing the glass in front of him. Wild food looked up. Ruby. There it is from the other side. A shadowy figure stepped out with long strides. Ruby was delighted. This aura must be Ananta. As soon as he emerged, he started shifting into dragon form. Azita Haka. The hatred and rage towards me. Let us turn everything into combat material until you transform into the demon Lasat. The process of transformation was completed. Ananta opened his eyes. He looked up and let out a loud roar. Baron exclaimed. It turns out the one who defeated the embodiment of the abyss is actually an embodiment of demonic nature. Your power is truly still a mystery. Do you want to be drowned by me that much? The embodiment of vengeance. Ananta roared and charged at him. Baron immediately took a defensive stance. Ananta enhanced his fist, then swung it violently. The speed was so fast that Baron could not react in time, easily getting hit straight in the face. A loud explosion rang out. Ananta had knocked Baron out of the tower. Hearing Ruby call his name, he truly felt devastated. Luckily, everyone is still safe. Before Ananta could say anything more, he suddenly received a punch to the jaw. The unexpected attack sent him flying away. Ananta quickly regained his balance. Baron in the distance had also transformed. Just with this much, I did not think I could take you down. Baron, you just summoned him. He threw his head back and roared loudly. He declared, I will destroy you. This world, only the strong revel in their power, and the weak are trampled under that strength and resist. Baron said, you and I have fought 3 times already. Let us end this. The one who has proven their worth. Both stood still, eyeing each other for a moment, then immediately charged at the same time. Ananta and Baron swung their fists at each other. Their hands collided, creating shockwaves, causing a strong wind like a storm. Even the Ruby group had to dodge to avoid the impact. He growled, retracting his hand, then struck again. But this time he was faster, dodging by bending low. Baron targeted his opponent's lower body, forcing Ananta to choose a steel punch. After that, the aura he emitted was no different from that of a fierce 13-tailed beast. 4 of them lunged towards him. Ruby shouted loudly, it is dangerous. Do not let it hit you. Ananta commanded, gather. And his whole body immediately turned black, wrapped in mysterious green light. Then he jumped up on his hind legs, successfully dodging his 4 tails. The long, smooth tails like snakes appeared and latched onto the stone pillar. They helped Ananta temporarily maintain his distance up high. Baron mocked, do not let go. Ananta squinted and calculated quickly, then pinned his tail to the pillar and jumped away from it. With momentum, Ananta spun clockwise at a terrifying speed. Turning himself into a drill, he headed straight down toward Baron. He could not use his tail to block. He prepared to throw a punch into the center of the vortex. A sword slash. A move executed with the force of a rocket. Ananta's spin was halted to his own surprise. But in misfortune, there was fortune. He was in a very focused position, then directly aimed for him and struck. Even though Baron managed to block in time, one of his gauntlets was shattered. He opened his eyes, one hand gripping his head and slamming him down to the ground. Taking advantage, Baron added a few more punches to his head. Ananta could not keep up. He chose a combo that took all his health. At this moment, he enhanced his fist and slammed down on him like a finishing blow. The ground shattered, dust clouding the air. Who have obtained the form of the conquering avatar can surely withstand all my power. Saying that, Baron will not have that power for long. At this moment, Ananta's scales showed signs of cracking. Baron declared, I will be your doom. Ruby screamed his name in fear. Right after that, he chose to open his eyes and wake up. Ananta opened his mouth wide and let out a long note, his body glowing red. The next second, a huge energy beam came down from somewhere and swallowed both of them. Even the top part of the tower was significantly destroyed. Baron was still intact, even though everything around him was completely in ruins. He lowered his hand to observe, swallowed whole and completely burned. The more power he consumed, the longer it took to fully take it over, which was inevitable. Everyone watched in awe as Ananta's form grew larger and larger. He had transformed into a complete dragon, exactly as in the legends. 100 times larger than Baron. This was his new form. He let out a roar, but compared to his opponent, it sounded like a cat's meow. Ananta opened his mouth and unleashed a massive dragon breath attack. Baron below immediately absorbed it all, not stopping there. He blew out a long breath, determined to crush his opponent. When Ananta stopped, it was clear that his dragon breath had pierced through the tower. Did he take him down already? Not yet. He still had not revealed any of his strength from before. Just then, a blue light shot out from the lowest floor of the building. Following that, a blinding beam of blue energy flared up like fire and slowly rose to the surface. The decisive factor in victory is not the strength of a branch, but the will to give everything to kill the enemy. The battle is not over yet, not far away. The space suddenly shattered, revealing a figure stepping out from inside. Rupa looked around. This was Central Base Number 2. Looking ahead, she stared in shock. The upper half of Base Number 2 had been completely blown away during the first round of the battle between Ananta and Baron, while Rupa was confused. Mo and Ladritha rushed over. Worried. Ladritha. It is good that you are okay. Are you alone? Did you see anyone else? I just got here. What happened? This power clearly comes from the first light. Ladritha was not sure. It seemed like he was gathering the survivors here. Rupa paled. So the others are not here. What about Ananta? Sufgal pointed up at the top of the tower and said, Look there. Everyone looked up. In the middle of the wreckage was a small, charred figure. A few hours ago, Ananta and Baron faced each other in their latest forms. He opened his mouth wide, preparing to breathe fire. He was not any less fierce, opening his mouth wide and charging forward. Just like last time, Ananta unleashed his dragon breath. That attack was easily able to swallow the opponent whole, but this time, Baron successfully flew through it without a scratch. He swung his arm up at him but missed. Seeing he could not reach, Baron gritted his teeth in frustration. He quickly thought of a way and swiftly tore through space. Moments later, Baron appeared right above his head. He pulled his elbow back to prepare for an attack. Then he struck directly, forcing Ananta to bow his head. His massive body fell, crashing through the roof of a nearby tower. Baron roared loudly and continued to charge forward. Ananta quickly lifted his head, growled, and immediately created two shadowy dragons. They lunged at the opponent simultaneously, creating an explosion in the center. He screamed in pain. Feeling utterly defeated, Baron glared and unleashed 13 tails. Preparing to counterattack, Ananta was surprised. This attack was very dangerous. He immediately ordered Wild Food to get out of there right away. She heard this and used the Core's umbrella to guide the other two away. Ruby worried for him but was still firmly pulled away by Wild Food. Baron's 13 tails shot out a beam of blue energy. The last attack went through the tower, causing it to explode and break in two. Such immense power, even a person could not escape unharmed. Before leaving, Baron suddenly noticed something unusual. Ananta unexpectedly attacked him head-on. That precise strike left a huge hole in his body, and that strike created a destructive explosion, looking from the outside like a black hole, swallowing everything. In the end, Baron lay curled up on the ground amidst the dust. His tails were burned and battered. His body, injured and bleeding, could not stand upright. Part of his body was damaged, and continuous fighting made him wail in pain. But why should I care? Baron kept attacking while howling, asking, "O warrior, born without sharp claws or strong talons, blood and sweat, mist and flesh, the remains of the enemy, turned into weapons, only knowing how to kill and eat. What is the reason for a person to be born in this world?" He spat an attack straight into Ananta's face, hitting him squarely in the head with nowhere to dodge. He grunted. He just wanted to return to his family's embrace. Find the answer yourself, you fool. Saying that, Ananta created 3 shadow dragons charging toward Baron. He had no advantage in the air and was engulfed by the flames. The fire blazed fiercely, like a swirling tornado. He growled, then let out a roar, simultaneously unleashing his energy. The flames were pushed back. Ananta returned to his original half-man, half-dragon form. Baron growled, unable to comprehend. But this is the first time words have touched my heart. He clenched his fist tightly. Warrior, I sincerely express my respect for you. He let out a loud roar and struck out against his opponent. Both sides prepared and clashed with an equivalent burst of energy, making it hard to predict the outcome. The seal on the gate was affected as if it was about to break. The ground was in disarray. Shadows of Baron and Ananta flickered. His face was bowed, blood dripping slightly. Ananta was proud. This battle is my victory. The day we fought for the second time. Do you remember what I said to you? His eyes flickered for a moment. At that time, you were curious. A warrior like you, why would you follow someone like Gyuso? Baron's lips moved. Rubini, you speak words just like the fire god beast. Remember when it questioned him? Its voice harmonizing. The primal beast is a solitary creature, yearning for important people. That girl asked me, is Gyuso like that for me? He revealed that I had never felt any connection with him. It was just that our interests aligned. Originally, we were unable to share hearts, and now even each other's wishes have diverged. Baron sighed. That is all there is to it. He bowed his head. I had no intention of begging for life. Enjoy the spoils of victory. Embodiment of vengeance. Ananta. He fixed his gaze on him. He spoke. Earlier, I asked Wildfoot for help. If your life is in danger, escape with your teammates to Labasan Hot. He transformed back into a human. If you are just a brutal beast, I will have to endure the pain of losing my family again. He looked at him with a confused gaze, his tone casual. You are the enemy, yet you protected the children. Truly a real warrior. Go ahead. Be heal on. Do not seek the meaning of your existence from Zuyo anymore, until you find the answer for yourself. That is the spoils of victory I deserve. He stood up, his face darkened. You are being a bit harsh there. His hands slammed together, and the space gate opened. Those who survive the fierce battle will soon reach this place. I guess I won't have the chance to see you again. He stood at the door saying farewell. Goodbye, warrior. Ananta looked at his shadow. Where are you going? He turned slightly. Because you spared me. I still have matters to resolve. Wait. Where is Zuyo? He walked through the gate. At the source of the moon base. Where it all began. He shouted loudly. Wait. At that moment, Food ran over calling. Ananta. He turned to her and said, we have located Zuyo earlier. At Central Base 4. Everyone was gathered around the large teleportation device. Is combat suspended? Serena reported to Blackfoot over the phone. The search results show that Zuyo's location is still not determined. First, we need to reorganize. What about the others? Food approached and said, I will immediately join forces with Ananta. Then gather the remaining survivors and return to Levittan, she advised Blackfoot. Blackfoot. You should hurry back to Levittan too. Blackfoot nodded. Yep. Big sister, she shouted loudly. Activate the large teleportation device. The ground suddenly began to shake. The guard soldiers. Right now, the shaking ground made everyone alert. Serena anxiously asked. Blackfoot. What was that loud noise? A panicked voice rang out. Wait. Look over there. Something is breaking through the ground. A bright red light appeared. A giant mechanical device emerged from the ground. Serena's voice was urgent. Blackfoot. Report the situation right away. What is happening? Blackfoot stammered. The machine. She paused. It is a machine. Coming from beneath the old moon base. A gigantic machine has appeared. Serena on the other end of the phone sounded confused. What do you mean? She was also puzzled. Why is this here? She opened her mouth wide. A figure was faintly visible standing on the machine. It was none other than Zuyo. Confirm the shutdown of all transfer towers. Except for Central Base 4. In front of Zuyo was a white heart beating strongly. The heart was pulled out of his chest. He will consume it. I will abandon the mind of the people. Standing before the machine with a small hole, he dropped the heart into the hole. Fine. From the beginning, I was not the savior. I am the one created to mimic humans. I am the killer. I am the conqueror. I am the one who kills thousands and redefines humanity. The white light shone brightly. The world calls me a deity. Zuyo soared with 3 pairs of black and white fiery wings. He hovered over the machine shaped like the world tree. A tree broke through the ground and grew up. The world tree appeared. The machine was like a door placed before its massive roots. The world tree continued to grow. Breaking through the sky beyond the moon, Blackfoot was sweating in thought. The branches of the world tree continued to grow into many scenes. The white light from the world tree shot straight up. This is the original form of the world tree. Zuyo glanced down. He looked at the small Blackfoot. Wondering if it was a remnant of Serena, Zuyo raised his hand. Disappearing. The ones I do not recognize. He spread his wings. Countless white orbs appeared around him. Then, they all moved toward the Blackfoot shore at once. Startling her, she was terrified and shut her eyes tightly. A glowing fist appeared. The fist generated a powerful energy to counter the previous blow. Blackfoot gasped. Zuyo narrowed his eyes. Here to say a farewell. Heron, standing before the tree of the world. Zuyo called. Heron, do you really want to walk a different path than me? Heron looked up at him. To seek your reason for existence. You want to destroy the world to find the answer. Zuyo glared. But why? The blue light from Heron's energy flared fiercely. It is just that I have changed my mind. To directly find the answer in this world. He transformed. No matter what. He must confront the person. Heron stepped forward. I owe you a lot. The embodiment of wings. Zuyo closed his eyes. I realized a new emotion. He raised his arm. His face changing color. An emotion that twisted his insides and made him feel disgusted. Ananta stood on a pile of rubble. Lagertha looked into the distance. There it is. Just saw Ananta in beast form carrying wild food coming over. Lagertha's group ran towards him. Thankfully, he was fine. She told them. We have located Zuyo. We need to move there quickly. Lagertha was confused. Was not he at Central Base number 2 at that moment? A light shone straight up into the sky. Everyone turned to look. Rupa was puzzled. That light is... Ananta was heading towards Central Base number 4. Zuyo had been there from the beginning. What? He informed everyone. Wild food and I will head towards him. Rupa worriedly said. Wait. Are you two going alone? We can fight together. We do not have transportation for everyone to move. And in the final battle, I alone will be enough. Lagertha disagreed. Don't say such unreasonable things. You can say more. The one who values teammates' lives more than your own. Do you want to throw yourself into danger alone, without transportation? I will fight alongside you until the end. He glanced at Wildfood. Her eyes lit up. If I can reach the large-scale teleportation device, there will be a way to safely get everyone out. I hope. Ananta will follow my decision, he decided. We cannot lose anyone else for the safety of everyone. Rupa trembles, tears welling in her eyes. Unable to pull anything for Ananta's battle, Ananta turns back into a human. From the beginning, defeating Zuyo was my role. Rupa's eyes are glistening, but Lagertha looks at her. Rupa. Ananta walks towards her. Forgive me, because I am the vengeful one. No one in this world wants to kill Zuyo more than I do. Her face buried in his red chest. My hatred for him, the anger deeply ingrained in my skin, is all I have. I never thought about being shaken by someone else's sacrifice. But he brushes her hair. Now, I fear witnessing my teammates' deaths, more than being unable to take revenge. He looks into Rupa's eyes because she is an important teammate of mine. Ananta smiles gently. In this world, there is no one I want to lose more than her. She smiles shyly, her face flushed. Rupa places her hand on his cheek. She pulls his face down to kiss him before he can react. She quickly pushes him away while he is still in shock. Rupa takes Ananta's hand. This is the last time I will follow your stubbornness. She reminds him. You must come back. Rupa hands him a small branch from the world. Promise me. She raises her fist. When you return home, let me go with you. Lagertha and the teammates watch him with smiles. He wishes to look at them, then looks down at his hands. He raises his fist to touch Rupa's. Promising. All right. I promise. His aura glimmers. A loud explosion sends dust flying everywhere. Zuyo spreads his wings. No matter what the truth is, God is the one who defines humanity. Heron rises against humanity. We were created to bring great benefits to the human world. Therefore, I have wandered the world and seen humans, nations, groups, religions. Most discriminate and oppress minorities based on ideology. There is no salvation anywhere in the human world. The nature of humanity is to select people. Zuyo declares. Therefore, I will completely destroy the current order and become the only unrivaled being in the world, to be a sage standing alone amidst the ruins. That is my ideal. Heron leans on his hand from afar, his whole body radiating dark energy. He opens his mouth to laugh. Haha. Heron is the one searching for the meaning of his own existence. Yet I still love you people. Those who carry contradictions like me. Zuyo's eyes glimmer, asking him, is there something funny? Heron raises his hand. Of course. It is because I am hearing words that are not sincere. Heron. Tighten the grip. Just a mindless machine. Heron slammed down hard. The ground shook. A blue light erupted. Oh constellations. Gyudu raised his hand, and the ground unexpectedly trembled. He glanced back. A black tree burst up from the ground. He curiously looked on. The tall black tree had a shadowy figure standing atop. Could it be? Nadia stood high above. Looking down, he was startled. The embodiment of nature. A golden gate appeared right behind Gyudu. Ananta with a heart-shaped form was descending to where he stood, but he managed to fly up and dodge the claws of the brother. Ananta gathered strength in one hand, then he knocked it back towards Gyudu. Ananta was furious. It was time for him to pay for insulting the dragon scales. He tilted his neck and growled, Gyudu, now I will activate the large-scale teleportation device. Just as the announcement rang out, a hurried voice cut in. Blackfoot. Whitefoot appeared, panting as he rushed over. Please wait a moment. To move the remaining people at Central Base 2. I will start expanding the teleportation coordinates. She was tense, gripping the item in her hand. The thing that could help everyone evacuate safely from here. Suddenly, a gloomy voice echoed from the other side of the battlefield. Why do you keep confronting me time after time? How long do you intend to block my way? Ananta, in Gyudu's hand. A sharp light glinted like a sword blade. However, Ananta was the first to strike, charging straight at him with agile movements. Gyudu quickly countered. A sharp blow struck Ananta. The pain piercing deep made him grimace. Meanwhile, Gyudu's face remained cold as ever. But in that moment, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Gyudu's wings had been torn apart without him realizing it. Ananta had delivered a surprise right in the midst of their clash, seizing the opportunity. While Gyudu was still dazed, Ananta charged in, but Gyudu quickly regained his composure and continued to fight back. Neither gave way, continuously creating violent tremors in the area. Gyudu assessed that compared to before, Ananta's abilities had significantly increased. He unleashed a barrage of attacks, but Ananta stood firm, blocking them all. Gyudu understood that unlike him, the other had begun to weaken due to the divine weapon challenge. That guy who swallowed about 4 branches had comparable strength. He decided that his top priority was to eliminate Ananta. The remnants of Serena and the natural embodiment will be dealt with later. Meanwhile, Nadia over there is trying to stop the ritual by continuously attacking the giant tree. No matter how hard she attacks, she still finds herself powerless. Realizing that her strikes can't even make a dent in it, Serena speculates that the enormous energy powering the entire moon base surely comes from the divine artifact. To prevent the dawn of the new world, I must cut off the energy supply to the divine artifact conducting the ritual if I do not quickly destroy the mechanism. Realizing the danger, Zuyo suddenly changes the plan. Eliminate anything that gets in our way right now. This intention terrifies Ananta and Nadia, because their teammate on the other side is Zuyo's next target. Ananta quickly flies over, trying to stop the attack aimed at her teammate. Oh, light and aura. In that decisive moment, Ananta firmly shields them. He lets out a thunderous roar, spreading his wings to fully block Juso's attack. In a panic, everyone calls out his name in unison, but he only responds with a command. Hurry up. At that moment, the waifu group is also ready, initiating the coordinate expansion. The golden orb in Latoga's hand rises, forming a formation above the group of survivors. In that moment, Rupa can't hold back her worry and calls out Ananta's name. By now, after taking Juso's attack, Ananta's body is charred. With black smoke rising, he no longer has the strength to hold on and falls straight to the ground. For a moment, he thinks, they must have evacuated safely. Right, the last attack caused significant damage. I did not intend to waste this branch. But, Anthonus lives by burning completely. The flames on the branch will ignite many times, until it can no longer catch fire again. Just then, a familiar cry rings out. Rupi appears out of nowhere, startling Ananta. What are you doing here? Rupi asked Byheron for help to get to Ananta. What foolish thing are you doing? It is very dangerous here. So you should stay back. Before he can finish, Rupi, saying she will stay by Ananta's side, because this might be the last time she can be with Ananta, because Rupi and Ananta are family to each other. This statement brings Ananta back to reality. That is right. I will leave you here, all of my. After the attack, Juso looks at the ground beneath his feet and guesses that the remnants of Serena have escaped. It seems Ananta was also neutralized while trying to protect them. He squinted, assessing, and in his natural form, it seemed like he did not cause any major damage. Juso changed tactics, targeting priority elimination, amplifying his power. His whole body transformed into a bizarre beast. Half man, half bird. Then he chanted, "Oh light," and Nadia realized the dangerous situation. Just as she was about to dodge, Juso's attack struck her directly. A scream of pain echoed, with large branches crashing down. Juso suddenly shouted a name. Seninat. Unexpectedly, he lost control of his body to a clone. This is indeed the fate of a coward who could not protect anything, he mocked. All those who died at my hands are screaming their unfulfilled wishes. Just then, Juso sensed something unusual and quickly turned around. He hastily blocked Ananta's explosive attack. Hidden behind the shield of leaves, Juso finally realized. Now I understand. You can't kill someone without conquering their heart. A wanderer won't die, even if they are the representative of humanity. Let us adorn the world's end with your death, Ananta. In that moment, Ananta quietly whispered, "Grant me your strength, Azita Haga." The final words closed. His eyes shone brightly, and he rolled into a fierce greeting. But the flame wants to burn everything, he chanted, igniting it. Then he unleashed a giant flame that shook the space. Juso opened his eyes wide in astonishment. His protective shield immediately shattered. Completely unable to withstand it, Juso was born. His body transformed into a completely different form. He told Ananta that he had been cursed into a monster. And if that curse was the power to kill him, then I will face you as a monster. I will remember you. But he coldly replied, "No one will remember you. I will be right here. And I will definitely defeat you." Hearing that, Juso hesitated. A memory flashed back. Fiona once asked him a question like this. "Can you tell me your name?" At that time, Zuyo just pondered for a moment, then coldly replied, "I do not have something called a name." Then during this time, "I will call you Iron Mask. Until you have a name, you must tell me." At that time, he did not care at all. Nor could he understand why she wanted that, but now, Juso understood. "Even if it takes a long time, I can still remember you." Suddenly, Ananta unleashed all his strength. He soared forward, hoping his wings would tear through space, carried by the terrible flow of energy. Then exploding into a powerful strike, Juso was completely unfazed. He coldly counterattacked, unleashing a series of continuous strikes. Countless energy sparks surrounded them, exploding all at once, covering the sky. Knowing it could not be avoided, Anand braced himself, still with all his strength, letting out a roar that shattered everything, then charging straight at his opponent. Juso did not hesitate and rushed into battle, so both of them collided in mid-air. Dust and smoke everywhere. After a while, Juso asked, "Anand, what is the heart really?" Although it shapes human form and emotions, the heart still does not reside within us, like that empty void. Just like my spiritual world. Juso's monstrous body gradually disintegrated. He screamed in agony. "Do you see this? Standing to create. All life on this land will be destroyed." Saying that, Juso turned to Anand, who was motionless, hurt worse than him, screaming in madness. "At the edge of the horizon of the world, look at the creation of man invading this land of the gods. The one who cannot become human. Feel my resentment." Just then, Nadia appeared, her voice cold, truly pitiful, wanting to become human but unable to. In the end, becoming a foolish monster, seeking revenge on the divine. From her hands, roots sprouted, begging to sink into the parched land, spreading everywhere, forming a thick canopy. Fragments in the sky scattered. Juso realized in shock. The horizon of the world was closing in. He still had strength. Remnants of a lost cause, struggling in vain. As soon as the words were out, he immediately swung his arm, bringing down a powerful force, intending to tear Nadia apart. Suddenly, a fist appeared, breaking through his barrier. Zuyo was horrified to realize it was Byron. He angrily roared, "How long do you plan to stop me?" Just then, Ananta, motionless on the other side, suddenly laughed. The smile made Zuyo flinch. "You have taken so many lives, and you are still going to slaughter more, and yet you still talk about having a heart or something," directly criticizing Zuyo, only holding on to what he does not have. "You pathetic piece of trash. I will kill you." Zuyo unleashed a terrifying attack, and he hurriedly dodged, but Ananta was still relentlessly pursuing. He had no choice but to counterattack, launching countless strikes at once. It fell like heavy rain. Ananta did not falter, spreading his wings and soaring up, fight back every attack. Gyu-gyoken immediately channels energy. He launches out, flying straight over Ananta's head, leaving a long scar on his back. Nevertheless, Ananta does not back down. His form transforms into a dragon, rushing straight at Gyu-gyoken in the blink of an eye. His mouth opens wide, ready to devour his opponent. As his consciousness begins to fade, Gyu-gyoken subconsciously thinks, "Humans are my gods." He suddenly goes mad, saying to me, "The ones who taught me hatred instead of love. You want to judge me again?" At that moment, Ananta charges forward. He throws a heavy punch. Do not say anything foolish anymore. The punch lands squarely on Gyu-gyoken, causing him to tremble violently. Still, Gyu-gyoken quickly braces himself. He knows very well it is too late to regret now. Just fulfill your responsibilities in this last moment. Ananta takes human form, charging forward with fiery fists. Gyu-gyoken faces him head. He braces himself for the blow, gritting his teeth, but the weight exceeds his limits. His body slowly begins to dissolve in the blinding light, as if being swallowed whole. At this moment, while his eyes are tightly shut, drenched in sweat, both sides accelerate. Jayaklet, Serena, Ladrida, and Rupert are all anxious. The shockwave has appeared. Soon after, the screen lights up, surprising everyone. Ananta's spot is now shrouded in thick smoke, and after a while, they can clearly see his silhouette along with Gyu-gyoken's wires short-circuiting, confirming a survival reaction. He lies on the ground, his body reduced to half, while Ananta stands triumphant, the only one still upright. Rupa has tears in her eyes. Ananta has one. He has defeated Gyu-gyoken. Rejoice. Ananta breathes heavily. Byron asks Nadia, "Is it over?" "Not yet, not yet. The horizon of the world is still not closed." Gyu-gyoken lies there. "I use momentum to move and create a device to complete the assigned task, a delicate tool to achieve the intended purpose." Soon after, a massive wall appears behind Byron and Nadia, causing them to turn back. Stack thing is slowly breaking apart. In an instant, the head has been severed. Nadia is so surprised that she can't close her mouth, and Ananta is the same. Rupa speaks up. "What is that?" The tentacles are aiming straight at Gyu-gyoken. Then they lift him into the air, abandoning the idea of restoring his body. The mechanized tentacles quickly attach the upper half of his body into the machine. "But my will not stop until the very last moment. Right now, that guy is being illuminated by the light of the world tree." A powerful beam of light merges Gyu-gyoken and the world tree into one. Ananta has now transformed into a different form, but suddenly he discovers something. His body starts to stiffen. It has exhausted all the power of the branch. His body starts to stiffen. It has exhausted all the power of the branch. No power from the branch. That is fine. I will defeat him. Go ahead and swallow me. Ananta, use the power of the branch. I have to restore my strength once again. Not seeing any reaction from Ananta, Nadia urges, "Hurry up." He shouts, "It is unnecessary. Without the power of the branch." Nadia urges, "Hurry up." He shouts, "It is unnecessary. This quest for revenge is mine. I do not want anyone to sacrifice. You two quickly get out of here." Byron speaks up. "The bond between the twin manifestations and me has ended. That is, he offers the branch of the world. I do not need it anymore. Take it. Seize it." Ananta, fulfill Nian's wish. After acquiring the branch, his body begins to transform. His hands have turned into wings, and his red eyes have changed to the golden color of saffron. Then, he flies up into the air. Nadia worries Ananta as he flies towards Zuyo. He recalls the previous events. "Do you not cherish your life?" Azita Haka continues. "I will not take responsibility or apologize to you." Immediately he kneels down. "Do you mean? If you borrow my power to defeat Zuyo, I will grant you Uberman, the one who resides in my heart along with this body. After the battle ends, seal the power of the demon and return to your original form." Azita Haka. Ananta frowns. "I will fulfill this pact, but..." As soon as he opens his mouth, she cuts him off. "I do not need your cheap pity. You said this revenge is for Onion." She speaks coldly. "Wrong. It is. I will not give it to anyone." After saying that, Azita Haka suddenly breaks free from Ananta's body. He immediately transforms back into a human. Loud. Azita Haka. She lunges but does not forget to remind, "This is a curse that never ends. I will replace the new body with half of your heart." The shape of Vubi gradually appears, Until the day you die. Live with the guilt. Zuyo discovers something. Right now. She has lunged towards your face. He immediately transforms back into a human. Loud. Azita Haka. She is charging ahead but does not forget to remind us. This is a curse that never ends. I will replace the new body with half of that person's heart. Right now. She has come close to that guy. Azita Haka. That guy is utterly shocked. The resentment of that person should have died a long time ago. A shadow appears. The magical embodiment of Luna. Surely she predicted this beforehand. After the divine artifact containing the power of the gods. The horizon of the world is a ritual created from the powers of the deities. If we can't stop the predetermined future from the start, then we just need to leave a backup to change the outcome. At this moment, Azita Haka has revealed an eye. She laughs with delight. Oh wings. Prepare to receive the curse. At the end of this world. With me forever. Zuyo is immediately terrified. The eye she holds begins to shine. Urban man. Immediately Azita Haka flies straight into the beam of light. The blue light has turned into a rainbow. The sky begins to shatter like pieces of glass. The light seems to want to tear the sky apart. Ananta clenches his fists tightly. This has become a shadow that appears. The voice cries out. It is. You are falling. Biharan tells Nadia. We have to go now. The light from the world tree is getting fiercer. Just a few minutes later. A powerful source of light spreads out. Right after that, there is a huge explosion. The explosion shakes both the ground and the sky. After a week, in the central hall, Biharan stands up. His whole body tense. A voice comes from behind. Are you leaving? Nadia worriedly approaches. Why do not you stay a little longer to recover? He does not answer immediately but asks her. Has Ananta woken up yet? Not yet. He just went through a major battle. So he probably needs more time to recover. Ananta is still unconscious. Both Blackfoot and Vooper are worried. He says, that man is the warrior I recognize. So no matter what, he will find his way to where he belongs. Nadia thinks. I see. I have received permission from the leader of the Seedex. We cannot teleport illegally here. Remembering that day, Baron had Ananta unconscious on his back, who was originally an enemy. Everyone is now also worried. He grits his teeth. Nadia touches Ananta's hand to comfort him. She smiles gently. If it were not for your advice, I would not need this kind of backup. Now where are you planning to go? I do not know anymore. His hand tightens. It is just that, the reason I was born in this world. I plan to travel the world until here. She slowly approaches Baron. Destruction is the two sides of creation. Even in the barren land of Kinkoi, life still sprouts. Why do not you try using your strength to protect everyone? I plan to go the vast forest of Konan no, a forest shaded by trees. To saw lush green branches for everyone. Those who can become. And those who may become. But I can try. I can try. I can try. I can try. To saw lush green branches for all those seeking a warm home. Nadia looked at Baron with a happy expression as she made her request. Come with me. Baron, hearing that, he hesitated. Understand now. Serena sat at the table, sending a message to Ananta, wondering if he was doing well. It has been a month since the battle at the moon base. On that day, thanks to the sacrifice of Azizda Haka, the tyranny of the world was completely ended. Without her sacrifice and countless others, we would not have been able to defeat the embodiment of the wings. After finishing the writing, she sealed it with a stamp. The white envelope made the red seal stand out even more. Shortly after, Serena sent it to him. Not long after, the letter reached Ananta. He stood on the cliff reading the letter. We must remember those who have passed and move forward. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows lightly. For he was not alone. Sorry for the long introduction. After you return to your homeland, let me tell you the recent news. Ladritha has safely returned to her country. I heard that every day she works with the people to rebuild the capital. The high officials and the dreamers also lend a hand. Ladritha seems tired but still cheerful, despite taking a lot of time. But she is still determined to fight to achieve her long-held dream of the revival of Vikizia. Thorkut has also undergone many changes recently. Skyscrapers are gradually taking shape, and we have begun to commercialize large-scale information beyond. Thorkut desires to establish closer ties with the world of humans. A small, very light hand. Today, it turns out to be Jack's Lee. Serena continued. The new member of our family is also adapting very well. News about Nadia can be found in the west of the continent. Nadia smiled as she touched the tree trunk. She was restoring the vast forest of Konuno, which had long been abandoned due to the scars of the invasion. For some reason, there is an element of instability that always accompanies her. At that moment, Nadia heard a loud scream as a giant spider. The little girl was scared and suddenly had a tear. Biharan landed a direct punch to the giant spider's face. Everyone was surprised. According to Ananta, I will keep an eye on his movements. Biharan saw the girl was panicking, so he reached out to help her. Finally, it is a story related to Ruby, because it seems Ruby's heart has abandoned its physical form and entered a spirit state. Perhaps Ruby wants to protect Ananta until the end, even if it means sacrificing herself. Our team will do everything we can to help Ruby return to her original form. I sincerely hope that the two of them will be able to meet again someday. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Ananta, just get on with it. Rupa. Oh, there is still a postscript. How's your life with Rupa? Rupa's face was flushed, full of energy. He rode on her back and suddenly shouted, Wait, Rupa. Over there. Ananta jumped down. In front of him and her was a lush green meadow. She wondered. This place is... That is right. This is Azita's, where a beautiful flower has grown. Ananta stepped closer to that place. His face set. I miss you so much, sister. His face showed no expression. Suddenly a voice rang out, making him open his eyes wide. I am glad you are back. In front of him appeared the figure of Asita. Are you still healthy? She looked at him with a very happy face. Ananta was so moved that he could not close his mouth. Right after that, tears streamed down his face. He stood to the side, smiling. This is the end of my video. And above is a summary of the story. If you have any comments, please leave them below. Don't forget to give me a like, subscribe, and hit the bell to receive more interesting videos. And now, goodbye and see you again. Bye-bye.